A month on then from the wonderful race at Imola, where Ferrari made it 2 out of 2, we come to the Ardennes Forest. Welcome to Spa-Francorchamps for the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 3 of the 2025 World Endurance Championship. Well, this is it then, the penultimate one before we come into the month of May. And I really can't wait to get started. Here's your grid then, lining up with Ferrari on pole position with the 50A, of course, but it's been having a tricky week so far. We're going to be building up to all the action. JBMotorsports will be teaming up as well. We'll be doing half the coverage ourselves. And then we'll also be with Radio Le Mans. The race underway in 25 minutes' time. Let's cross over to Radio Le Mans for all of the build-up.
For the second... Or season after season, they wanted a fight. Well, you bet your bottom dollar they've got that now. And also, from a Porsche perspective, and there are actually 3 Porsches in this race, when you include the 99 privately entered Proton competition car. That didn't get in either. So that means, of the 3 qualifying phases that we've had for Qatar, Imola, and here now in Spa, only once has one Porsche got through, and that was at Imola. So Kevin Estra's quote was, "I'm beginning to become frustrated by this now." And that really does feel like it's ratcheted up on another notch for the Frenchman. Because I don't think that Porsche necessarily know in which direction to go to improve things.
No, I know, but no, entirely. I think we'd see some scintillas, some little element of improvement in form. But then, of course, you get that sort of dichotomy, race pace versus pace in qualifying. But looking across the practice sessions, it's still not really there either. You look at the driver lineup, picture perfect. There's no problem there. But actually, just the thought of a frustrated Kevin Estra, that's a slightly scary thought indeed, because he's such an intense racer that I'm sure he can keep it all in check, but do expect to charge. He's not actually starting either of the cars, as far as I recall, of the works Porsche Penske Motorsport. No, Laurens Vanthoor will start number 6, and assist car Julian Andlauer. But again, quite some distance down, starting from row 6 and inside of row 7.
But for Ferrari, they came very close to performing so well in Imola, but then remember the Fuoco car was put to the back of the grid because he had a late deleted time because of track limits. They have locked out not just the front row, they've locked out the top 3 positions. From a factory car perspective, they must be thinking, why can't that 83 just disappear? Because it's, again, the meat in the sandwich. That is the order, the 50 from the 83 from the 51. That's precisely the order they finished in Qatar at the start of the year. One thing's for sure, you know, there's this so-called customer car, satellite team car, but it does appear that that's on a very level playing field with the other 2, the 50 and the 51.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's been crystal clear through the course of early stages of this season. But what I really love is the fact there's a yellow Ferrari on the front row in Belgium. You think back in the 50s and 60s, some of the most glorious racing Ferraris were entered by Écurie-Francorchamps and running in the Belgian racing yellow. I like that sort of historical element, that connection here. But again, I've always been a bit of a fan of something that is ostensibly a privateer car. We know across the decades of motor racing, some non-works entries are slightly more works than you realise. Across all sorts of manufacturers, there's been a slightly obscured view. But, you know, right now, if you're a Ferrari fan, looking at the front row of the grid when it gets to move away, and the third place car as well, it's great.
Let's hear from Vincent Voss at WRT BMW.
Because we're in Spa, I'm with Vincent Voss, the head of WRT. You're racing at home with all this big crowd and a lot of fans. And the BMW car seems to be gearing up and coming in the mix as well since last race.
Yeah. I mean, we've been working very hard since last year. I mean, during the winter we got prepared, I would say, in a which much better way than we were prepared in 24. And I would say, yeah, we arrive here as a sunny Belgium as expected. So it's feeling great to be at home.
I'm sure. Good luck for the race and thank you.
Thank you.
Well, they've just opened an absolutely massive facility, and there was an opportunity for press to visit that on Tuesday of the week just gone. Something like 6 different locations prior for WRT, dotted around Belgium and possibly further afield. But they've now gone to this site, which is very close to Liège Airport. And it looks phenomenal. I've not been yet, but the photographs really do show it off well.
I expected it to be grand. However, when those first photos came in, and you forget that they also produce all the Fun Cup cars. I mean, they've got production bay after production bay, and Yves Weert and Vincent Voss, I mean, they have worked wonders just in terms of race performance. To have built an empire as large as they have is phenomenal. And, really hats off, because certainly it's one of those teams that has such a strong team ethic as well as a work ethic, and the results talk for themselves. But if you can, go and look up Team WRT and take a look. They all have stuff of their own, of their brand new facility. It is phenomenal. It looks like a manufacturer's facility. It is so good. And bear in mind, it's a team that started small, like they all do, but they've ridden the waves very, very nicely indeed. And do take a look, and you realise that cream does rise to the top.
So that's BMW. Now, best results so far, they finished 4th at Qatar and 2nd last time out in Imola, 8.5 seconds adrift. Now, that was a field, or rather an entry that was, a race that was affected by safety cars. So, would we have necessarily had the 8.5 seconds or so gap? But it was a nice condensed finish in the end. Make no mistake, BMW getting closer, but I would also say that Alpine are giving them a good run for their money. And I'm intrigued by Peugeot, because that might be their best qualifying to date. I mean, when you've got 3 incredibly strong cars, as in the 499Ps, when I look at the gap, Bruce, between the 51 Ferrari, the slowest of those 3, and then where the Peugeot is, we're looking at a 2 minutes 0.2, and there's only 17 thousandths of a second between them. That must be so encouraging for the runners of the 9X8.
Well, I think so, and it might have been Imola, maybe it was Qatar, I can't remember. I think it was Imola. We were talking about how Peugeot, despite having changed the format of their car last year, still seemed no closer to it. There were occasional flashes of speed last year. They haven't been present this year, but suddenly at Spa-Francorchamps they look really, really great. Best result for either of those cars is a pair of ninth places, both timed by the Paul di Resta, Mikkel Jensen, Jean-Eric Verne combination. So that's handy in its own side. But, looking at this weekend and today, there's every opportunity they can improve on that. Is a top 6 possible? Well, let's wait and see.
Yeah, that's the thing that they're now desperate for is reliability with the pace. Clearly the single lap speed is there. Stoffel van Dorn said they were actually chasing something in free practice 3. I forget precisely what that was now, but all was not great. They had limited running in the sessions coming into qualifying, and I don't think even he had necessarily guessed that it would be as good as that. So that's the first step. Question is, can the 93 car get to in the same sort of area as well? Interestingly, throughout the course of the year, it's been the 94 that has been the better qualifier. That's on a couple of occasions now has got into Hyperpole. It was, so Van Dorn, and thanks to Sportscar 365 for this line, they were on the back foot heading into qualifying after a roll bar issue cost the team track time during the final free practice session. Jamie Klein with that story, so with thanks to him. They came out with a 4th place starting position, but both Peugeots reached Hyperpole, the other one qualifying in 7th spot. I will give you a full grid rundown when we get to the 2 rolling laps, as it will be. Alpine, last time out getting a podium with Jules Gounon, Fred Makovici and Mick Schumacher, the 36 car. And again, the 36 has qualified well. They're in 6th position.
It's great, isn't it? Chopping and changing. The one thing that hasn't really changed is Ferrari's pace. But also the thing that really struck me, Johnny, looking back to the second round, the race at Imola, you talked about the sort of safety car bunching up the field. But if you'd said for the first 3 quarters of that race, which the BMWs might finish in 2nd place, it would have been the other car. And it got swapped around. And that is an element that people are new to endurance racing. Some races can really come to you if you just effected a change or found a tactic that may work, and suddenly a car can be back in the picture. If you get a safety car period, for some it works, for some it doesn't. And suddenly there we were with the BMW that had been the faster of the pair, losing pace and falling away. They couldn't really work out why it had lost pace. That was the Magnussen, Marciello and Dries Van Tor car. But again, just elements to knit in, and that's why the World Endurance Championship is endlessly interesting, because through the course of the race, weather conditions can change, temperatures can change, humidity can change, and with that, so can go the performance of various cars. They may just not have the better setup for when things cool down, for example.
We are going to pause in a moment or two for the Belgian national anthem. Drivers that aren't taking the opening stint will be standing on the grid for that. Let's just delve into LMGT3 whilst time allows, because the pole position side of the grid is on driver's right, obviously giving the inside lane for La Source, and Lexus getting their first ever pole position in the World Endurance Championship, making it now 8 different manufacturers who have been able to get on pole. Considering we've only got 9 in LMGT3, that is some going, and testament to the balance of performance, perhaps, Bruce.
Yeah, totally. Last year they looked a little bit at sea, but they've worked hard, run by a Codis ASP, and a team with a huge pedigree as well. But it's great to see things being moved around, and Ford will be pretty excited as well with in positions 3 and 4 in class, so they may be sniffing out a podium result or even better here at Spa-Francorchamps. Still 6 hours of racing between now and then, of course, to work out, but some manufacturers, things are starting to come their way.
Intriguingly, the championship leader has not even made it into a hyperpole session yet, but the 33 still there on the top of the shop after a very good Qatar 18-12 kilometres. Here's the national anthem.
À toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, patrie, nous le jurons tous, tu vivras toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté. Aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté. Le roi, la loi, la liberté. Le roi, la loi, la liberté.
Very well performed indeed, in a different style, which is typical of LMEM and the ACO, to just put a slight twist on a very traditional piece of music. And now the fly past and flares at ground level, displaying the black, the gold and the red of the Belgian flag, as all the curbing does so around this place too. The other thing we should remember is we come from Qatar. I was mentioning this to John yesterday as quite a forgiving circuit, although with the odd gravel trap here and there. Imola, where the walls are just mere metres away from the edge of the track. There is runoff here at Spa, but there's the added now gravel traps that were brought in 3 or 4 seasons ago, which means if you run wide at the Double Gauche, Pouon, there's a huge gravel trap there now, and Le Fagna as well. That's difficult to navigate if you find yourself heading in the wrong direction.
Yeah, we often know that sometimes people who get put out there, they were the innocent party, just happen to be on the outside line. And Pouon, the Double Gauche, as you called it, Johnny, still a fearsome corner. But it's the diversity of these circuits that really does make the true World Championship. But I'm just sitting back and just revelling at the moment, not just the lip-smacking thought of 36 cars going out to thrash around here for 6 hours.
I am with Stoffel Van Dorn, driver of the Peugeot.
He's a local man.
Quali yesterday, and Peugeot finally there into the mix.
Yeah, it was a really good day for the team yesterday. To qualify fourth was, probably a little bit unexpected, but we're here, we're in the mix, and it's going to be a long race ahead of us. So, we're focusing on ourselves, trying to make no mistakes, and hopefully bring home some good points.
And at home.
And?
At home.
At home, yes. Always special for me to race in front of my home crowd. It's been a while since I was last here in competition, so it feels good to be back.
Well, good luck then.
Thank you.
Yeah, so he does admit that it was maybe a bit more than they had expected heading into the second qualifying session, but both I mean, that's the benefit, I suppose, of big manufacturers like Porsche and Toyota getting neither car into Hyperpole. Both Peugeots got in. Both Alpines were able to qualify in Hyperpole as well. Let's talk a little bit about Cadillac, because they're kind of occupying the middle ground, the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac cars. Again, a strong showing in standard qualifying yesterday to get into the next bit, but I don't know, 5th and 10th, almost, I'm sensing a missed opportunity there. They would have wanted to be higher up.
Well, the one in 5th, the number 12 car, qualified by Alex Lynn, half of a fraction of a tiny part of a decimal point of a second, they could have been on the inside of the second row, ahead of the third of the Ferrari. So they are right in the mix, but, you know, I think that point from Stoffel was quite important. Having speed is one thing, understanding how you've got that speed is quite another, but it does look one element of surprise is likely to be not with us today. It does look as though the conditions are so good. Warm, dry, 33% humidity, so not likely to have a huge swing through the course of the race. At least that's one thing. If they have got speed, it may be able to be maintained. We will see.
We will see indeed, and we're getting ready for the start procedure to come through shortly. Alongside me in the commentary box as JB Motorsports will be doing around about half this race alongside Radio Le Mans as we prepare our coverage coming through. Alongside me is Omi. Omi, welcome. Here we go then. Time for the 6 hours of Spa, our first one of the season for World Endurance that we get to commentate on. And boy, oh boy, this is going to be a crazy race, isn't it? Ferrari on pole, but anything can happen at Spa. Come rain, come showers, come snow even one year.
Yeah, anything can happen, and well, last time out, Ferrari looked the dominant force once again, but there was some drama involved as well for one of the Ferraris. Of course, they were still able to get themselves to a victory, but we've seen drama across this World Endurance Championship so far. It's going to be very entertaining, and it's going to be great to see, and looking forward to Le Mans already. That will take place soon as well in June, but well, we get to at least call a bit of WEC before we get to that.
A few new toys to play with here for this broadcast as well. You get our usual driver tracker that'll show you where everyone is on the circuit. Alongside, we can swap between the Hypercar and the GT3 so that when we're on camera, you can see that. We've got more updates and upgrades coming as we go into the Le Mans 24 hour as well. But one toy that we're very proud that we can play with here for this one is the onboard cameras. Oh yeah, we've got onboards of every single car on this circuit, so we can hop on during the coverage for a couple of laps, see what's going on, see who's hot and who's not. And we're on board right now with our pole sitter, the number 50 Ferrari. Not active just yet, will be when they leave the grid, but that is something that we are going to be very, very excited about. And I mean, this should be good. Ferrari, of course, have dominated the standings so far. They won in Qatar. They won then their home event for the first time at Imola 3 weeks ago. And now they want to conquer Spa before trying to conquer Le Mans for the third year running. They're unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had lots of people say that the F1 team should take some notes as well from the World Endurance team as well coming in. So yeah, they've been great so far this season, and they want every single bit of momentum heading into Le Mans, and that also applies to everyone else. If they are able to get a good performance today, could bode well when we do get to the big race of the 24 hours. So it's going to be a big race coming up for these drivers today as they try to prepare themselves for that big event in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, just to confirm, Ferrari lead as well in the Manufacturers' Championship on 92 points. BMW have 63, Toyota 53, Alpine on 15, Porsche have 12, Cadillac 11, Peugeot on 10, Aston Martin have 0 as they come in for this one. In the World Cup for Hypercar teams, the Ferrari, of course, at 83 is leading on 63, with Proton Competitions number 99 on 45. In the Hypercar World Endurance Drivers' Championship, it's the 51 Ferrari leading on 50 points. The 83 is there as well, but we're all getting set for the parade laps as we come. The endurance teams at the moment, it's the 33 TF Sport leading the way on 43. 4 points to the 78 Akodis ASP team on 33. And away we go. On the warm-up lap, the Belgian flag is waved, and we are on the 2 parade laps coming through now, Omi, to start this one. And this is going to be the key factor. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Spa. Track temperature's good, and that's what we need for the race down towards, first of all, at the first corner, and then down towards Eau Rouge.
Yep, we absolutely have seen some wet weather drama in the past as well. So great to have some nice and sunny skies out there for all of these drivers to enjoy, whether it is the Hypercar, whether it's the Hypercar or the LMGT3 class as well. It's going to be quite a lot of fun to see who's going to emerge victorious in both of them. It's going to be a great race and a perfect atmosphere with how the day has been, with how the event is. To have these sunny skies, it just completely matches the vibe that we've got here coming in for the 6 hours of Spa.
So this is how it's going to work. The first 45 minutes of the race, me and Omi will be on the commentary. Then we'll hand over for about 2.5 hours to Radio Le Mans. And then we'll be back for the ending of the race as well for 2 hours and 45 minutes. And then when we get to the Le Mans 24-hour race, we'll be on the entire time. Our whole team will be on coverage. And you wanted to see it? Here it is. The onboard camera of the 50 Ferrari. You are seeing it now live here on JB Motorsports. That is down in towards the chicane, down at it's down at the com, isn't it, as they come through, then down in towards Malmedy and Ravage. So we have the best seats in the house. All of these 36 cars we can go on board with and take a look at during the race. This is going to be fantastic. We actually get to show a bit of footage now because it's free to use. It's free as well, and I'm really looking forward to this as they come through. Who's going to be your surprise in the Hypercar class coming in today? Ferrari, we've talked a lot about Ferrari, but we've still got the Toyotas. They're further back in qualifying. BMW looked strong earlier on in Qatar, then fell back. But there still could be something coming through for Peugeot, who suddenly have found some pace. Fourth for Loic Development, 94 at the moment on the grid.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, of course, with WEC, with how much drama we do see in WEC. I wouldn't be surprised if Alpine can somehow get themselves up there as well, like they did last time out, securing that shock performance. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they get on, and hopefully much more in control than their Formula 1 team with all of the drama that they are currently having there.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of drama, isn't it, as they come through. Take a look at your top 18. It's the 58 Ferrari, of course, on pole. Then the 83, followed by the 51, the 94, the 12, 36, 93, 20, 35, 38, 15, the 6, the 5, the 99, the 8, the 7, the 007, and then the 009 down there in 18th position. Drop down to the second half and into the GT3 field. It is pole position for the number 78 Akodis ASP team. Then it's the 10, followed by the 77, the 88, the 54, the 27, the 21, the 92, the 46, the 87, the 81, the 31, the 85 Iron Dames in 31st. Charlie Martin starting that one. Then the 95, 61 Iron Lynx, the 59, the 33, and the 60 Iron Lynx starting at the back of the field. Now, Ferrari have had trouble here. We've had a couple of accidents already here at Spa. Eau Rouge providing difficulties for quite a lot of people.
Yeah, very nearly a huge accident and quite a few crashes coming in as well around this circuit. So that was really interesting. A big crash also going into one earlier today when it came to the Porsche Carrera Cup as well, which I can just say the action in that was absolutely brilliant, and most of the drivers driving the Porsche Super Cup. So let's see if they can bring that over for me in a week's time. But yeah, it's nearly 5 wide going into Blanchimont in the Porsche Carrera Cup earlier. So they were going quite wild. So yeah, I'm hoping they bring a bit of that to the Super Cup, which has been lacking a little bit of action here and there over the years.
We've seen some of the onboards there as well. At Le Mans, we'll have helicopter shots as well, galore, that we can bring you. It's going to be a lot of fun covering the 24 Hours Le Mans Radio.
Okay, Alex. Just to give you overview more or less. If you look on the low-speed corners on the cars that are in front of us, the Toyota's got 40 kilowatts less than us at the beginning, so the acceleration difference might be quite significant, and they will take care for the tires from the beginning.
Alright,
That's Alex Rabas, who is being talked to on the radio from the 009 Aston Martin Thor team as well. Porsche safety car lights are off as they come down towards the com after the Kemmel straight. So here we go. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm buzzing for this one. I really am. This is what we want to do. We couldn't cover the Qatar race. I can't remember why. We were supposed to come in, but it was doing... That was it, yeah. And we were supposed to come in for the ending, but... the coverage was doing so well we thought we'd leave it, and then round 2 in Imola we were busy ourselves in the commentary box with other racing as well, with some Formula 1 action in Saudi Arabia. So now this is technically a free day, and it's on a Saturday. We can cover it before we get into Le Mans next month, where it's going to be good. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to Le Mans, of course, that takes complete priority as well with all of our coverage, and we currently are making our way through on this second parade lap, leading us to the green flag. This is a bit of a weird feeling for myself right now because I'm commentating this barefoot after absolutely damaging my foot earlier on, which is why I was late to the pre-show. So I've had to apply some cream. I've had to apply some cream, and I'm commentating this barefoot right now.
The Jack Nicholls approach of commentating barefoot, that's what he used to do. Take his shoes and socks off in the commentary box. I used to commentate barefoot as well. I kind of missed having to wear shoes. I wish there was a carpet here. It makes you feel a bit more relaxed, especially during the 24-hour races when you've got the night race coming up. I hope you're all right though, Amy, to come into it. Now, we will hopefully have JT joining us very much later on after the coverage of the British Touring Car Championship has wrapped up. Reminder, on JBMotorsports 2, that is where we're going to have all the access this weekend for MotoGP's French Grand Prix weekend as well. Oh, there's a lot to do, Toyota.
Here, Brendan, for info, pressures at the moment, front 1.65, rear 1.7. So you should be able to push from a pressure standpoint from the beginning of the race.
So Brendan Hartley can push from the start. Let's just see. Don't worry though, Brendan. Megan is not going to be in the commentary box for this race. She will, however, join us at Le Mans in a month's time. So this is it then. They're coming up. They're starting to form 2x2. Take a look at the onboard camera of the 50 Ferrari. He's got the 83 AF Corsa behind of Hansen. Nielsen on pole at the moment, and it's impossible. Look, you see the braking testing right now side by side on the 50. How much, even under this pressure, they're coming side by side, and we're almost ready for the start.
I want to get on with it. They want to get on with it, but luckily they are about to get on with it as we're getting ready to go racing for the 6 hours of Spa.
The third round of the FIA World Endurance Championship is about to get underway here at Spa-Francorchamps. The TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is under starters orders. Watch the lights, wait for the flag, and we are racing! Lights out at Spa-Francorchamps. Great start for the 50s. It comes out towards the first corner. 83 trying to look around the outside. Watch out for the Peugeots. Toyota's getting in a bit of a mess there as well. Porsche coming back to on the inside line. Then Paul de Resta touching the gravel trap at the exit. Down at turn 1. They're 3 wide. Coming into Eau Rouge for the first time. That's never going to last if they're not careful. Through they go. Still 2x2 as they come up to Radion. And off the track, 1, 2, 3 cars. And that's all the Porsches. It's green flag racing as well in the GT3 category as they make a good start. And they're 2 Ferraris. That's the 51 Ferrari trying to go around the outside of the AF Corsa. And they're going to be in contact there, not careful. They just avoid it over as they come through the com.
Super stuff from the 51, able to get by around the outside. They were all jostling for position in the mid-pack though. The Hypercar's going absolutely wild, and we've got one of them round.
That's Andlauer, Julian Andlauer, and the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport has gone round down at the chicane. Now he should be able to get going just before the GT3s go past him. It was a good start in GT3, by the way, as well. Taking a look at that, it is the Proton competition in 20th position. The Porsches dropped down into 18th, so actually the 78 keeps the lead, and we've got that Porsche stuck in the middle of the track at the moment in the GT3 field because he's now on the driver tracker. He's just cleared that dot. Ferrari lead 1, 2, 3 then, and Loic Duval in the Peugeot TotalEnergies car, the 94, is up into 4th position. BMW 6th as well as things stand as the racing action continues on. One ball with Mike Conway in the Toyota number 7, running 15th. It's not going Toyota's way in the Hypercar class at the moment.
Not going their way indeed. The 94 Peugeot really looking to go on the charge to try attack the Ferraris at the front of the field. They'll make their way to the end of the first lap as well as we ride on board with the Aston Martin currently making their way through. But yes, a very interesting start when it came down to the LMGT3 class. Julian Andlau momentarily lost out with his spin to one of the LMGT3 cars. Was able to get back ahead, of course, with the power as well. So all is okay for him as he now looks to try and push on.
So this is going to be absolutely epic now as they will continue on. That 5 Porsche is already gapping the GC3 field quite massively as we see the McLarens having a little look. The BMWs in the end in just a little bit of braking zone. The McLaren's almost out braking himself and leaving himself vulnerable as well, Omi, to their own teammates coming through. That's going to be looking at the United Autosports cars. So that's De Jong and Cottingham coming up together as well early on in the field as lap 1 complete. Then we're on to the second lap. 6 hours and 57 minutes remaining here, and look at the Toyotas desperately trying to get back up into categories now. They're trying to go around the outside as well of the Proton Competizione car as well. So this is Conway and Hartley trying to make up room early on in the race.
Battling going on, but yes, the McLaren's definitely getting involved when it comes to the LMGT3 class. Further back, they'll of course find themselves in the Hypercar soon as well, with them leaving Formula E and chasing after the Triple Crown victory. That's what they'll want in Formula 1 and then also in the IndyCar, and now with the Hypercar here at Le Mans in a couple of weeks, in a year's time. Let's have on Brendan Hartley.
Tango 9-6 when you can, Brendan. Tango 9-6. Locked.
Tango 9-6 and locked. Yeah, there's nothing else coming on the radio. This is the GT3 field we're looking at now, so we'll swap to their timing screens as well to give you information about where they are in this race. On the second half of the page, they're in green on your driver trackers as well, being led by the 78 Acodis ASP, the 2 Protons, 77 and 88, running second and third in the Ford cars. Ferrari Vista AF Ferrari Corsa moving up now to 4th position, but the BMW WRT team in 5th position as we're on board now with Hardwick and the Mansey first Proton car running down in 7th position as things currently stand. So smooth running so far. Let's take a look at where the Ferrari is at the moment. You can see it's coming through the chicane on our tracker, and a stunning opening couple of laps of him then as well. It's not the only camera that we have access to as well. There are several more as we take a look at the full running orders. I'm going to change to a little bit of the run as we keep Julian Andlau, fast lap at the moment, 204.109 on his run. But we need to be taking a look now at the number 12 as the Cadillac with Will Stevens is right behind the BMW as they come down the back straight into the braking zone. Can Stevens have a little go on an inside line? That Alpine was looking strong. I don't think he's going to have a go. No, unfortunately not. Just trying to see where that number 12 Cadillac is on our monitor so we can take a look at it. See how close he got down the Kemmel straight into the braking zone. It was quite unbelievable actually how much he was able to zoom in. Thought about a move to the inside line, but it was against it straight away. He knew there would be a problem coming in, Omi. Your camera failed.
Yes, it looks like my Discord had a little bit of a crash. I'm going to get my camera back open. It's saying camera unavailable, so I'm going to have to quickly rejoin.
No worries, go on. We're on the onboard camera anyway, looking at the Cadillac as they still try and come through. So a wonderful onboard view of how this circuit has changed then here and how much angles it's all coming together. And yeah, you can see already dashboard lights are flashing up. I'm absolutely crazy right now in this one. We're looking now at the GT3 field coming into positions as well. This is running in task with the Porsche. That's the Iron Dames car. And this is the start we played the GT3 category.
LMGT3, watch the green and yellow Aston Martin. Did not make an alacrity getaway. That was really slow, picking up the throttle there from Derek de Boer, and got out-dragged by the second of the Mustangs right down into turn 1.
I think I've just spotted why it is the 85's team manager is being called for race control. That car did not look like it made the start across the grid hatchings. It was right over to the pit wall, the Hansen Senior Martin, and I think there might be a problem coming to 85.
Battle between the two Mustangs. Or the Mustang and the Lexus in front. The other Mustang just out beside us, looking back from the Lexus, our pole-sitting car.
Yeah, several side by side.
Aston Martin, number 10 on the outside. Derek de Boer hadn't just breathed off the throttle, Andy, to avoid running wide into the gravel.
Yeah, but definitely caught napping, wasn't he, on the start there? Was that contact as well just before? Oh, the Mustang very close. But yeah, definitely caught napping at the start there. Just didn't get on power simply early enough, so was out-dragged by the pole sitter on the inside. And yeah, that's a lesson maybe for the future. But obviously, lots of bronze drivers starting in the LMGT3 category. You want to get their driver time, minimum driver time of 1 hour 45 minutes out of the way as quickly as you can for later on. And the reason they start like that is because there's a higher chance of full course yellows and safety cars at the start of the race compared to later on, usually.
Yeah, usually that's the case as they come into it now with the race beginning to settle down early on. We're on board now with the 94 Porsche, Peugeot as it comes through. Light Duval, 42 years old, 6 wins, 22 podiums. Championship, of course, victorious before as well. With here at Spa, he's won twice and on the podium 4 times. It is his type of circuit for Light Duval, that Porsche as well. It was in Porsche now, of course, he's at Peugeot looking strong in 4th position as this race will continue on. Ferrari leading 1, 2, 3 then here so far as the action will rumble on as I think Omi, hopefully he's going to be back with us shortly. Discord's been having an absolute paddy this weekend already, so it's been great to see how that's going to work going forward. Hello Omi, are you audio and visual yet?
Hopefully audio. Discord is not letting me on my camera, so I'm still trying to get on work with that. So yeah, just the usual Discord issues as you were just describing.
It's all right. We've got the battle screen to rely on until you've got it solved. And don't forget, we're off anyway soon. We'll be leaving and handing over to Radio Le Mans. We're very much in shifts for this endurance race as they come out now. This is the hypercars again coming through at La Source down towards the Eau Rouge, and car 85 has got a 5-second penalty added to his next pit stop for a jump start procedure. So the 85 squad, that is the Iron Dames with Charlie Martin at the wheel. So already that's the worst start for them to come in. And don't forget GT's pit. For every 2 stops the hypercars do, the GT field does 1 stop. That's how much less fuel they burn throughout the event and throughout the weekend that we're going to be witnessing here as well. You can already see how compared to the field runners in the hypercars, how slow the GT3s are. The fact that already they're just about in the same sector now as the 80. Is that the 80? No, the 60 has had a massively slow run on that last lap time. So that's the Iron Lynx car barely getting going. Race leader though is the Ferrari number 50, AF from the 51, and then the AF Corsa 83, Peugeot 94 in 4th, 36 Alpine 5th, as things currently stand here for the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Iron Dames on the back though. Charlie Martin's having a run. She's going to have a up the hill. That's going to be just a touch the back as well to the 81 TF Ferrari. Not much going down to the braking zone, sadly, down into the chicane. Porsche v Ferrari still going on further ahead. 5 hours and 49 minutes to go in this race. Van Rompuy as well in the TF Sport 81. Back to the leaders. Peugeot running in 4th position. And that's just starting to close up at the front now. So it's not too bad just yet, how this situation could... it's very much what it swings and roundabouts coming into this weekend. Looking at GT3 now in our field. That 60 Iron Lynx has got a massive problem to be this far back early on. We know it had an accident, but yeah, not looking the greatest already. As that we're right, actually, that's right on board. This is with the number 12 Cadillac of Will Stevens. Look how much of a run he gets down the straight. He looks to the outside line for an overtake into Lecombe. Nothing that we can just grasp upon. He got really close to the exit through Malmedy and down towards Ravage before coming into Jackie X at turn 9. That's the speaker's corner, or no name as Martin Bundle would call it.
Yep.
Yeah. Hello, Emmy, you back?
Yeah, absolutely. Not with the camera, unfortunately. Discord is just not letting me open it. It's basically saying camera unavailable. I can't go to any camera source. Even if it's just a blue screen right now. Absolutely nothing I can go to when it comes to the Discord camera. So that's having a little glitch as well. But as you mentioned, luckily we're going to be off in about 35 minutes. Yeah, about half an hour's time. So luckily OBS and everything else is working. So that's the most important thing.
Yes, because Omi's taking over from me as I go and do the Tissot sprint for MotoGP, then the touring car qualifying, and then back on for the rest of it as well. It's going to be a busy day here on JB Motorsports. We hope you can join us for all of the action as we start lap number 7 of this event. 13 minutes gone. So, Omi, this 12 as well coming in the Cadillac HTJ, right in the back of the BMW we've been seeing for a while now. Can't seem to get the traction, no matter how much it's in the slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what's going on right now around Spa. Lots of straights and back straights coming in for the drivers to try slipstream, but still a bit of a struggle going on for the field as well. And we're just taking a look at the overtakes that we've seen. The number 6 Porsche has been on the attack, making 5. The number 7 Toyota also with 4. And the number 8 Toyota with 3 as well. So those are some of the overtakes that we've seen so far. We're looking to see who else will be dishing out some of them around this circuit.
Yeah, just taking a look on board with Will Stevens at the moment on JB Motorsports, and just miles back. Everyone seems to be happy at this stage of the race to save fuel, save energy, and just see what we're going to have. We're going to have a lot of pit stops and a lot of laps here racked up at Spa-Francorchamps. So we're back to the GT3 field now, which we are watching on our monitors, and this is 5th in class, so that is the team WRT BMW we're riding now as well, with 4th in class, which is the Vista AF Corsa, with Heru at the wheel. Let's listen to his radio.
The guy is too slow with the engine there. It's impossible to pass them.
Just as you were saying.
And the BMW he's on about then, Omi, as well. That's just fun. That's the Ford, and then the BMW, and then the Aston behind him. The engine's not good enough to overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly that's what it looks like right now. So I was referring to some of the 5 wide in the Porsche Carrera Cup that we had earlier on. I'm happy to say that Dirk Schutten is okay after that crash that he had into the wall. Just has a bit of a sore neck, that's it, and he'll be preparing before he heads to Imola for next week. So great to see that he is okay.
That's wonderful news as well. After an incident like that earlier on in the race, back to the hypercar class then as well at the front, with Ferrari of course leading the way. 1, 2, 3. Ferrari are dominating World Endurance Championship. I feel like it's 60 years ago, Omi. it's almost getting into that again with how dominant they've been at Le Mans. It's 60 years since they first won it. They won it again, and now it seems like they're just on a repeat form. Even the AF Corsa is doing well, but if they continue to do well, they will get penalised by the World Endurance Championship with having their hyper boost reduced, and like Toyota had all those years ago, their pace would be taken down a notch.
Yeah, they are loving life, at least for the moment, but a 1, 2, 3, if we include the AF Corsa, would be quite fantastic in Le Mans if they are able to get it. They've had some brilliant moments with a 50 taking a win, with a 51 taking the win, and the AF Corsa will also want to get in there as well. It could be very special in a couple of weeks' time when we do get to the 24 hours of Le Mans. Right now they're just trying to tick off this race. Right now the hypercars are just trying to make their way through some of the traffic as well coming in, which you can see on the driver tracker with loads of drivers absolutely scattered all over the place as the hypercars try and power their way by. And that's what can be deciding in the race. I remember in Imola we had a bit of drama when we went down to the Ravazza. So the hypercars need to be careful, but also need to efficiently try and get past the slower cars.
Our driver track has just gone a bit wobbly at the moment, so we'll try and get that sorted for you ASAP with redoing all of the numbers. See, it's coming on. You have to click them all manually. It's not like a normal driver
I've already
tracker.
done that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the greatest thing to do. in order to make sure you get every single one on the field. And there's 36 of them, remember, so you're clicking 36 times. If you're lucky, you don't miss one.
Yeah, that's very important not to miss any. Luckily, I was able to click all 36. Absolute traffic jam when we get down to the bus stop chicane, and then we're going to be continuing to push on down towards the first turn of the circuit. Cars everywhere in typical Spa fashion.
Yeah, take a look at the onboard cameras now. This is on board with the number 12 still, and they've got GTs everywhere. And trying to go around the outside, it's absolutely pandemonium right now. As for the first time in this race, the hypercars catch up to the GT3s and throw spanners in the works. And I mean, it's literally just a mess right now. The GT3s are so much slower.
Yep, absolutely, and that could give Alpine the chance as well. The number 36 going to try put some pressure on the 83 AF Corsa, so if they're not careful, that could be a switch that comes in, and also you've got the 51 directly ahead. So it's definitely making the hypercar class very, very interesting as the drivers continue battling through the opening sector as they make their way through.
They're meeting at the worst possible moments. One more Paul di Resta as for a brief moment as they come through. It's not like at Le Mans, where you've got open amounts of road and the worst place to catch cars is down at Indianapolis. Here, the worst place is definitely Eau Rouge, but then you've got Malmedy and Ravage. Puong's a little bit easy as we fly through now, but it is such a treacherous circuit to try and get right. And it's even difficult in Formula 1 cars, I mean, we see it all the time. And look, 3 wide and off! That's there already! A little bit of drama as that's the Alpine, number 36, trying to dive up the inside of the number 83 Ferrari F Corsa. Can't get through, but then we've got the TF Corsas in the GT3 field trying to come through as well. And that is just getting ridiculous. And they're even battling for position. They can't move as they come through Stamolo into Curve de Port Ferret.
Different hurdles placed around this circuit. The Alpine, the number 36, had a huge opportunity to get by. Couldn't do it though. They're still trying to navigate their way through on traffic as well. The 83, very close to the 51 Ferrari as they make their way through. Cars are absolutely everywhere. Hard to identify at this stage as they all fight their way down to the bus stop chicane. The Alpine also making its way through. Does it have a look to the inside? It's very tight between second, third and fourth in this race.
Yeah, just taking a look on board now as well as they come through. Touching everywhere with side-by-side action. Most of the midfield on medium front, medium rears, all by the BMW and the Hypercar class that has soft front, soft rears. Alpine diving up the inside as well, coming into turn 1, trying to get on the 2 Ferraris. We're watching that onboard mover, and the 83 gets forced off and through goes the Alpine. Now we're going to ride with the onboard camera here of that 36 Alpine. Let's take a look to see, does he force him off? He goes to the outside, cuts back to the inside into La Source, breaks indeed. We've got the Ferrari 51 just ahead. He doesn't open the steering wheel, I think that was fair racing.
Yeah, that was typical WEC hard racing. It's getting super tight down the Camel Straight as they all try and navigate their way through. This is absolutely wild stuff out there on the circuit, but the 83 getting stuck on the sausage curb, which has been introduced around this circuit in recent years as well, with the gravel on the outer part of the first turn on this circuit. All getting very exciting, but the Alpine was able to get through. Now let's see whether he can put some pressure on the 51 Ferrari currently, which is driven by James Collado.
Yeah, we're looking back for the BMW now here on the channel. Look how many cars there are behind. They've got the Peugeots in there as well, doing battle with each other. We're riding now with Rene Rast, and more drama as the number 6 Porsche goes off the circuit as well and gets thrown out. Remember, their sister team in IMSA in the 7 car is dominating over there, and they race tomorrow in the race at Monterey, the 2 hours and 40 minutes. But it's oh so dramatic as they come through, dust getting kicked up everywhere as we complete the first overtakes. And now we've got the 51 Ferrari really under pressure from the 36 Alpine.
Yep, it is absolutely phenomenal to see the number 50 dominating at the front. Right now at this stage has a decent gap by the standards of this race at this stage of our contest. But traffic cleared now, navigated by Collado as well. Let's see now whether he can try keep the number 36 Alpine behind, who's really taken off and really stuck with these Ferrari. Was able to get by, as we mentioned, on the 83, and now the question mark is, can he get past the Works Ferrari, the number 51, on these next few laps? It's going to be an opportunity, and then we'll get to the traffic phase once again. It's just how a WEC race goes, and it's exactly how, even if you've got a Ferrari domination, it won't always be very clear how it's going to work out with the traffic. When it gets to moments, such close moments like that, you are going to see major drama come in.
Yeah, and this was it again as we ride through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars. And it was the Cadillac that got on as well, the worst. That number 12 that we're talking about just got looped off the circuit like crazy. We're on board with it now in the Jolter. And just, yeah, the Porsche came through much too hot. And that gravel at the exit now of turn 9 for the motorcycles, causing a little bit more issues. But Porsche seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Porsches love kicking up the gravel absolutely everywhere on this circuit. As right now, we still push on, we still attack through, and now we're going to see the Alpine 36 trying to learn a bit about their rival, even if they're not going to make the move at this stage, just trying to see the racing lines, trying to grab every single bit of data, even if it's for later on in this race. In this 6 hours of Spa, we have 5 hours and 37 minutes to go off it. So in the early stages, and the early stages can be very critical, but right now it's all about keeping it pointing in the right direction when going through some of that traffic. You do not want to find yourself with a calamity or with a moment which sees your race fade away and a chance to fight at the front later on fade.
We're on board with on JB Motorsports the 36 Alpine. That's running in 3rd position, chasing down the 51 Ferrari of James Collado. Briefly, we're also on board with the 35 on the world feed as well, and they're getting just inching closer and closer, but still nothing just yet as they come into it. We're on board now with Mike Conway in 11th position for Toyota Gazoo Racing in car number 7. He too struggling out here on the racetrack at the moment. Nothing from race control. We're only 23 minutes in, I mean, and it already feels like we've had an entire race. They are not holding anything back. We thought they were, but then it all started exploding once we got to the midfield and overtaking the GT3s. It was like a release for them.
Yeah, it bunched them all up, and it was basically just another restart, and we got going as well, pretty much, as we come over the line. So some fantastic battles going on, of course, from 4th downwards at the same time. We've got a great one going on for 2nd. We've got some great battling going on from 9th all the way down to 11th in this Hypercar field. So all action stuff around this Spa circuit as we go through. Arouge and Radion watching the Alpine get closer with the slipstream. Still going to take a lot of effort if they are to get by.
That's Toyota into the pit lane, so that is a puncture and a new tyre having to go on. Which Porsche? It's not Brendan Hartley, so is that the number 7? Yeah, Mike Conway's into the pit lane. Mike Conway into the pit lane, got a yellow flag at turn 5, and that is down at the chicane. No one's there, so Mike Conway's going to come back out.
The front right tyre puncture.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so that's a bit better there as they come through. Let's have a replay. This is the Alpine diving on the inside, only down the braking zone. This was when he forced the 83 Ferrari off the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Goodness me, that was really, really tight stuff. So he goes to the inside here. Of course, has to be careful on the brakes with the number 51 ahead. He takes the line absolutely perfectly. So yeah, no intention, I'd say, to push his rival off at all. So I think that one will be all okay. Just unfortunate stuff with the sausage curve that's laid out as well, coming in for the AF Corsa, the number 83. So just unfortunate as we see some battling going on between the GT3s.
Yeah, GT3 is looking strong on the monitor as we come through. They're still having their battles. That is the 21. That was the 21 Ferrari, of course. And now we're moving back into position as well. There's the 92, the Manthe car running in 12th overall, and this was the Ferrari diving on the inside of the Porsche, and that's going to be a bit of contact. Yeah, that's the reason the yellow flag briefly came out for a second, just door contact and getting spun around there.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really tight stuff. Heading down into Les Sources, which is the opening turn of this circuit around Spa. Still the Alpine in close formation. Battles usually end up taking a long time, but it definitely looks like the Alpine is very, very close this time around. Better drive through Les Sources. Now you'll be getting the slipstream all the way through Arouge and Brady, and he's really closing in. This could be the chance that we've been waiting for. We've been hyping up this battle for so long. Let's see whether it finally delivers.
Down the straight we come then. Pulling up with that more hybrid boost, but Ferrari so much faster coming down. We're riding with him now on JB Motorsports as well as they come into the braking zone. Nothing into the comms, but he's so much closer. And look at the traction he gets, I mean, through Arouge up to Radion. The Ferrari actually got a massive jump on the rear as it took the curb at Radion. That might be a problem for Formula 1 if the rear starts jumping there.
Yeah, definitely could be a problem Indeed, but this battle is so fun, especially when we get to the final stages. I'm excited for the ending of this race, because when we have battles like this, that's when it's absolutely peak energy coming into play. So we kind of get to call the best parts of this. We get to call the start, we get to call the end, and then Radio Le Mans, you can have the middle part of it.
Pressure from Alpine as well.
James, please, we are pushing too much, turn 12, 14 and Pour.
Yeah, pushing too much. So Collada's being told just back off. As well, you don't want to risk the car too much. We saw it already bouncing up in the end. Yeah, Radio Le Mans gets to have the boring middle bits. We get to have the exciting bits. Le Mans, however, will be quite interesting. Yellow flag is out. I don't know where, as of this moment in time, it is at turn 5 again. Yeah, brief yellow, but we've got green now. No one's in that section.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just doing the usual Instagram story stuff right now at this stage as well with the race.
Getting all set up, are you?
Yep.
To be fair, when we decided to cover World Endurance Championship fully this year, our graphics now come from the World Feed themselves, not Timing 71, and they are much, much more reliable at the moment, with Timing 71 having a glitch with its systems. So that's great. As again, here comes the 36 Alpine, already so much faster. He's going to try around the outside into Eau Rouge, and that is an absolutely stunning manoeuvre from the Alpine. Is the Ferrari going to try and challenge back? That's the question. Down the straight. Now take a look. He pulls to the outside line. Is he going to have anything? No. But watch on the onboard camera. This was absolutely amazing. Outside, at Eau Rouge, Ferrari was squeezing. He held absolutely pedal down. And for Makariki as well, fantastic run. That Ferrari could do nothing, Omi.
Couldn't do anything indeed. Well, the challenge didn't come down the Camel Straight. It came before that, and it came through one of the best corners in all of motor racing into Eau Rouge and Radion. Phenomenal stuff. Got on the power. He knew that it would be challenging when we got down to the Camel Straight with the speed that the Ferrari's got. He fought his way through earlier on and before that. I did mention keep an eye on the Alpine after their great performance at Imola to get that podium. Let's see whether they can do it once again. But that is bravery at its absolute finest, as we've learned over the years as well, especially with Antonelli's move last year, which we keep banging on about, especially with his great weekend that he had last time out. But now the 51 starting to come under a little bit of pressure from the 83.
Yeah, just a touch. Now look at the virtual energy tank that we got so far as well. The 50's got 46% left, the 36 got 48. Yeah, already. So he was able to do that, the Alpine 36, and have 2% more usable energy tank left. That's unbelievable. The Toyota, though, just pitted, so he's got 90 left. That's the number 7 with Mike Conway at the wheel. He's now 40 seconds back in the field so far. As we take a look back to GT3, that's where our timing screens are at this moment in time. This is the battle with the Aston Martin, the Corvette, and the Porsche. So this is running 11, 12, and 13. And yeah, that's getting a little bit tight with the Corvette there, running 11. So this is actually, yeah, this is 10, 11, and 12 now. They swap places. The Aston 27 up to 10. Now we're running with the Manthey First Promo team as well, running in 12th position.
Absolutely, that's what's taking place at this stage.
Amazing racing so far, though, isn't it? As we switch to Hypercar.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. Whether it's the GT3s, whether it's the Hypercar, all delivering some fantastic moments to get excited about in this race. We're seeing some more of that now as they continue dueling down to the Lecom complex around this venue. 5 hours and under 30 minutes now on the clock. Still remaining in this race. So we've navigated 30 minutes of this contest. We still see the traffic being navigated by the 51 and 83 Ferraris right now, but Nicholas Nielsen, loving life at the front, currently has a decent gap, exactly what he wants, but he cannot rely on that gap because it can all change with how the traffic goes and where you catch them on this circuit.
There's the 60 Iron Links proving just that, getting in the way as they come through Pouon down towards La Fagna chicane. So yeah, not too good a situation right now as they'll try and come again. But yeah, GT3 is just coming through the first corner at La Source now, and the 50 is coming down to the bus stop. So, Omi, we're about to have it again, where we're going to have the bottled up Constantino effect to try to get through. This could get tasty.
could get very tasty, could get very fun in a couple of moments when we do see that. As we take a look at a replay heading down into the source between two of our hypercars.
A little bit of drama, a little bit of touching. Oh, not too bad of a situation. Okay, well done, boys.
That's the close racing we want, but keeping it nice and clean and crucially navigating their way through without any further issues or problems.
Here's the two McLarens running as well in 14th and 15th position. The 95 and the 59 right behind the BMW. That, of course, is the United Autosports McLarens running. So still, it's owned by Zach Brown, United Autosports, so it's still a McLaren, but running McLaren livery called United Autosports ahead of when McLaren actually joined the Hypercar class and won a George Championship. That was the news that broke in between the two races, Omi. And again, the BMW now under pressure as well, coming through. That was unfortunately obvious that the two Penske's, the Peugeots were going to come through. But yeah, great to see that McLaren are joining Omi Hypercar next season.
I mentioned it earlier on with the Triple Crown. They'll want it. They'll want all three. Definitely now, with the car they have in Formula 1, they have that possibility. They'll hope to nail the regulations for next year. And then also, in IndyCar, we've already had talk about that, about certain someone doing a backflip if they win in IndyCar. That's for this year, though. But yes, in the future, definitely we could be seeing the Triple Crown Prix completed by McLaren. They look good in so far. 2 out of the 3 categories. Will be interesting to see how they do, making this hypercar field very much even more competitive than it already is.
Some more moves going on. That was the Peugeot team reacting to that one and saying, yeah, well done, boys. Here's the 50 Ferrari now. It's catching the back of the lap traffic. So now this is where it going to get tasty. You've got 4 seconds to 36 Alpine. That's going to disappear quite quickly.
Yep, it's all going to vanish in a moment as well. The gap's already come down between our top two in the race. It was around a gap that was 6 seconds earlier on. It's 2.8 seconds at this stage as the 36 Alpine looks to try and navigate another Ferrari, and this time it would be straight up into the lead of this 6-hour race, and that would definitely be a big moment for them as well in this contest, even if it is just at this stage. Any big moment for them will definitely be one for the highlights reel, and Alpine looking to try continue their form that they had from Imola, looking to try and also produce some of that before we head into the 24 hours of Le Mans. We already mentioned how important it is for teams to try and do that to give themselves a big confidence boost heading into the big event as well, especially for their drivers.
Just to remind you, we're running at the same pace that the Formula 3 cars usually do around here. For a genuine thing in the hypercar class at the moment, so that's interesting. You'd expect that the hypercars would be running at the times that Formula 1 would do around here, but different levels of grip and downforce certainly become a factor. Don't forget, we've also got the European Le Mans Series. That's going to be underway as well at Silverstone this year. Our only endurance British run we get for an international series, alongside that of Sprint Formats Ready of MotoGP, which is in 2 weeks' time, and Formula 1 as their Grand Prix happens as well at Silverstone in July. Lap traffic now starting to get in the way here, which is going to cause numerous amounts of problems. As we saw earlier on, it's happening down in the Jackie Hicks corner at turn 9, and hypercars trying to dart left, right and centre to get away. The GTs are told to stay on the racing line and let the faster cars go through, but they're flashing the lights on me. It's just getting messy. That's what we love about this category of racing, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're all trying to battle amongst themselves. They can't just fully back out of it as well, or they would lose time to one another. They'd get overtaken by one another. They're also in their own little private race taking place at this stage, meaning that we have two races that do clash into one, and it usually does lead to drama like we had at Imola into Ravazza as well. So it's very critical when the hypercars are getting by, but they need to try to do it as quick as possible. The number 93 Peugeot really trying to put some pressure on the 83 Ferrari, so that could be a battle that we'll be looking for in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, let's get that open as well on our monitor. So I need the 93. Here we go for Peugeot, which is right down at the bottom. You can hear it now, and you can see traffic. This is on board with Paul de Lester, former Sky F1 commentator, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Former Sky F1 commentator Paul di Resta making his way through, definitely continuing his racing career at this stage is Paul. Let's see whether he can try and get a move for the highlights reel by the end of today. The number 83 flashing those lights as we make our way through, but Paul di Resta closing in. He'll try and have a go to try get through. So at this early stage of the race, we have seen the Ferraris fade. We've got a car off through a rouge.
Is that one of the Cadillacs running wide? I think it was, yeah, further back. Little bit of a moment. I was worried that there might be contact, and now we've got more drama. No, wrong one, wrong timing. This is the 15 BMW. 3 wide on the grass on the Camel Straight. My goodness me. That's how fast you can approach when cars are lifting side by side. That was when the Ferraris went off. And that is the Hypercar getting caught out there by the Iron Link 60.
Yeah, really close stuff. You don't want to be on the grass in that way. Completely all 4 wheels on the grass at this stage.
10-second time penalty added, but I didn't see which car for.
Yeah, a 10-second penalty momentarily coming in on screen as we would have just seen.
Car 54. So that is the Vista AF Corsa in the GT3 category. That has been given said penalty. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, luckily coming on screen twice for us. There's, as we mentioned, there's quite a lot going on, so we don't know where to look on this screen as well. There's so much going on in this race. You've got cars being overtaken everywhere when it comes to the hypercars overtaking and trying to get some track position, and then all of the gaps changes. It's not like any other series. The gaps always fluctuating when the drivers are having to overtake traffic. They're losing time, they're gaining time on each other. So battles can go and come very, very quickly in this category.
You just saw as well, the GT3 is now starting to go off the track as well. I've been trying to get away from everybody here. We're on board with the 93 Peugeot with Paul di Resta. Still chasing down that 3rd position category at the moment as they come into the chicane, and yeah, it's just a nightmare scenario.
Yep, absolutely. Simon Collado?
Yeah.
There you went. I'm managing so much.
Okay, so let's push more. 5, 6, 7, 18, 19. Come on.
Presumably that's where he can do better. And where he needs to save fuel, because we already knew earlier on he was being told he was using too much and needed to back up and save. Coming next is Michael Jensen for an interview down in pit road. Let's head down now, I believe.
The 93 Peugeot, Michael, a very strong race for start of a race for Paul di Resta through the traffic and through the GTs. It's looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, an action-packed race. It's incredible that we haven't seen any worse accidents yet. So yeah, we are very pleased. We're getting up to 5th, so everything is going according to the plan, and just hopefully we can stay out of trouble.
Excellent. Good luck for the continuation of the race.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gearing up then for all the action here to come through. Those of you on Twitch, you can continue watching JB Motorsports' World Endurance Championship coverage on the main JB Motorsports YouTube.
Indeed.
Okay, so we're still sticking with YouTube as things stand as we prepare for all of the action. And Naomi, this is going to get very tasty in the next few moments as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope it continues to be tasty as well. And Radio Le Mans do get entertained throughout this race. And hopefully it's all nice and ready when we come back to call this action. Hopefully it's well poised and it's well set up for a brilliant fight all the way to the checkered flag and to the finish to see who's going to take the 6 hours of Belgium.
And then I nearly said it as well, but yeah. Le Mans next up after this. And don't forget we've also got the test day. That's going to be a lot of fun coming into it. There's so much just waiting to see what could happen coming into this one. Okay, racing now, settling down as the fields have separated once more. Omi, closing thoughts from our first segment here in the booth.
Well, a really, really interesting, dramatic start to the contest. It's been definitely lots of action, lots of traffic having to be cleared by the hypercars as we would expect, and it's led to some close moments. So it's going to be an interesting next few hours, and looking forward to seeing how it's all going to get set up before we get ready to head to the checkered flag.
You are able to watch it, aren't you? I just want to double check that.
Yes, I am.
Lovely. Because we'll be disappearing off to MotoGP. Okay, Obi, I will hand control over to you. If you're on the battle screen and with Radio Le Mans, are you ready to go with that?
Yep, absolutely. I'm just going to currently refresh it and then on it, and then everything should be good when it comes to Radio.
Fantastic. I also assume that you have got your stream key on the main JBMotorsports account.
Yep.
Lovely. He's on it. He's on it. He's on it. Right, well, my thanks to Omi, my thanks to you at home. We're going to step out for our stint, and we're going to continue on coverage here at Radio Le Mans with Radio Le Mans coverage taking over as we take a look back at the start of the race inside the first 45 minutes of running. It's the 50 Ferrari, of course, leads the way from the 36 Alpine, the 51 of course, we'll hand over to Radio Le Mans.
The problem is for Ahmed Ahati, I think he might have a bit of speed to take to the Lexus, but he's presented by this wall of Ford Mustangs, the rear wings of two of their cars, and there is no way through yet for the 46 BMW down there in fourth position. But he's only half a second off the tail of Bernardo Souza.
Yes, it is. It's great. Thank you, Omi.
Keeping my eye on the gap first and second now, because that is intriguing. There's times when, for instance, that last lap, Fred Makovic marginally faster than Nicholas Nielsen. I think they've both been through big clumps of traffic, but now that things have quieted down the other side of that, we're going to get to see the true pace of the Alpine A44 and whether it might be able to reel in our race leader.
Well, it'll be interesting if he gets close enough to make things happen. All happening suddenly up at Les Combes. We had a couple of the runners, including, well, three of the runners, including the 35 Alpine 30 Habsburg, going wide because there was a spinning Porsche in front of them. And, that was, sorry, I beg your pardon, it was the opening lap of the race. I should always fall in that trap. I'm busy talking and look up and talk and then see the replay thing. I thought lightning can't have struck twice. But obviously that is why Julian Andlauer is no longer last in the pack. He's moved up to 13th out of 18th. But on the opening lap, of course, up at Les Combes, round he went. Given an assist, one feels.
Yeah.
Well, not one feels. Definitely the case.
Yeah, and the 38 Cadillac was penalised for that. Sebastian Bourdais having to take a drive through. So the Porsche turns in and then wallop from the right-hand side. And when you're overlapping like that, can't really go for the apex. And Nico Muller not particularly happy about that either. Welcome to the World Endurance Championship, Nico. Well, certainly welcome to from Porsche, because remember, we've got Nico learning about this from a Porsche perspective in readiness for Le Mans. And also, we haven't actually mentioned anything about Pascal Wehrlein yet, but Pascal, I was always a big fan of his in DTM. He's regularly racing in Formula E now with great success, and that Porsche tie-in from Formula E has delivered a seat for this weekend, again, in practice for the 24 Hours of Le Mans next month.
Yeah, expect him to go well. I mean, when you look at some drivers, they deliver in every championship they race in. You know the pace is there. He didn't get a fair crack of the whip when he was competing in Formula 1, but Pascal just gets in and gets on.
He does.
And that's just absolutely what you want from your drivers. So good to have him on board.
New personal best, fastest lap for Fred Makovic in second place. He's just done a 2:04.8, and that means the gap to the race leader is down to 2.4 seconds. This is incremental steps, but it was about 0.2 of a second found on a single lap there. And these cars, they don't need DRS. That's not a feature of their aerodynamic. But as soon as you get into the toe of a fellow runner, that might help you along as well. Nice tidy overtake from Ryan Hardwick heading into the first corner. Remember, he'd had contact there not too long ago, but that was to pick off Tom Van Rompuy and to give the Manthey First Form Porsche 11th position.
Yeah, Ryan worked out being on the inside, slightly safer position, rather than being the pool ball on the outside that can be knocked and rattled. Right, let's give you a quick gap between first and second, between the 50 AF Corsa, Ferrari AF Corsa entry of Nicholas Nielsen. Bear in mind he was 4 and a bit seconds clear. It's now 2.3 seconds. I know, as you pointed out, Johnny, traffic giveth and it taketh away, but the overall element is the fact that Fred Makovic in that Alpine, number 36, is gaining all the time. How soon will we even get a chance before the first round of pit stops to get in the toe, get close enough and get dragged all the way from Rayon up that long Kent straight to the top?
Amazing overtake again from a Peugeot on the 83 Ferrari. That was the 93 Paul Di Resta Peugeot then getting ahead of Phil Hansen, who also drops another place as Kevin Magnussen gets ahead in the number 15 BMW. The only slight worry for Paul Di Resta on that overtake is that he ran very wide, up ran he on, and reaching the level surface. And now the 99 Porsche has gone straight on at Les Combes, right underneath the Goodyear blimp, because there's a massive blimp-shaped shadow which is covering Nico Pino. Now, has he simply outbraked himself, or is this a car problem which has led to a mechanical drama? Let's just take a listen. Ooh. Well, that doesn't sound very good at all. And the car almost attempted to go through the corner, and then Nico thought, no, this is too big an issue, and took to the tyres instead. The tyres are arranged so that you can zigzag your way through those, and there's a deliberate escape road to make re-entry as safe as possible. Unfortunately for Nico, you can only dream about re-entering the racetrack, because I don't know, that sounded like a drive issue, maybe a drive shaft or similar going bang, or a gearbox complaint perhaps. This time the 83 Ferrari is under pressure from another Peugeot. This is the 94 car now looking for a way by, unless of course I'm misconstruing that, and Loic Duval got past a lap or so ago, then realised he was off the track, so he's given it back again, and this is an attempt to make a legal overtake, because Paul Di Resta is actually a couple of cars in front of Phil Hansen, who is losing time, worryingly so.
Prepare for full course yellow any moment now. 48 and 45 seconds for Y. Yellow flags shown, turns 5 and 6, which is going to Les Combes. So maybe it's considered Nico Pino's car is in an unsafe position. He's managed to wiggle his way through the sort of in fact, the tyre chicane up there, but he is dead ahead when he come up the Kemmel Straight. I presume that's what's going to bring this full course yellow.
Well, I think the other thing is that is designated as an escape route, and if you've got a car right in the middle of it, and somebody comes headlong there and can't stop at Les Combes, then they're going to wallop poor old Nico Pino, who's probably trying to restart that car and just get it into some sort of limp mode. But the marshals, it's their job to put the car into a safe position.
And Pino's just listed as having resumed.
Okay. Well, that'll be off the GPS, so it suggests that something's been spotted on the system, that the car is moving. Now, 21 Ferraris come in, and that was after the prepare for full course yellow announcement, so that's got to be emergency service, as the 99 Proton competition Porsche is being pushed. But it's really hard work. Now, there's only two marshals on the back of this, but I just wonder whether something is dragging, not quite locked, because they wouldn't be able to push it at all. It's still uphill, though, there, isn't it? No, I think it's actually it's free in motion.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It was listed as having resumed the very second after the full course yellow was thrown. And I was going to sort of quip that perhaps the resumption is merely because the car's being pushed away. It proved to be the point, but they've got him back onto the downhill run to the exit of Les Combes. He is now trickling down the hill. He has his headlights flashing, so there is some form of electrical pulse within the car, but I'd love to listen to it again when he was approaching the top of the Kemmel Straight, and then suddenly there was much more of a high-pitched sound and not quite enough engine braking and turning into the corner. Up the escape road it went, but maybe just somehow there may be something they can fix. But he's got to get back to the pits first. Still full course yellow at Spa-Francorchamps. It looks like they're crawling. Well, they are crawling relative to their normal pace. The cars run around the circuit, but how they respond to the restart is a question. One driver very close to the other is Ferdy Hasberg, right under Kevin Magnussen's BMW's rear wing, and green we go again. The engine notes go soaring and the cars go past the pits. So Magnussen having to defend, pushing hard. I think we've got a whole host of cars in the pit. Phil Hansen in the pits, Loic Duval in the pits, Lawrence Vanthoor et al. Diving in. No, they're not. They were simply in colour on my screen in an metallic face, and it's gone back to normal, so that's a little timing glitch there. Nico Pino is now listed as running slowly or stop, so slowly that it might be considered stop.
But the issue here for people like Celia Martin, Derek De Boer, Martin Berry, Ben Keating, they did all enter the pits during the full course yellow, and that is when the pit lane is closed. So they could take 5 seconds of fuel legally. You can change a tyre or two if necessary. I think that it was the energy or the amount of fuel on board that was the biggest concern. And then as soon as you go back to green, those cars are going to have to come in again to complete their pit stop. So it's fine that, that the car can continue in the race rather than run out of fuel, but it will become costly because it's a double pit stop rather than the single. those that could stay out, like the Lexus of Arnold Robin and the two Mustangs of Stefano Gattuso and Bernardo Souza, who have switched places, by the way. 88's now ahead of 77. Those having stayed out will not have to come up against a double pit stop, and that just gives them an even bigger lead. So still Lexus ahead. No, it's not actually. Gattuso goes through the next split. That's because Arnold Robin's come into the pits and they delayed the pit stop, or rather he was saving energy to the extent where they did not need to pit during that awkwardly placed full course yellow.
When is the ideal time for a full course yellow to fall? Answers on a postcard. Sometimes it can really, really help you. But for the GT3 runners into the pits, and it's sort of fallen their way, I would suggest, the front-running cars in the pack. And the second of the Codis ASP entries is in the pits at the moment among a gaggle of its rivals. But continuing on its way now, Petru Borescu leading the class. Literally leading the class because everybody else in class has come into the pits, so it seems. Looking up, I'm counting them all off, just waiting for Brian Hardman to come in. He's already had a run through the pits, so of course he was the first one to do it, wasn't he? Under full regular racing without the penalty to serve. In he came, and we saw him rejoin in the full course yellow period. Everyone else, though, cars looking remarkably clean in the pits. Out on the track, though, still the yellow 83 Ferrari doesn't seem to have the ultimate pace. In the early laps, Phil Hansen looked very, very tidy indeed, but just been hunted down by one BMW, and the Cadillac of Will Stevens goes to the right as they go up the straight, and that yellow Ferrari being picked off again. So for Will Stevens, it was a frustration from early on losing time, but he's certainly hunting along with René Rast to make their way back up the order. Again, this fantastic mix of manufacturers.
So let's just tick off the ones that had come in during the full course yellow. Francois Heriot's just been in again. Celia Martin completes her pit stop. I think Derek DeBurrow was in that list too. So yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too costly. The key thing is to keep running, and I don't think that those cars could have done had they not stopped for a quick blast of the fuel nozzle during the full course yellow. And we will probably continue with a similar order. It hasn't really affected the key runners, though, at the sharp end of LNGT3. Petru Umberescu must be driving on fumes by this point. Ryan Hardwick has maybe gained a few places as well with a single pit stop in his sky blue Manthey First Form Porsche. Yet to see any stops, though, for the key runners in Hypercar. We can't be too far away from that, with a significant portion of this race being very fast indeed. Therefore, you're burning through energy at a significant rate of knots from La Source all the way through to Le Combe.
It's okay, but every time I exit P1, I get past for a Rouge. When I have to lift in a Rouge, I'm right behind them, and then I get past again. I mean, there's no way around it, unfortunately.
That's the voice of Phil Hansen explaining quite a dilemma for him.
Yeah, so he has to get out of the throttle because he feels he's quicker than some other runners into Eau Rouge and Raidillon, but because the car in front of him is a tad slower, he has to get off the throttle, and then he loses momentum onto the Kemmel Straight, where he's passed again. Lots of evidence of the early contact for Cadillac number 12 in the hands of Will Stevens. That might be when he was shuffled off into the gravel by several cars coming out of turn 9.
I think that was where he contacted the back of Julian Andlauer's Porsche 963 up at Le Combe.
No, that was the other Cadillac. That was Bourdais' Cadillac.
It was Bourdais, sorry, 38, not 12, you're quite right. Well, it could have been in that wonderful gaggle.
It could have been in any moment.
Well, it could have been anywhere, couldn't it? Yeah, quite right. Just made me laugh. You're talking about how Petru Umberescu would be running around on fumes. He just did his best lap of the race.
Well, there you go.
Right, the right sort of fumes.
Maybe it's down to pedal power of the Flintstone variety. But he's certainly not wasting any time. Ahmed Al-Hati, though, now shown as the race leader. Was he one of the few that pitted at the wrong time, if you like, or is that now a legitimate position? And have the team turn that car around more quickly, i.e. put a bit less fuel in it, just to give it the road position? Because I was mentioning, I think Ahmed Al-Hati was faster than possibly both of the Mustang drivers, but he couldn't show that because they were not exactly blocking him, but two cars from the same team are not going to provide him an open gateway into second position. So a bit of a short fill, perhaps, because Ahmed Al-Hati now leads LMGT3.
And fortunately for Proton Competition, their car is back. No, it's fortunate the car is back, but Nico Pino's car is in the pit garage, fallen down behind the leading GT3 runners now. So whatever the problem was, requires remedy in the pit garage. The fact they got it back, though, at least gives them half a chance to do so. But the front runners now diving into the pits. Out of the leads, Nicholas Nielsen to a standstill. Fred Makovici in the Alpine number 36 from second. And the third place BMW of René Rast all reporting to the pits. And everybody else behind them doing accordingly. So just 3 minutes under the hour is when the first pit stop comes. We've had that full course yellow period as well, but didn't give them enough of a time running at a bated pace to eke another lap out before they made the pit stops.
To answer my own question, Ahmed Al-Hati is perfectly in the clear because the full course yellow ended at 2:50 and 30 seconds, and he pitted a couple of minutes after that. So when he came in, the pit lane was open, and he won't need to pit again. And they have those at WRT running 2 hypercars and 2 GT cars have got him into the race lead, and by 2.3 seconds. As the number 51 Ferrari is released, and 50 Ferrari is released of Nick Nielsen. He stays at the wheel. The 51 car has already made its stop, and James Gallardo stays there as well. And we've still got Fred Makovici chasing down Nick Nielsen to enjoy. That gap's come down even more this time, and Fred Mako can see his prey right in front.
Yeah, what we wondered before the pit stops was, could he get close enough to attack before those pit stops? But coming out at the start-finish line, he was only just under 0.8 of a second down. That surely is close enough within the next lap. If he can just close a little bit more to start to get the toe on those long climbs. Not so much the one up through Radeon, but it's mainly the run up the Kemmel Straight. The 83 Ferrari, the yellow one, is in the pit garage. So this is the car that went really well. But Phil Hansen was explaining how difficult it was for him. He seemed to have all the acceleration from La Source up to Eau Rouge, and then he had to lift when he was behind someone else because he had more momentum. But this is not according to the script.
Just looking at the pit stop times for the Ferrari and the Alpine, as in the 50 Ferrari, the 36 Alpine, very similar times. So what I didn't clock was the gap as they made their stops, and well, they pitted on the same lap as well, so it wasn't as if the Ferrari came in first and the Alpine was able to make up a bit more ground on the in-lap. Therefore, maybe it was just purely about the in-lap. But whilst I consider that, let's head back to Bruce Joanny in the pits.
I am in the Alpine garage with Philippe Sino, head of Alpine team principal. Philippe, an amazing start of the race from Fred Mako, pushing really hard, closing the gap with the leader car, now only 1.2 seconds behind.
Yes, it's a tough race. The start was crazy. We avoid all the mistakes and all the incidents on the track. But now, as you know, the race will be long. It's only 1 hour, so still 5. So it will be so stressful for everybody.
I can sense the stress. Thank you, Philippe.
Thank you.
Philippe Sino of Signatech Motorsports of the past, and they then morphed into the Alpine factory crew. Signatech have been previously World Endurance champions at LMP2 level. They've won a couple of ELMS championships along the way as well, so mightily experienced, and wasn't a surprise when Alpine wanted to put their initiative, their project, into Philippe's hands and his team, of course. Now, frantic work still going on the 83 car. Does the Phil Hansen radio message give us an idea as to why this car has pitted? Because he said, I haven't really got an answer to a lot of the cars around me. And I did have my concerns about the lap speed of the 83 Ferrari, which has now lost considerable ground. In fact, it's lost the lead lap now.
You never know what causes a little problem. Bear in mind that was the car that was given a bit of a heave-ho coming out of La Source, ran through the gravel, and so many times that something just vibrates a little bit loose. Sure, if you're looking at cars from the 50s, 60s and 70s, they often shook themselves apart. But now, these days, with all the electrics and electronics on a car, if those get shaken apart, it's very, very hard to detect. So they're plugging the computers in, but I would suggest Phil Hansen is... I couldn't see if he's out of the cockpit. I think he was, but certainly the 83... of course, the Ferrari in the pit garage, work going on. But it was a car that was very much in the mix. But we've been talking, Johnny, about maybe another manufacturer getting onto the podium here. We've got an Alpine in second place, that's Fred Machiaviki's car. The Peugeots are looking very strong. One's in fifth place at the moment, that's Baldy Rester's car. It's been one of the stars in the early stages of the race, I must say, in terms of overtaking. And the sister Peugeot is down in 10th, the sister Alpine is in 7th. So we could have a couple of these French manufacturers having something to smile about when they head into Le Mans. But we've got just under 5 hours of racing remaining. But so far, they've shown in clear racing they could be very, very good indeed, which is hugely, hugely encouraging for all involved.
Still trying to work out why the gap had come down so much between Nick Nielsen and Fred Machiaviki, at least as they re-emerged from their pit stops. It's settled down again now to about 2.5 seconds. But the outlap, which would have included the pit stop, because I think their garages are both after the control line in the pit lane. For the Ferrari, it was a 3:05.9, so basically 3:06, whereas the Alpine managed a 3:03. So there were a couple of seconds gained there. That's why we were down to about 0.7 of a second of a race lead for Ferrari over the Alpine. But it has opened back up again to 2.5 seconds, and that might be down to some traffic here and there. I can see what Alpine are trying to do, though, and I'm sure they left the tyres as they were. Although, having said that, the Ferrari that is in the hands of James Collado, car 51, their Ferrari was even swifter on the pit lane, so almost to suggest they put fuel but they didn't do any tyres. Maybe the difference was 2 tyres on the Ferrari and 4 tyres on the 50 Ferrari. We'll have to wait and see whether any indication from the next few lap times give anything away in that respect, but different things being done to cars during the first pit stop, which will obviously either reap rewards or go massively against you. James Collado starting to pressurise the Alpine in that second position. What's the latest on the 99 Proton competition Porsche, which was in the hands of
Stonelar, still sitting in the pit garage.
No, did get to the pit, yeah, got to the pits in the hands of Nico Pino, but we haven't seen it since, so we'll be many laps down now.
Yeah, it's listed as 22 laps on the board, 22 laps under the belt, 6 fewer than the race leader, Nicholas Nielsen, who's, again, looking supreme. It got the gap between first and second, between his car, the number 50 Ferrari, of course, their entry of the 36 Alpine, Fred Machiaviki, came down to about 1.5 seconds after pit stops, where it had been about just under 3 before the pit stop. It's back to 3 seconds again. Sounds so he is preserving his tyres very, very nicely indeed. In the opening handful of laps, he had the prerogative of being the first of the hypercars to catch the tail end of the GT3 runners. That makes it easiest for him, but certainly just looking, you just sense he's light on his tyres, doing what he needs to do in that dream position. But come what may, it's just fantastic to be sitting here with Ferrari, Alpine, Ferrari, BMW, Peugeot, Toyota. That's something worth considering.
Maybe a little bit better, but just give me a few more low-speed corners. It's mainly in the slow and acceleration that I feel it. Yeah, no, it's same thing, same as before.
Copy. Well, that's not the greatest of news. It's good to have the Phil Hansen back out on the track, but on this outlap, it's same as before. And again, they were telling him to, talking about his behaviour in the slower corners and being able to push there.
A little update about the 83 Ferrari, who has been struggling with power. They thought that an exhaust was broken at the rear left following a contact, but it turns out that it's the turbo that's not delivering its full power. After stopping the car, they had a good look through, but yet the problem isn't fixed. The driver has just reported that the power is still not there, so they're going to have to stop the car again, probably.
Stop the car and potentially change a turbo, which is a horrible job to do when you're in the middle of a race, even an hour into it, because the turbo runs at ridiculous degrees of temperature, thousands probably of Celsius, and although there are protective gloves and other protective material given to the mechanics, they only go so far. I remember there was a 24 Hours of Le Mans a good few years ago now, where at least 2, possibly 3 Audis, I think it was 2 Audis that needed their turbos changed in the middle of the race, and some horror stories of how difficult that process was about 12 hours in to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So now, by the way, there was a team manager being summoned to race control. That was the 54 car. That was a while ago, actually. So I think that's probably... Oh, no, there it is. Right, so the race director for the team manager of 54 to the race director immediately.
And car 10, which is Derek DeBoer's Aston Martin, has been potentially unsafely released in the pit lane. That's either into the path of another in the fast lane, or they've sent it with not all four wheels done up on it. It could mean all manner of things, but that's going to be looked at as well. Also, Derek DeBoer's on his last chance regarding the track limits around here. Alpine, having been taking the fight to the race leader, is now having to concentrate far more on the rear view mirrors, because here comes James Collado in his attempt to get second place back again, Bruce.
They've obviously looked and are trying to plot their way back around, and as we heard, it's very tricky around here. There are overtaking places that are potential 3 or 4 around the course of the lap, but James Collado, remember, was told to really he could up the pace through the lower speed corners. That is Les Combes, turns 5, 6, 7 at the top of the Kemmel Straight, and also going to the bus
really
stop.
Good job. Let's go for it.
Okay.
Safe overtake.
Safety. James, you're a racing driver. Listen, that was turn 7 they were talking about there, his race engineer. That's when you exit Les Combes. It's where you start diving down the hill to the Bruxelles hairpin. So he's all over the tail of the second place Alpine, Fred Machiavicchi at the wheel. But James Collado, they've plotted his course for him. But what's the difference in terms of performance? Around the lap, very little indeed, but it's where the performance is strongest. I thought it was so interesting from Phil Hansen. We didn't know at the time it was a turbo problem he was having on his yellow Ferrari. That's car number 83, but perhaps if you have a turbo that's actually overperforming at some point is a bit of a problem. Trying to, when you're lifting just a tiny little bit and it's still spooling away.
It's the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. A phenomenally busy weekend for RSL, with all 3 of our outlets in full use. And we're on the first of those, but at a later juncture in the weekend that you'll have an NLS race to catch up on. John Hindhoff and Andy Prio on commentary duties there, and also John's going to be very busy with the latest round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship on IMSA Radio RS2 later on this evening and into tomorrow. Some good laps coming through now from Brenton Grove in the number 60 Mercedes, so they have switched Steve and his dad out and Brenton in. 2:23.3 is that car's best lap of the race so far. Other driver changes, relatively slim on the ground actually. Ryan Hardwick's done well to get up to 3rd position. That was mainly through the pit stop in LMGT3. So it's now a BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati that leads, number 46 from WRT. Stefano Gattuso's Ford Mustang from Proton, number 88 is 2nd. And the Manthey Blue Porsche of Ryan Hardwick 3rd. Then Francois Heriot's Ferrari 21. Arnold Robin, the early leader, shuffled back to 5th place in car number 78, and Ian James is in 6th. So that means a big drop for Bernardo Souza, who for a long period of time in that first stint was 2nd, but he's now emerged from pit lane in 7th position. Bear in mind there were quite a lot of cars that had to pit in the full course yellow for an emergency service and then had to come in again, so that could have been a big delay for those involved.
No, precisely so. That is why that position has changed big time. But just running you down the order, we've still got in the pit garage the 99 Proton Competition Porsche 963. That was the one that stopped at the top of the hill. It went straight on at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Had to be sort of pushed out of a position of danger in the escape road. Got back to the pits, but that is dead last, still sitting in the garage, however. So 35 out of 36 starters still running. We may yet get that back in the race, because any track time you can get ahead of the Le Mans 24 hours is going to be gold dust, particularly now the World Endurance Championship is so hyper competitive. Right, has anybody got an answer to the Ferrari at the front of the field? We didn't come here thinking it would be Alpine who could, possibly get in the top 6 in qualifying, tick that box, but to be challenging in the race and really worrying them, to have Ferrari with James Collado in their 2nd car, that's the number 51 entry, having to really try and plot a course to get past, show how things have moved. One thing that's not moving, unfortunately, is the AF course, the Ferrari. That's the yellow hypercar with the red flashes, the customer car, if you will. That is back in the pit garage. So it started in 2nd position, the outside of the front row, all was going nicely for Phil Hansen, slightly in the wars as Fred Machiavicchi went past and put him in the gravel on the exit of La Source. But then the problem, we're told it's a turbo, and he went back out, the young British driver, tested it for another lap, brought it in, and it's parked up in the garage at the moment. It's listed in 17th with the next few blinks of an eye as the GT3 cars start to come through, it's going to tumble down the order. Have we seen the last of it for the day, though, Johnny? That's what is so hard to tell.
Yeah, really tough for a car that had qualified so well on the front row. Very delicate manoeuvre heading through Eau Rouge and Raidillon for one of the Peugeots to nip by one of two similarly liveried Ferraris. That could well have been the 54 car, actually, and the 54 had to run off the road as a result because there wasn't space for two cars abreast up Raidillon, and a tidy overtake there from Ryan Hardwick for second position in LMGT3. Ryan, remember, together with his co-pilots in the 92, Ricardo Pera and Richard Leeds, victorious last time out in Imola, so they know how to win a 6-hour race. That, I think, was Ryan's first victory in the World Endurance Championship, and I tell you, he's really going well now up to second position, 5 seconds behind the race leader Ahmed Al-Hati.
Yeah, what we have to remember is that maybe it was a masterstroke, but Ryan was pitted before the full course yellow period, I think it was.
Corner, and that was simply him running wide, but I don't think in fully control of the car, as if something had snapped on it, and it wasn't the contact earlier on in the lap, but it was getting walloped by, I think, the 21 Ferrari at the bus stop chicane, and then the next point of turning, he goes, this car doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I really feel for Yasser Shaheen there. He was on the outside of the corner, the dive from the Ferrari into the bus stop, that's the right before the left. And then, next corner, La Course goes right, and he didn't. So, stuck in the gravel. Just looking to see a yellow flag showing double waved yellow at turn 1, gravel on track, as well as he looped it around.
20 seconds.
It's going to be a virtual safety car, so that automatically means we'll get a safety car at the end of this.
Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
So here's the VSC for probably about 2 laps. The difference between this and a full course yellow is that a virtual safety car does not close the pit lane. And now the 87 Lexus has stopped on the main straight. That's Petru Umberescu in his 87 car. The 78, remember, was the pole sitter and still runs in 5th place. But I can't really provide you an answer as to why that car has stopped just at the braking point for Lecom on driver's left. 2 GT cars, therefore, that need to be recovered. And this virtual safety car, as I say, likely to be for 2 laps and 80 kilometres per hour, providing opportunities for teams to pit and potentially to change drivers, and lots of new drivers about to go into their cars. Yeah, well, one's a mystery, and that's definitely the Akodis ASP number 87 Lexus, 31-year-old Romania. Front right toe link looks as though it's broken on the Yasser Shaheen BMW. It was hit very hard by... It was the 54 Ferrari, 54, that's Thomas Floor then in the 54 silver and red Vista AF Corsa car, and Shaheen got back onto the track, continued on his way, but just until the track turned to the right. Yeah, so that was likely to be for position between Thomas Floor and Yasser Shaheen. Thomas still circulating in 14th position. He's just arrived in the pit lane. So these stops are absolutely fine. You can make them as fulsome as you wish, and it's a perfect time to get the tyres changed as well. The difference is that coming out of this, we'll be into a safety car phase. That looked to be a fairly badly buckled wheel being taken off one of the... Yeah, it was off the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari. That was the front corner that had contacted Yasser Shaheen's BMW. Rescue crews doing an astonishing job. About a minute ago we saw Umberescu's Lexus at the side of the circuit. It's been hooked up and under full course yellow, towed to the other side of the circuit, and should be tucked behind the wall very, very quickly indeed. You do have to applaud. It's not just waiting and marshalling for 7 hours for a 6-hour race. It's being immediately able to respond, working out with...
And the problem is I'm a bit stuck because it's on the looser side, so medium and high speed I have a lot of understeer, so I cannot do anything.
Very detailed message there to his engineer. Wants to go faster, can't go faster for fear of destroying the tyre. Lots of understeer as well, though, so the car going further into the turn than he wants to. That's what the Americans call a car that is tight rather than loose, which is the rear steer, the oversteer. So sounds like he's really battling the car there and can't get the front tyres to bite. And the problem is when they do, then that excessive tyre wear will come back to bite him or his teammate later on in the race. James Calado is going to stay out and become our new race leader, and that is because Nick Nielsen and Fred Makovici are going to peel off and take stops. James might pit next time around because, as I say, generally speaking, the virtual safety car will be out for 2 complete laps, allowing Ferrari to service both of their cars just on alternate laps.
In such a situation, you'd want to be the one in the lead position within your team, though you come in immediately, as soon as you possibly can, because there is still the scope that the number 50 Ferrari, now with the new driver on board, will be back on the track when it goes green. And the sister car coming a lap later may be at a standstill. Still, that the order is always bringing your leading driver. You've got a pair of cars, and that's precisely what they've done. Fred Makovici's Alpine back to terra firma and squirming on its exit from its pit position.
Bizarre to hear the electrical whirring of the hybrid creating that wheel spin, but they are permitted to leave the pit bay under electric power from the hybrid, whereas when they're on the racetrack, the hybrid recycled regen power can only kick in north of, was it 100? Just bear with me, 250 kph.
I ended up on front bar 2 once to try to protect the rear, but not much on this there. But also poor traction as well. I'm sliding around on the surface. I'm a bit lost on what to do, honestly.
Copy. We see that versus the sister car, we're quite gentle on our tires in terms of the tire energy metrics. And obviously wear is not critical. So it could be the case that it feels bad, but we need to put more energy into them. I'm not sure. But energy level is also similar to the other car, so it would be under braking, let's say, the type of braking we do.
So many different things that drivers have to be thinking about. I mean, to be honest, actually just driving the car becomes 3rd or 4th on your list because you're thinking about energy consumption and saving that where necessary, certainly about saving the tyres and to make them last throughout the course of the race. You have to become a mathematician as well as a racing driver. I've not told you about the allocation for a 6-hour race yet, and I will need to just remind myself of that. So for a 6-hour race you get, and for qualifying you get 18 individual tyres, so that's 4.5 sets of tyres for a 6-hour race. It is increased for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and of course we also this season have had a 10-hour race, that was the 18-12 kilometres, and we will have an 8-hour race at Bahrain at the end of the year where you do get more than that, 4.5 tyres. The 2 Joker tyres are intended to be used, not just when there are punctures. There's no limitation on when you can use them, but you don't want to put them on the car too soon and find you've got nothing left. Even more galling for Petru Umbrarescu is a graphic that flashes up in front of me to say that he has been the fastest GT car in the race so far, just not right at this moment.
Stuff comes at you from any angle. We've been extolling the virtue of Ryan Hardwick's drive, built off the back of the confidence gained by victory earlier this year in the GT3 class. Under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. That will be galling for the 92 Manto First Form crew, but especially when you've been chipping away at your rivals and gaining positions, a little here, a little there, driving with a degree of caution. You think you've pulled off a masterstroke in terms of the timing of your pit stop, and then that is hanging over you. Nothing official yet. It's still under investigation, but we'll keep an eye out on that for him.
Well, the other car that's under investigation for the same infringement is Ahmed Al-Hati. Did you mention that one? The 46 car. So it might be that the top 2 are going to be penalised here for the same rule break. Incredible. And again, the amount of information that you are having to exchange with your engineer, it can very easily mean that you're just not quite slow enough coming into pit lane. I would imagine it's on entry rather than heading back out again, purely because of the awkward nature of the pit lane exit here. You get to the end of the speed measured section and then immediately got to turn a sharp right, so there's no opportunity to go faster than 60 kph in and around there, but you are heading into pit lane at a very high speed, coming off that awkward left-hander, but then there's a straight which is unlimited, before you get to the RFID readers and that white line.
Right, Petro Umbarescu will return to the pits. That is fantastic news. But alas, his car will not. He's on the back of a marshal's or a course worker's motorbike and is being brought home. And so whatever it was that caused that number 87 Acodis ASP Lexus to pull to the side of the circuit and come to a standstill remains a little bit of a mystery. Just going back to the pit lane entry, Johnny, you were talking about it. It occurs on the exit of the second part of the bus stop. It's a very tight jink to the right, and then about 110-degree kink to the left. I've been commentating on a Spa 24 Hours here where someone else broke down and two-thirds way into the pit entry, and the other cars couldn't get around.
Yeah.
And the race swung on that. Imagine you've done about 21 hours of racing, keeping your nose clean, and then you're stuck. You suddenly could lose 30 seconds just stuck behind a car that for some reason has jammed in gear or something and can't be moved. Hideous.
Yeah, it's about wide enough for 1.5 cars, isn't it? So as soon as one car stalls in pit entry, everybody else, good luck, basically. And especially 21 hours into a 24-hour race. Horrendous situation. We haven't had that just yet, but we've had an awful lot of other scenarios going on. The 51 Ferrari still is able to pit, as we suspected it might be able to, under the virtual safety car, so that will give the race lead back again to car number 50, Miguel Molina. And also in is the sister Alpine,
it's Ferdy Hasberg, and his front left wing looks so it's got a dive plane that's come a little bit loose. Front left-hand corner, needs to take a look at that all over again when possible. But did we mention that Miguel Molina has taken over from Nicholas Nielsen, the number 50 Ferrari? I think we probably didn't. I'm just waiting to see if we've got any other driver changes. Raffaele Marcello's taken over the number 15 BMW, and safety car deployed. We said the virtual safety car, 2 and a bit laps, and a lot of drivers getting out of those cars. We go, gosh, that was physically hard and mentally hard as well, the opening stint of this race.
Yeah, having to think so rapidly and go with the percentages as well. Should I go to this part of the track or over here instead? And these are split-second decisions having to be made as the Alpine Ferrari combination threaded its way through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. For a moment we had a John Deere tractor in 4th place, but that has now headed back to its safe location. That was maybe doing a bit of track sweeping whilst we're under virtual safety car.
It was because there was gravel listed on track after Yasser Shaheen rotated into the gravel at La Source. Other driver changes, just spotted them, just lost them. Nico Muller has got on board. That's in the number 5. That was the early delay Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. He's taken that over from Julian Andlauer. Raffaele Marcello mentioned. Pascal Wehrlein in the other Porsche Penske, that's the number 6, has taken over from Lawrence Van Tor. And Jensen Button from Sebastian Bourdais in the second of the Cadillacs, the number 38 entry from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
So information shortly will be forthcoming from Race Direction about a wave by, but they want to get everybody bunched up behind the safety car, at least initially. This is the point where the pit lane entry road is closed, and for the first 3 full laps behind the safety car. You mentioned James Collado as a driver change as well, and he's now chatting with Bruce Giovanni.
I'm with James Collado, driver of the 51 Ferrari. James, we heard your engineer at the beginning telling you to kind of save those tires in Pouhon, but it seems to have been paid off towards the end because you were super strong at the end of your stint.
Yeah, well, actually, it was difficult to manage because we missed a lot of track time in practice. We never did any proper race runs, and I didn't know the reference. So I was managing too much, I think, a little bit at the beginning. But then, obviously, it paid off. But unfortunately for me, I couldn't extract the full stint, and actually, I was catching quite quickly and had a nice battle with the Alpine. So, we've got to take it easy, score points, and it was an enjoyable race so far.
Excellent. Good luck for the end.
And hi to my daughters. They wanted me to say hi, so Aurelia and Celestia. Thank you.
Thank you.
He got the mention in at the death there, very nearly missed it. So Collado out of the 51, and Antonio Giovinazzi, the qualification specialist, as he has been so far this season, although not this weekend, where he was outpaced by Antonio Fuoco.
You got my message to Jev about T15. If you're behind someone, you can just rest on the inside curb.
Yep.
To avoid the understeer. And Blanchimont seems to be a bit on the understeer side today. Generally. And when you're behind someone, obviously you need to pay a bit more attention not to understeer more. Eau Rouge is not too bad behind people. So you can see I can pass.
Yeah. So Jeff is listening, so if you have other messages, you can go now.
Paul Di Resta's team radio from within the number 93 Peugeot, and he mentioned Jean-Eric Verne, also listening to that radio traffic. So when you're in behind somebody, oversteer is there as a result, so following somebody through Eau Rouge and Raidillon can be particularly tricky. I've spotted a few times, not just the Peugeots actually, but sometimes the Peugeots straight lining Raidillon and well over the curb. You've got to be careful not to do that too often, and more importantly not to take an advantage, i.e. get a good run on someone, or worse, overtake them when you've just been off the track. So that is the situation within Hypercar and LMGT3. We'll take a moment to speak to our race director from a little earlier on in the weekend.
We are in race control with our race director Eduardo Freitas here in Spa. Eduardo, can you through the different safety procedures that you have available for you? Last year here in Spa we had a red flag and a long interruption. So what can you do to control the car in case of the race, in case of an incident?
Well, we have several levels of neutralization. The lowest one, it's the normal yellow flag which marshals use, which is for something very local, which will be solved in the immediate, and sometimes they are deployed so that we can prepare to go a further step. The next step will be a full course yellow, which is basically we neutralize the track for a short intervention, for a short period. It's destined to interventions which last less than one lap. So we declare full course yellow, everyone goes to 80, and then we can work. We use that in Imola twice. After the full course yellow, we can go virtual safety car. The difference is the procedure is the same. We do a countdown, everyone drops to 80. Pit entry is open, so teams can do an adapt strategy, change tires, refuel, this and that. In the normal full course yellow, which is quick, pit entry is closed from the moment we announce it. Okay? Then from virtual safety car, it lasts 2 laps. That's what was agreed with the team, so that everyone with 2 cars can do car 1 on lap 1, car 2 on lap 2. From then we always move to safety car. And safety car has its complex procedure. We group up everyone. Once everyone is packed up, the works are still going on the track. We do the so-called pass around, which is basically cars which are about to be lapped by the leader of their classes. We will allow them to go to the back of the line, so to bring them back into contention. And then it's a normal safety car procedure. We also have the option, if the situation is critical, we have the option to go directly to safety car without passing by virtual safety car. In safety car procedure, normally, the pit lane is also closed. What we don't want is that races are decided by a race into the pits. Other championships have that as an option. We decided not to use that as an option, so when we neutralize, we want to keep the cars on track. So we have the yellow flag, we have the full course yellow, virtual safety car and safety car. These are the most commonly used. If the situation is drastic, we had it unfortunately last year here in Spa, then we go, it's the ultimate thing, which is the red flag. And there everyone stops, lines up on the start-finish straight, the cars are under parc fermé, and we are doing our work in the back. From red flag, we always start when we are able to start, we always start behind the safety car. And these are the tools which we use to neutralize a race.
Thank you so much, it was clear.
Thank you, have a good day.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
With thanks to Eduardo Freitas for that full and exhaustive description of the various ways that a race can be slowed, and that will provide a safe environment for marshals to work within. The race is still ongoing whilst we're behind a safety car, and the pass around has already begun. In fact, it's already concluded. So everyone now in the right order and ready to go racing. A good opportunity to give you this latest hourly update, though. Ferrari leading the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 3 of the FIA World Endurance Championship from... so Miguel Molina's now just been put into that number 50 Ferrari. And in second position, it's Frederic Makovici in the number 36 Alpine A424. Third position is Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari 499P. Fifth place, Paul Di Resta's Peugeot. So a Peugeot started in fourth and is remaining in fourth position. But this is the 93 rather than the 94, which has dropped down the order to 10th. Raffaele Marciello in the number 15 BMW is currently in 5th. Then it's Ferdinand Habsburg's Alpine A424 number 35, 6th. 7th position for Car 7, Mike Conway's Toyota. So that's a big uptick in form compared to the qualifying performance yesterday. Robin Frijn's number 20 BMW is in 8th. Then it's Norman Natto's Cadillac from Hertz Team Jota. The V-Series R is 9th. And then, as mentioned, Loic Duval completing the top 10 in the 94 car. The Porsches struggling again, 11th and 12th places for the number 6 and 5 from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Drivers currently Pascal Wehrlein, who took over in the last pit stop in car number 6, and Nico Müller in the number 5. And for Aston Martin fans within the hypercars, the Valkyries 007, 009 still in the race and running in 15th and 16th places within their category. LMGT3, led by a Proton Competition Ford Mustang for Stefano Gattuso. Remember that as a bronze driver, he's got to do a minimum drive time of 1 hour and 45 minutes, and that's time spent on the track rather than in the pit lane being serviced. Francois Heriot, so that's the 88 car, the Ford Mustang. Francois Heriot's in the 21 Ferrari for Vista A, of course, and he is second. Then Ahmed Al-Hati's BMW, number 46 for Team WRT, although that is being evaluated as to whether he has breached the speed limit in the pit lane. I don't think we've had a decision on that. No, still under investigation, as is the number 92 Porsche, which is in 5th position and in the hands of Ryan Hardwick. So Ahmed Al-Hati, Ryan Hardwick could be on the cusp of receiving a penalty. And in between those two cars, in 4th position, is Arnold Robin's Lexus from Acodis ASP team, number 78, so could be the first to benefit. Bernardo Souza's number 77 Ford Mustang is in 6th. Then it's Celia Martin's Porsche, the pink and white Iron Dames 85. Ian James in the dark blue Aston Martin from Heart of Racing team is 8th in car 27. And 9th and 10th, 33, the TEF Sport Ben Keating driven Corvette, who is the championship leader. And Darren Young in his McLaren, number 95 United Autosports, completes the top 10 in LMGT3. We have 4 hours and 23 minutes still to go.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So pass around completed, Bruce Jones. Everyone now should be in the correct order for a restart. Bruce is rubbing his hands together because, well, if the first hour and 37 minutes is anything to go by, this is going to be very good. Tom Van Rompuy first.
Ben did not take tyres, and Darren Look took tyres on the first pit stop.
So some pause to race, others considering diving to the pits, but bear in mind, on this restart we have 16 cars in the top class, the hypercar class, starting nose to tail. All the advantage, the number 50 Ferrari, Works Ferrari, now in the hands of Miguel Molina, had built up in Nicholas Nielsen's hands, been abated not once but twice. And in behind, he's got Fred Makovici in the number 36 Alpine, the sister Ferrari, the 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi, Paul Di Resta, who's been going so well, the Scot in the lead, Peugeot in 4th overall, and the BMW of Raffaele Marciello. They will be the top 5 on the restart. But what order they'll come round at the end of the green flag lap, nobody has any idea. In GT3, as you pointed out, Johnny, Proton Competition Ford Mustang with Stefano Gattuso from Francois Heriot's Ferrari and Ahmed Al-Hati's BMW. So I'm thinking about the pits and fresh rubber and other stuff, but right now everybody's just getting their mind in focus about how they're going to handle this restart.
4 cars in fact, almost certainly out of the race already. Nico Pino's number 99 Porsche grinding to a halt at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and thankfully he was able to take to the escape road to get the car out of the immediate line of fire. But that was part of the reason why a full course yellow was issued. And then we've had a spin for a BMW, but that was as a result of the steering broken on Yasser Shaheen's BMW at La Source after he was walloped.
The safety car needs to go quicker before you open it up because the tyres are too cold. Push for another lap.
Safety car will accelerate. Safety car will accelerate, not now, but it will accelerate before releasing you. The GTs are just joining the pack now.
So that was Paul Di Resta's request to his engineer. Not that the engineer can do a great deal about it, but nearing the end of this lap now, the pace is certainly picking up. Most of the radio messages are delayed, and in fact we're not going to go racing at the end of this lap, which is lap 39, because the lights are still on the roof of the safety car, so at least one more behind the Porsche course vehicle. I was just mentioning the other cars then that were stranded to generate this virtual safety car. Yasser Shaheen off the road after he got walloped by Thomas Floor's Ferrari into the bus stop, and Yasser unfortunately spinning because the steering was entirely broken on the front right corner, so he spun into the gravel at La Source. Before that, Phil Hansen was displaying signs that the 83 Ferrari
T4 and T5. We have a tractor between T4 and T5. All cars to bear
one direction. Hopefully Eduardo got to the
left. Tractor is bearing left, exiting T4 on the Lecom straight. Tractor is bearing left.
So that's the information for the Camel Straight. Whilst we go back to Bruce, who is in the Iron Dames garage.
Rahel, driver of the Iron Dames Porsche, it's a special race for you this weekend, 30th.
Time is flying, but it's a pleasure to be here. We love Spa. At the moment, Celia is doing super well. So far so good. We just have to keep going like this.
Do you think she's pushing so hard since she had that little penalty?
I think it's always an extra motivation to catch back, clearly. And we told her on the radio, no more mistakes, focus and do well. And this is how she responds to it, and we are proud of her.
That's great. Good luck for the end of the race.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, tough act to follow. Celia Martin being brought into the team because Sarah Bovee no longer a bronze. Sarah would love to be here racing in the 6 hours of Spa, being her home venue. Still very busy in the European Le Mans Series. I was just talking through the what we think are retirements. So Phil Hansen's car, they've got a turbo issue on that. It's not necessarily a retirement, but it's losing a huge amount of time. They're probably trying to change the turbo for some sustained running before Le Mans next month. And the other car out, Petru Umbrarescu's Lexus, inexplicably stopping on the Camel Straight, and that's where there was a tractor there, just tending to the road surface. But it did seem like that Lexus just stopped, and it wasn't as a result of contact, might have been as a result of a big failure.
Of the safety car, no overtaking before the line. Don't forget, pit entry is still closed.
Yeah,
so
just going back to Umbrarescu, if he'd had enough power to get to the top of the hill and park it, he would have done, but the fact he stopped there, it clearly came on very quickly indeed. A potential problem for the number 15 BMW, that bear in mind is in 5th place. Raffaele Marcello has been noted for speeding in the pit lane, and that's after he took it over from Kevin Magnussen, sitting 5th. You can imagine the Swiss driver licking his lips at the thought of this restart, starting 5th. Could he get his BMW into the top 3? That certainly would be his ambition, but that's a certain dark cloud on a bright day at Spa-Francorchamps over the number 15 Works BMW, but the restart almost upon us. How are they going to handle these cars that on tyres that Paul Di Resta told us weren't warm enough to have the grip they required at this restart?
It's just like the start of the race at 2 o'clock this afternoon, except this is single file. But how good's the Alpine going to be as they head into La Source, and more importantly Eau Rouge and Radion in a few moments' time? Because when Fred McAveeky gets the bit between his teeth, he can equal the lap times of the Ferraris. They are double stinting these tyres, and it does feel like the Ferrari's got a bit more pace now after that hard charge initially from the little French car. So as they head onto the Camel Straight, still brilliant sunshine above, solid blue sky for a good distance. McLaren up against Corvette now into Eau Rouge, so that is the 33 Corvette, with still Ben Keating driving under pressure from Darren Young, and now leaping out from a long way back is the second of the McLarens to overtake a Ferrari and a Corvette, and possibly the team car in one fell swoop. Didn't quite get there, so that is James Cottingham in his McLaren, who got a wonderful exit out of La Source and, more importantly, Eau Rouge, and shadowing his every move, Martin Berry's Iron Lynx AMG.
That is really unusual to see someone get such an appreciable difference in terms of pace. But you could say that James Cossing was maximum attack and the sea slightly opened. He just didn't get checked by those around him. But for United Autosports, those two orange McLarens, their cars getting very close indeed there. It would have been a heart-in-mouth moment. But up front, Miguel Molina holds on to the lead from the Alpine of Fred Machiavicchi. But everybody else seems to be nose to tail. Down in GT3, it's Francois Heriot who's moved the front. Number 21, Vista AF Corse Ferrari's got ahead of Stefano Guttuso's Ford Mustang, but there was a mention of Heriot in dispatches under investigation for full course yellow procedures. Nothing is simple in the World Endurance Championship.
No, well, all of these rules and the different scenarios of neutralising a race that Eduardo Freitas was going through do come with their repercussions or their results if you get them wrong. Now the 46 BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati pressurising Stefano Guttuso for second position. These two front-engined GT cars, one a bit more touring car derived, as in the M4, looking for a way through. Ahmed Al-Hati looking faster than the Ford Mustang. There's a wall of American muscle standing in his way. It never rains but it pours regarding number 15 BMW, because now Kevin Magnussen's under investigation for his virtual safety car procedures as well, so it might be a double whammy penalty for BMW number 15.
Park it, just joking, carry on racing as you were, gentlemen, maybe not quite exactly as you were. So Vista AF Corse are leading the GT3 class, a lap and a few metres since the restart. That's Francois Heriot, but in behind, still a fantastic battle between
Stay
the Mustang.
calm, don't fight with them, don't fight with them.
Okay, that's the message to Stefano Guttuso. Stay calm. Quite hard when you're being harried as hard as you are for second position in the GT3 class. And now a much better exit from Raidillon for the BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati. They are side by side up the Kemmel Straight with the BMW on the left-hand side from the driver's point of view as they go up the Kemmel Straight. But bear in mind the corner is on the other side of the track at the top of the straight, and he just gets enough momentum to sweep past and cut across the nose of Stefano Guttuso for second place in class. Brilliant sights, brilliant sounds, particularly where the Mustang is concerned. That hard engine note will be a trademark roar. Up the top of the hill they go. Place lost, but bear in mind Stefano Guttuso only fallen to third place there, but he was told, stay calm, stay cool. Yeah, don't risk it.
Well, those radio messages, as I say, are delayed, but immediately after giving that message, he was overtaken at La Source with a good move from the Omani driver, and they left La Source absolutely level pegging, and the Ford Mustang got back in front of the BMW before being finally picked off at the end of the Kemmel Straight. But if that's not fighting with them, I'd love to see if he was actually told roll your sleeves up and get stuck in, which he might be told to do towards the end of the race. Unfortunately for us, he'll be out of the car by that point and will have handed it over. So the 87 car, sorry, the 88 car with Gianmarco Liberato and Dennis Olsen to be driving that. But out of the frying pan into the fire now for Stefano Guttuso, because right on his tailpipes, Arnaud Robin in his Lexus, Ryan Hardwick in the Porsche, Celia Martin in her Porsche, and Ian James in the Aston Martin. 4 cars snapping at the heels of Stefano Guttuso's Proton Ford Mustang.
Yeah, the one you'd expect to give him the biggest scale, the Arnaud Robin, the driver who escaped in the lead of GT3 at the start of the race, starting class pole ahead of the racing spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin, but he's going to have to pick his moments, the French driver from native of Le Mans, see where he can go. In Hypercar, in the front, still the Miguel Molina, 1.25 seconds clear of Fred Machiavicchi, so it's Ferrari from Alpine, then Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi from the Peugeot, Paul Di Resta, Raffaele Marciello in his BMW in 5th, but bear in mind, Johnny, as we pointed out, not one but 2 potential problems. First for Raffaele Marciello, but then backtracking to the driver who brought the car in, that would be Kevin Magnussen. No penalties as yet, but potential concern. No place changes as yet since the restart. Now, we've been looking at Ford Mustangs, and we got one in the pits. That's Bernardo Souza, the first to blink in the GT3 class.
I was just about to say that we've reached 1 hour and 47 minutes or so, 1 minute 48 now. Why is that important? Well, you have to do a minimum as a bronze of 1 hour and 45 minutes, so a chance to switch drivers around. 2 by 2, there's a line of McLarens, followed by a couple of Corvettes, and now we really do mix the pot, because also getting involved the number 10 Aston Martin and I think the 61 AMG, all 6 cars arriving at Les Combes absolutely together. and they were perfectly formed at the start of the Kemmel Straight with the two orange, or as they like to call it, papaya cars on the front row behind, or in front of two bright yellow Corvettes, but they're now in an entirely different order, led by the yellow-roofed Corvette, or is that black roof car? Very difficult to tell. 81, I think, in front of the number 10 Aston Martin, of one of the McLarens, then the 10 Aston Martin, then the second McLaren. It's tough to keep up to date with precisely the order, but that is essentially for 8th position within LMGT3, so it's not even for a top 6 spot.
Look, it's bonkers, it's magnificent, it's sunshine, it's Spa, and down the order, there's side-by-side racing. At the tail end of the Hypercar cars, 2 by 2, they do, but then of course you get that moment of reckoning at the bottom of the hill going, that someone's got to turn into a route, someone's going to try and carry the momentum out of rally on. That's exactly what these world-class drivers do at the front of the field. They're now going to be slightly interrupted by the Mustang we saw pitted. That was the one that Bernardo Souza brought in. Ben Tuck has tucked in there. He'll be trying to keep, sorry, I didn't even call him Ben Tuck and say he tucked in. That was a slip of the tongue, but he's just keeping out of the way, as all good pros should do, as the hypercars come through up to Les Combes.
Some commentators will be proud of that wordplay, but you immediately disassociated yourself from it, which I'm a fan of.
It was weak.
True. That's
not that true.
It's not. It doesn't provide an excuse for others, mentioning no names. Anyway, Miguel Molina, 1.5 seconds clear of Fred Makovici in the 36 car, and Antonio Giovinazzi 0.6 of a second further back. Paul Di Resta running in 4th spot, but he's got Ferdinand Habsburg the company as well. Again, this is really close racing. Yes, generated by a safety car, but as much as we enjoyed that first 15 minutes after 2 o'clock and the official start to the race, and we can certainly get fully invested in this restart, which has now put Ahmed Al-Hati to the front of LMGT3. So remember, he was battling with a couple of cars after the restart. That's partly because of the pit stopping Stefano Gattuso and also Ryan Hardwick. So Ahmed Al-Hati left out front by 1.6 seconds now. But he too will have to pit, of course, over the next few minutes, you would have thought. Remember, the safety car rather locked out everybody, including the GTs. So if they wanted to take some energy, they couldn't for the first 3 laps of a safety car.
Safety car periods can just make such a difference. If you've been a driver who's nursed their tyres slightly more than your rivals, you think the advantage is going to come to you, but then suddenly you run at a debating pace, and that little bit of a margin of performance advantage you had built in towards the end of your stint is suddenly removed from you. Now we've got a few cars coming to pits. That is the number 15 BMW. Is that serving a drive-through penalty, perhaps? This is what had potential punishment. Bear in mind, for 2 reasons. Yes, the 15 BMW no longer running in 5th place, so Marcello's brought that through. I might have to scroll back through an awful lot of messages on screen to see if it did become not just a warning, but a drive-through penalty. But anyhow, certainly was under investigation and has reported to the pits. I don't sense that was for a pit stop, John.
Yeah. We'll find that out in just a tick. It will become obvious when we read the pit stop time as well. If it's a drive-through, then you're not allowed to stop with your team and do any service on the car. The other thought about Ahmed Al-Hati is because virtually everybody stopped, in a virtual safety car. So fuel load shouldn't be the issue. It's more about drive time now, as in you can take your bronze driver out, but it's going to mess up the strategy because none of these cars need fuel. None of them should need tyres. This is where selection of a bronze driver has been so crucial over the winter period. I mean, there are discussions to be had, of course, between key teams and those interested in an LMGT3 project for the year. But Ahmed Al-Hati is a great guy to have in your driving seat if you need to extend that driving distance anymore, let's say to 2 hours or to whenever that car next needs fuel. Because Ahmed Al-Hati is almost bridging the gap between a bronze and a silver. He's officially a bronze, but he's one of the best.
Yeah, it's these different margins when the race has a twist. And let's face it, in 6 hours of racing as competitive as this, there will be twists. Sometimes it's the weather card that comes to change it. But if you've got a driver, particularly if you say your least experienced or lowest ranked driver, can outperform those he's competing against, then that really just gives you such emotional comfort. But it's also just reacting to how the race unfolds, how you have to think on your feet, and how, to your eye, computer modelling might be a bit of a dark art, but certainly would be to count Arthur Strong, and somebody we're both a great fan of, but you know what I mean. But being completely on top of the various scenarios. You were talking about the turbo needing to be changed, a bit of a difficult job. How often when you're testing, doing long-distance testing, do you think, right, now we'll make people change these turbos when they're scalding? These things, what equipment you need, it's no good if you burn your fingers as a mechanic and have to go off to hospital. You need to have all the gear, you have to have everything. But there are so many permutations that have to be considered within this. But I very much like your point about having a bronze driver who can really perform if they have to go beyond their allotted minimum time.
Because in the case of the BMW, you're also going to give up that precious thing of track position. If you're leading, you don't want to be pitting just because you're bronze, your least experienced driver has or can get out of the car. They don't have to, as long as the silver's got enough time to do their 1 hour and 45 minutes as well. There isn't really a maximum time that the pro driver, the gold or the platinum, can be in the car, just as long as the bronze and the silver have done their minimum. Having mentioned all of that, the BMW pits, so they've kept him out for a little bit longer. Maybe that's a half stint, so you can work with half a stint of energy being burned, and then we're not at the point, I'm sure they were going to be back time yet to 8 o'clock tonight. If you're interested, by the way, when the sun goes down here at Spa this time of year, about 9:10, I reckon, and still McLaren and Corvette and Aston Martin are at door-handle to door-handle proximity, heading down the hill. It's for 6th and 7th and 8th places, according to the very clever LED boards that are, well, they're more than LED boards, they're almost like mini screens that are on the side of each of these race cars. And Tom Van Rompuy, James Cottingham ahead of him, Derek De Boer in behind. So 5th, 6th and 7th it has become because of the pit stopping coming on Hansen.
Yeah, Derek De Boer very nearly collected the tail end of Tom Van Rompuy's Corvette going out of La Source because he had a better line through the corner. Rompuy was slightly interrupted. Both had to possibly come off the throttle a little bit, which would be very much advantage to James Cottingham, who's sitting just in front of them. Right, Ben Tuck had a very short stint, but that's only because he had to come and serve a drive-through penalty. That's car 77 because Bernardo Souza had been pinged for track limit infringement. So the young British driver, a bit of a setback, but now he's got to do what he's got to do, just settle down and see if he can regain some of that time. Every driver likes a challenge, but sometimes a little bit frustrating. Up front, though, 2.4 seconds. The gap between the race leader, Miguel Molina, the number 50, works Ferrari, but he's got traffic. He'll have traffic in front of him soon. Fred Machiavicki, who's just had, I reckon, the best drive he's had for years. Many, many years. Since he arrived in GT racing and stepped up to prototypes and so on and so forth. 2.4 seconds down. He's just 0.4 of a second ahead of the second of those Ferraris, number 51 entry. But traffic will give him a shake-up, certainly catching the tail end of the GT3 pack. Machiavicki, second place, third place, Antonio Giovinazzi, fourth place, Paul Di Resta. He's just about another second back. So second, third and fourth are close. But as before, the number 50 Ferrari is escaping. It's working the traffic's best. So advantage to the Spaniard, Miguel Molina.
It will be a drive-through penalty apiece for BMW and Alpine because of virtual safety car procedure breaches, rule breaks. So the 50 BMW in the hands of Raffaele Marciello, all the way down in 16th place, and also the 35 Alpine, which is much better place in 5th for Ferdinand Habsburg. It's going to be a trip down the pit lane for each. Here comes the 35 right now, in fact, to serve that.
Yeah, so Marciello served his punishment. Now he's got to serve Kevin Magnussen's punishment for the virtual safety car issue. So keep your nose clean. Another one about to be in trouble. The list goes on and on. But Noit Duval, number 94, the Peugeot that went so well in the early stages, under investigation for pit stop infringement. Keep your nose clean. You shall rise to the top. But can anyone do anything about that number 50 Ferrari at the front of the race? Picking its way through the traffic, but suddenly it's got second and third very close to its tail with the McLaren between them. Up at Lincoln, the Alpine in second place gets shoved a little bit wide, and the Peugeot in fourth place. Paul Di Resta said, I thank you very much, you've been delayed, and he's picked off the number 51 Ferrari. So Giovinazzi down to fourth, and Paul Di Resta Never look at a gift horse. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. Correct way of actually saying that, and he didn't. So Scott up to third place.
Still not had a decision either way for the 46 BMW and its alleged speeding in the pit lane. There was another car as well under investigation for the same thing, which I've now entirely forgotten. That was another LMGT3 car, one at the sharp end. It was car 21, Francois Heriot. That was for full course yellow procedures, and the team manager was sent to race control to discuss that as well. Some of these are not necessarily black and white issues, as in, really easy to read. A pit lane speeding should be, but nevertheless, the team do have an opportunity to put forward their argument. Hence the reason why some of these team managers are being sent to race direction to at least put their case. And now, a pit stop potential issue for the 12 Cadillac of Norman Nato, who's just taken that car over in the last stop.
And to keep things exciting, I tell you what, if people ever say to you, we commentators aren't athletes, we're having a look at a screen that's changing so fast. The other Cadillac is now warning flag for Jenson Button.
No more track limits. No more track limits. You've just done a lot of them now. Next one is a penalty. It's all at Auge. No more track limits.
Okay, that's the message. Just talk about Jenson Button being a slightly naughty boy in the Cadillac. St. Joseph on the radio. No more track limits. Eau Rouge is where it's all happening. Actually, it's good from a driver's point of view. It all could be hung on one corner. It just, if it was hung around 4 different corners, they'd have to sort of slow their pace and alter their line at all of them. At least he knows it's one of the 20 corners on the lap. Just control yourself a little bit better there. And for the issue, Jenson Button is running at the moment in 12th place in car number 38. That's his Cadillac. Right under the rear wing of Nico Mully's Porsche, which is under the rear wing also of Pascal Wehrlein's sister car. But they're all 10th place downwards. Not where they want to be.
No, and there are many stories up and down the pit lane in that mould, if you like, because cars that have had good speed at certain points through the weekend are not necessarily being able to translate that into good race pace. Now the 46 BMW, having made its stop, is embroiled in a real old tussle. They must have done a driver change there. It's still shown as Ahmed El-Hati. He's done his drive time now, unless he didn't come in for a penalty, did he, rather than a driver change?
I think so.
That might be just a driver ID thing that's not being addressed. How long was that pit stop for? No, it was only a few seconds.
Oh, drive-through then, I guess.
That must have been a drive-through. We didn't get the message that he was pinged for speeding in the pit lane, but he must have been, and as I said, those are generally only go one way anyway if you're under investigation. So let's assume he's been assessed a penalty, and therefore 23 seconds in pit lane. That was a drive-through for Ahmed El-Hati, hence the reason why he's still driving the blue and yellow BMW. There's been no opportunity for him to get out. You can't do it, clearly, in a penalty stop. So onward he goes into hour 3, because we've had just over 2 hours of this race, and now he's precisely where he doesn't want to be, trying to force the issue behind Darren Leung's McLaren. So of all the places to tumble back into the race, it's right in amongst the McLaren and the Corvette and the AMG fight, which was a hot spot we'd already identified. And Martin Berry's V8 power just ahead of him. He's still getting used to driving in the World Endurance Championship. He said the qualifying was tough yesterday. You get less time within the session, and a big responsibility from a bronze driving perspective to try and get the car into the next phase, as in Hyperpole. ELMS sessions, you kind of can use as many tyres as you wish. So if you've burned a set of tyres too readily, just pit and get a new set. You can't do that in the WEC.
Yeah, it's such a difficult, it's a very interesting rule, the suggestion your least experienced driver goes to set the qualifying time, but it certainly puts the pressure on someone who's having his debut, not just this year, but I mean this weekend. Other teams, all his rivals will have 2 races under the belt already this year and be settled in. To be the new boy and be put up to a bit like being the new boy or new girl at school and being given the lead part in the play. No pressure. Please deliver.
I'm wondering about Ryan Hardwick's last pit stop, therefore. That was more like a regular service, as in it took over a minute. So remember that Hardwick's Porsche was also under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, but he hasn't yet done a drive-through. So does that suggest they're still looking at that, or maybe he's in the clear. Some good times coming through now, though, in LMGT3, those that have switched from their bronze to their silver driver, and the new fastest GT racer on the track, Francesco Castellacci in Ferrari 54. Down the inside, almost Ahmed Al-Hati went then on Darren Young at Pouhon. And that would have been a brave attempt at an overtake. He just jinked out of line, I think, to sow the seed of doubt more so into Darren's mind, but Darren just did not react at all. The one to benefit here could well be Martin Berry or a recovering Ryan Hardwick. So Hardwick, I don't think has done a drive-through, but he has done a pit stop not too long ago. It's still Ryan Hardwick at the wheel, though. So we're well over the necessary drive time, but they've got to wait for a good opportunity to pit the car.
One of the things that really strikes me at the moment is just how much dust we're seeing being kicked up when the drivers go offline. It's unusual to have full sunshine for almost an entire meeting, but clearly, Northern Europe's had a very warm spring so far, and you go a little bit onto the grass and it doesn't just kick up wet grass. Here we're actually getting dust, and there was a whole faceful from it a few laps ago. The Iron Danes Porsche was running ahead with Celia Martin, who's second in class at the moment in her white and pink Porsche. She was ahead of a bunch of hypercars and gave them a faceful as they came up behind her, to the extent I thought someone had rotated, but she just put two wheels, her right-hand wheels on the grass, and the grass was full of dust, and up it came. So it makes it spectacular, fantastic for everybody sitting here around the circuit and watching this great circuit. The key, of course, Johnny, if you're at Spa-Francorchamps, is never to sit still. Choose your corners and move between them, stopping obviously for some frite mayonnaise and possibly a beer on a day like this. Why not? Move around the circuit, watch at 5 or 6 different places. It's just such a great place to be. And I love that moment at Spa where you're standing up by Les Combes and you look back and you can see the circuit below you at various points jutting out between the trees. You can follow sort of the action from up high, but it's just a majestic sight.
Finally, Ahmed Al-Hati is able to time his overtake perfectly to get ahead of Darren Young. So that will put the blue BMW into 7th position now, ahead of the McLaren. Hopefully, as you do take a mini tour of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit from the various great spectating points of view, you're taking us, RS1, the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with you. Let's head back to Bruce Giuani.
I am with Seb Beau, driver of 59 McLaren. James Cottingham is doing the job right now, staying out of trouble and pushing really hard.
Yeah, very, very good job to James. I'm very happy. So the race now is long. We are 4 hours. And it's very important to stay focused during all the race. And James, we put very, very good job. Now we are P3. So, I'm very happy.
Can you have a reading of the degradation already?
Yeah, we have the big degradation. So, James, we have a good management of the rear tires. It's very important to stay on this configuration, to go at the end of the stint. And now, unfortunately, James, we have a very, very good pace and a good job.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Bye.
Sebastian Beau of McLaren, so another crew that are electing not to pit early to take their bronze driver out, instead putting full trust in James Cottingham's hands. The same can be said at McLaren for Darren Young as well, in 8th position. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre into another hour then to done, and as Sebastian Beau suggests, just less than 4 still to go. A rotation for Martin Berry though at the bus stop chicane, turns 18 and 19, and the Australian is able to rejoin without too much of a delay. Question is, did he receive contact? Did he attempt an overtake himself and as a result get some contact? But either one of those have broken the traction, the grip beneath him from those Goodyear tyres, and that's been a fairly long delay in the final sector for Mercedes number 61. Lost in 10 seconds at the end of the lap, Bruce.
Yeah, just looking at these things can just, as we say again and again, can just really interrupt your flow and undo all the good work. And also rotation can lead to your tyres being less than optimum when you've looped it around at low speed, maybe
so
not so bad.
The 93 is vulnerable into turn 5. Let's try to get close to overtake there.
Okay, that's the message from Ferrari AF Corsa to Antonio Giovinazzi. He's running in 4th place, having been demoted not so long ago by the Peugeot Paul di Resta. That was down to traffic rather than an outright hunting manoeuvre, but he'll be frustrated to be down in 4th place. And turn 5 that was being mentioned to him is the top of the Kemmel Straight. Long climb out of Ravillon up the Kemmel Straight, and it's the right hand when you turn into Les Combes. It's that trio of corners, and that is where the Ferrari crew reckon he may be able to get the toe and make the pounce. But he's got to watch out, because suddenly he's being challenged. And blow me down, passed by Robin Freitz, who's come up in the number 20 BMW and does to him what Giovinazzi was being recommended to do to the Peugeot Paul di Resta. It's this great manufacturers swapping and changing positions left, right and centre. This is fantastic.
Yeah, and it's all depending on what cycle you're on with the tyres, how much energy you've put in the car or had chance to put in the car. So we're not necessarily dealing with a level playing field. You can't compare one driver with the other and automatically say one is better. It just depends on what route of strategy you've elected to be on before the race, and then that massively changes when you get a virtual safety car followed by a safety car. Lots of rethinking having to take place. It's not about being quick on the pitch. Well, it has been in. I mentioned that at the time, by about 20 minutes ago, so that was after the contact. Maybe the aero forcing its way across the front of that car has almost repaired the damage, or it will do on the faster sections of the circuit. Slower speed, more tricky. The other thing I was going to investigate was the 21 Ferrari, and precisely when it stopped earlier. I'm going to assume it was after when the full course yellow was announced. So it was under investigation for full course yellow procedures. Then the team manager was summoned, and eventually a drive-through penalty was assessed. So yeah, it was relating to when they made that stop, and I'm guessing the full course yellow had already closed the pit lane when the Ferrari entered the pit lane.
Other little elements I just want to consider, Johnny. Before this, we were talking before the start of the race that there was neither the Works Porsches in the hypercar class nor the Works Toyotas got into the Super Pole, so they weren't in the top 10 in qualifying. And at the moment, we're sitting with the best of all of those cars, 7th place overall. Mike Conway's done a very good, diligent job, but he's worked his way little by little up the order. But bear in mind, he started the number 7 Toyota GR010 in 16th position. That is a good climb. But the sister car, Brennan Hartley, is down 2 places lower in 90th. The Porsche Penske's number 6 and number 5 respectively are in the hands of Pascal Wehrlein and Nico Müller, are 10th and 11th. So it's been decent gains from the Toyotas, but as yet for the Porsches it's still not looking super sharp. And bear in mind, of course, the safety car period, we have had the gap from first down to last in Hypercar and in GT3 closed up. The pace hasn't come into them as yet, but I say Toyota by diligent form have at least made the moves into the top 10.
Wonderful overtake from Celia Martin on Ian James in the 27 Hard Racing Team Aston Martin, and that, as things have worked themselves out with that
stop
information to Robin Freins behind the wheel of the number 20 BMW, that the Peugeot and its manoeuvrability may be compromised because the right side tyres are now a full race old, as in 2 hours and nearly 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Earl Bamber deep in conversation with his Cadillac engineer at Hertz Team Jota. But yes, the new race leader in LMGT3, as we're in the middle of another pit stop cycle, Celia Martin for the Iron Dames, having overtaken Ian James on the brakes into Les Combes corner, and is now starting to edge away in that Porsche. James Cottingham running 3rd, but all of these cars owe us their latest GT pit stops.
I've been very impressed with Celia Martin. She was feisty at the start, got a little bit of a penalty for a jump start or a start infringement, but every time you see her in traffic, really, really positive. Leading on merit, one would suggest at the moment. But again, mixing things around. Ian James comes into the pit, so he just got past, and it's pit stop time for the Hartford Racing Team Aston Martin, which will elevate Ahmed Al-Hati into 3rd in class, 2nd in class is James Cottingham, who really does deserve a pat on the back. He's driven at United Autosport McLaren very, very beautifully today.
Well, Ryan Hardwick's front bumper is still intact for the Porsche, and he's battling with the McLaren down the hill, car number 92, so that's Darren Young, and will give Ryan 4th position before their pit stops. In the same process, they were being lapped by some really rapid hypercars, including Antonio Giovinazzi, who is running in 5th. Robin Frijns in the same sort of area, just ahead of him, in 4th position in the Shell Helix-backed BMW.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that Robin Frijns, as he ran down past the old pits, had what we call the wheels slightly on the grass. Yes, on the left-hand side. He didn't want to be on that side of the circuit, but going around first four Porsche that actually clashed with Darren Lung's McLaren and drivers to the left and drivers to the right. But somehow we all got away with that, but that was a little bit hairy.
Well, that's now both BMWs taking to the turf. They obviously like it out there. It doesn't seem to affect their pace too much either. Remember earlier on, the 15 BMW was entirely on the Kemmel Straight grass over to the left-hand side, and a terrific bit of car control from Kevin Magnussen at the time just coaxed it back to the black stuff. And now, yet more GT cars for this Peugeot. BMW and Ferrari fight to try and get past. Brilliant driving from Ahmed El-Hati to provide the opening, and they all got through together at campus.
It's one thing when you're being chased by a couple of hypercars and you're in GT3, but when it's 3, it's really quite difficult on certain sections of the circuit to keep sufficiently out of the way. Even though you're told in GT3 you hold your line, there's still a natural instinct to avoid the bomb where possible, isn't it? But did a decent job there.
Well, yeah, everyone told in the driver's briefing from a hypercar perspective, you have to allow the GT cars to go through the corner. It's your job to find the way around them. But, yeah, some gentlemanly driving from one of the true gents in the sport, and also one of the quickest bronzes, as mentioned, Ahmed El-Hati. He's doing overtime at this stage, 30 extra minutes compared to possibly what was discussed at the start of the day. But an hour and 45 is deliberately awkward, as in it doesn't fit neatly into a couple of stints. Let's say it's a stint and a half probably, or maybe more than one stint, but slightly less than 2. Well, Ahmed's probably on to stint 3 now, and we'll still be enjoying every moment of it. Now the BMW try to overlap the rear wheels of the Porsche of Paul di Resta, so Robin Frijns thought about an overtake around the outside of Les Combes. Robin using absolutely every inch of the racetrack left to right.
I just can't get over what a great race this is. Yes, the 50 Ferrari seems to have things under control, but still only 1.1 seconds clear of Fred Bakiewiczi's chasing Alpine. But in behind, the battle from 3rd place, Paul di Resta in his Peugeot, Robin Frijns in 4th in his BMW, Antonio Giovinazzi in his Ferrari in 5th, and Loic Duval, the 2nd of the Peugeot, just about a second off their tail. It's great stuff. Yes, there was a safety car period that bunched them, but seeing them just racing themselves is one thing. Seeing them then work their way through traffic is quite another, and I have a feeling these positions are going to change again and again. Celia Martin is now the car that needs to stay where she is. The pink and white Porsche from Iron Days moves very kindly to one side of the circuit as they go to Fagna, but she does have to turn in, and that was right across the nose of Antonio Giovinazzi. He had the faster car, he was in a hypercar, she was GT3, but still you don't want to lose a tenth of a second, and the drivers are making sure they don't, but it's certainly enthralling stuff.
The Mobil 1 track temperature almost 36 degrees Celsius now at almost 20 past 4 in the afternoon. Air temp more like 19 degrees Celsius, and there's very little wind, just 6 miles per hour, so the fewer bits amount of cloud that are in the sky are slowly blowing their way above this Spa-Francorchamps circuit, but spectators that have turned up in huge numbers having to slap on the sunscreen this weekend, which is a rare treat at Spa-Francorchamps. Martin Berry, after an incident-packed stint, I think it's fair to say, has now pitted and handed over to his young Dutch and very talented teammate Lynn Herdanius.
Yeah, quick little change on the screen. Another change, unfortunately, for Loic Duval, who's in that 7th place Peugeot, hunting down 6th place Peugeot, hunting down Giovinazzi's Ferrari. Is that 5 seconds will be added to the next pit stop because of a pit stop infringement. Again, the penalties come and they go. Your job as a driver is to try your best to avoid them. But what's really heartening for Peugeot is the fact that not one, but both of their cars are looking really good in terms of pace, but also seem to be very, very good when it comes to overtaking. It might be the luck of a situation unfolding in front of them, and they just happen to guess right. But Paul di Resta, who's running 4th, and Loic Duval have both looked very, very good at picking up positions where possible.
And you can argue that maybe Antonio Giovinazzi would be quicker in clear air were he not to have a BMW and a Peugeot in front of him, but he's got to find a way past, and it feels like the 499P's just not quite got the necessary pace, or they don't want to put the performance on the tyres at this stage to really force the issue. But this is stymieing their progress in the middle portion of the race. Miguel Molina, who does have that clear air, still has a distraction because the Alpine is 1.2 seconds behind. That's not very much at all. And think back to Nick Nielsen and Fred Mako at the start of the race. It got down to about that, I think, within a second for a lap or so. But yeah, there's some unfancied teams that are having a very good Spa 6 hours at this stage and halting the progress of one or two others that we expected to do really well. I mean, there will have been one or two fans who thought this was going to be a walk away for the Ferraris, but it really hasn't proven to be so for the race. They might have dominated qualifying yesterday, but they're not first, second and third in the race to this point. I mean, one of those Ferraris is effectively out, as in the 83.
And the second of the Ferraris, number 51, very nearly lost its position up into last source, a real lunge, but then just pulling back. Loic Duval giving chase in that 94 Peugeot. Maybe Ferrari will see. He has got 5 seconds extra in his pit stop. Maybe don't take too many risks, but I think it's been an absolute joy so far. I just want to talk about the new kids on the block. Aston Martin with their Valkyrie. Aston Martin team thought three abreast up the Capital Straight. I'll interrupt myself to talk about other things because suddenly, and a fantastic run through Giovinazzi, was gained position. Maybe there's a slight delay for Robin Freitz. But his BMW lost a little bit of momentum and the Ferrari came past and got such a good tow, it really started to challenge for third place overall for Paul Di Resta. Good old stuff. No, what was I talking about? I was trying to remember where I was. Oh no, the pace of Aston Martin 14's car. Mm-hmm. Their fastest lap, 1.9 seconds down on the fastest lap of the race, which was set some while ago by the recovering Julian Andlauer in his Porsche. But it goes to show progress is being made. Of course, their overall deficit was reduced, like every other chaser, by the safety car period. But at the moment, they're running in the order 007 and 009. That's 14th and 15th places for Harry Tincknell ahead of Alex Rebras. You mentioned before the race, Johnny, that they'll be looking to just have the 2 drivers in this race rather than the 3. We debated that at Imola. Would they bring another driver to get them ready for Le Mans? But I think they decided the better job was to split it, just halve the job, give more seat time for each of the drivers to take with them down to the south. But at the moment, Tincknell is running just 1.8 seconds down on 30 Habsburg's number 35 Alpine, a car that shows pace, but I think that was one of several have a drive-through penalty, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, the Aston Martin Valkyrie given a bit of a weight break heading into this race compared to Imola, so 16 kilos lighter at 10.35. Also given more power for the delivery of max power below 250 kph. Remember, there's no hybrid on those Valkyries. So they're the only non-hybrid car in the race. So extra 15 kilowatts below 250. A slight power decrease north of 250 kph. But there's been generally a decision to just give them a bit more of a helping hand.
I think they should give them something to gain them a second of that because they make such a brilliant sound.
Too right. Yeah. And they're going to have so many fans, British or otherwise, at La Sarthe next month. Aston bring huge amounts of following, even from the GT class, and we've had some wonderful finishes as well, where Aston have grabbed the lead with a lap to spare. I think Johnny Adam up against
Corvettes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Remember the driver though? It was one of the Taylors. It was Jordan Taylor's Corvette and Johnny Adam, and they were taking chunks out of one another at the end of that race. And I could now hear the roar, even to this point, that was bleeding from the start-finish straight round to our TV compound area. One of the most cracking finishes. So, yeah, the Aston Martin following when they were in the GT subcategory has been tremendous. Now they're back in the top part of the race and able to take an outright victory. Maybe not this year, but in forthcoming seasons. I cannot wait to see the amount of support that Aston Martin will have. And as you say, arguably the best sounding car on the grid. And they're still in the race as well, 14th and 15th places.
And one thing that always makes me smile is when you have marques like Aston Martin coming to play, the quality of cars in the campsites goes up extraordinarily. You suddenly have V8s, Vantages, you've got DB5s, maybe DB6s certainly, alongside little pup tents or, not the largest tents in the world, so people put far more value in being there than doing it in style in terms of what they're sleeping in. You shouldn't sleep at all, it's Le Mans. Lie down with your eyes closed. That's the most closer representation, but it's, again, clubs with good owners, clubs, they say, right, how about it? We don't have a chance, come and meet your buddies. Go down, have a lovely road run down to the mall, stop at some great places for lunch, and make a run of it. So again, having all that history, of course, it's been a while since they took outright victory Le Mans. Only done it once, 1959, but that was after years of heartache and trying. They were about to sort of pull the plug on it, but then Carroll Shelby, Roy Salvadori got the job done. Different days though they were, different days.
Back to the matter in hand, and you can now understand why Ricardo Pera was so annoyed with that contact from his teammate Ryan Hardwick on Martin Berry's Mercedes. It's going to be 10 extra seconds that will need to be served for the next pit stop. There's a major door problem here for one of the McLarens, which they cannot get shut. It's the 59 car, which is finally, well, I was about to say firing back into life. It did take 2 attempts at that. Meanwhile, the Peugeot BMW Ferrari fight has switched again, because it's now Ferrari that leads this little trio of cars. So Antonio Giovinazzi is ahead of the Duval car. Yeah, it's just the timing screen hasn't quite kept up to date with that. But yeah, Giovinazzi's by Duval. Robin Frijns is still the spectator booth.
Incredibly, while you were saying that, nothing changed, but it's been changing all the time before that. Yes, we've got a bit of GT3 traffic to put them through, and Paul Di Resta wide on the exit of Peugeot, dipped 2 wheels into the gravel, had to come off the power, and then 2 corners later the Ferrari, having got ahead of him, does exactly the same, but this time putting his left wheels into the gravel, chopping and changing and chopping.
Terrific stuff, and so much more of the track that needs to be used at times. Now the Peugeots are absolutely together, and one wants to get ahead of the other, because the run for Paul Di Resta out of Curve Paul Frere was not quite as good as Loic Duval's. But now on the high side, here comes the BMW Robin Frijns late on the brakes into the bus stop chicane, and one's going to peel off to further make the situation complicated. That was Paul Di Resta, I reckon, diving into the pit lane, almost taking his teammate Loic Duval with him. So it is Di Resta, the Scotsman, into the pits. Duval up to 4th as a result. Robin Frijns running 5th. Antonio Giovinazzi will be very grateful to be clear of that little lot, and now running in 3rd position with the clear line of sight to Fred Makovici. So Celia Martin, a terrific stint for Ryan Dane. She's now out of the car and speaking to Bruce Giuani.
I am with Celia Martin, who just jumped out of the Iron Dames Porsche. How do you feel? An amazing drive. Even though you had a penalty, you managed to get up to the ranks.
Yes, there was a shame with the penalty, but yeah, I didn't pay attention to this, so really it's on me. But the rest of the stint, yes, I had a lot of fun. I've learned from Imola, a bit more patience and count on the advantage of the Porsche, which is the tire degradation. So I was trying to be more patient and also take advantage of the traffic with the hypercar. So I had a lot of fun. It was, I hope, nice fights with the other guys. So fair, and this is cool. This is nice.
Okay, a big boost for your confidence level.
Yeah, definitely. I was very frustrated after the qualifying, but I've learned also something from there that I knew it will benefit for the race, and clearly it paid off.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Celia Martin, to remind you about the penalty that she's held her hands up to, that was around the race start. So I'm guessing slightly out of position, or did she go too early before the red lights had gone out, or started to overtake before they reached the control line, which is a no-no as well, or the start line in that case. So I had to take a 5-second penalty at their first pit stop. The other slight doubt is that at 4 minutes past 4, their team manager was sent to race control immediately about something. Don't quite know what all that was about, and the 5-second penalty I think had already been served by that point, so it wasn't to argue the toss about that. Meanwhile, the number 12 Cadillac is heading into pit lane. We've reached another phase of pit stops, therefore, and just before they start in anger at 4:30, let's take our latest hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly
2.5 hours done of the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps as we broadcast every moment live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and a Ferrari is continuing to lead, but is getting very tight now as the Alpine of Fred Makovici is starting to turn the screw. 0.3 of a second the gap from Miguel Molina's Ferrari 499P and the petrol blue Alpine, car number 36 of the chasing Frenchman with the French team. Then it's Antonio Giovinazzi, a further 3.5 seconds back in car number 51 for third position. Loic Duval's Peugeot 9X8 in the 94 car running fourth, ahead of the BMW of Robin Freins, number 20, in his M-Hybrid V8. Then, stealthily in their bat black livery, the two Toyotas, who were kind of nowhere in standard qualifying yesterday. They didn't make it through to Hyperpole, but you never discount a team of that sort of experience. And Toyota Gazoo Racing are now 6th and 7th. So car number 7 is in 6th, confusingly. Car number 8 is in 7th place. Then in 8th, it's the number 6 Porsche of Pascal Wehrlein, Porsche 963 from Penske Motorsports. 9th position at the moment for a 007 numbered Aston Martin Valkyrie and Harry Tinknell. Part of that is because a lot of cars ahead of the Aston, though, have just made a stop, and also just coming in, Fred Makovici from that second place. So he didn't get a chance to lead the race prior to this pit stop phase. So I've mentioned 007, and completing the top 10 is the number 5 Porsche of Nico Müller. That car has also just made a pit stop. LMGT3, the picture is slightly clearer because we're away from the majority of pit stops for these cars. Heart of Racing Teams, Zachary Robichon's Aston Martin Vantage number 27 is leading the way by 0.6 of a second from Gianmarco Liberato's Ford Mustang number 88 of Proton Competition. Then it's the 21 Ferrari for Simon Mann from Vista AF Corsa. Ben Tuck's Ford Mustang number 77 is 4th. Eduardo Barrichello, the qualification star yesterday, putting the number 10 Aston Martin on the front row, where he's taken charge of that Racing Spirit of Le Mans Vantage and is in 5th, ahead of Rui Andrade's Corvette, the TF Sport car number 81. Iron Dame's Rahel Fry taking over from Celia Martin, who we were just hearing from in her garage. So a great double stint, if not triple stint, from Celia Martin, and handing over to her Swiss teammate Rahel Fry in 7th. 8th position is Johnny Edgar, now driving the TF Sport Corvette number 33 as the championship leaders. Francesco Castellacci's Ferrari number 54 is 9th. And in 10th place, Valentino Rossi in the BMW number 46 for WRT. That's the top 10 in each of the categories, and there are 3 hours and 27 minutes to go.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
A big gravelly run from Paul Di Resta a few laps ago as he tried to work his way by, or at least hold off, the Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi, who since then has made a pit call. Also, the two Porsches from Penske Motorsport were nose to tail, and the 5 car trying to dart up the inside of car number 6 on the Kemmel Straight, and the 6 car had to react and almost guided the 5 towards the grass, and if not worse. So having to get out of the throttle there was the number 5 Porsche. Nico Müller, Pascal Wehrlein. They have not taken too long to get into the spirit of the WEC, Bruce.
I think they've looked, they've watched, they've learned, and they attack. But, it's great to have new blood in the championship, and only one race to get the feel of it before you go out and compete at Le Mans 24 hours. But, top drivers should be able to adapt to absolutely everything. But might have been their only drive for the team had they actually clattered into each other going up the Kemmel Straight, but just enough space between them. And then just to separate them, perhaps, moving in through some GT3 runners. That might give a bit of breathing space for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Still Miguel Molina, but 10.7 seconds clear of Mike Conway. But again, it's just waiting for this cycle of pit stops to be carried out, and we'll see the true order. But one thing that's not hard to work out is that number 50 Ferrari has been at the front of the field very much from the outset, and as I speak, that dives into the pits and is followed in by Conway. Conway will slot back into position somewhat further down the order, but bear in mind that the Toyota started way outside the top 10, didn't get to Super Pole, to the shootout, so it's been slowly for them, but just make up ground, stay out of trouble. Here we go. What have we got left? 2 and just under 3.5 hours to this race. 2.5 hours, 2 hours 35 minutes done. But I guess if you don't have the pace, you just have to chip away and keep it clean. Still the overtaking manoeuvres are coming at us thick and fast. Again, particularly when you get drivers going straight back out into the race, Johnny, and they've just got to get going immediately. But having had all the pace in qualifying, looking strong in practice as well, the Ferraris don't have it all their own way today at all.
Well, Alpine have jumped Ferrari during the pit stops. So the 50 car, Miguel Molina, on an out lap now. And how close was this coming out of La Source? Hopefully Molina did not cross the blend line. He didn't. And the Alpine immediately over to the right-hand side to utilise the tow. But cold tyres for Molina. Did the Alpine of Fred McAveety, no Jules Gounon now, squeeze through without contact? I think it did. But again, that was similar to the overtake earlier on in the race when the Alpine was sneaking into second place at that time. So new drivers, but an incredible battle that is reignited with now Jules Gounon leading the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa.
Could you repeat that, Johnny?
Alpine lead, Bruce.
Well,
and we said this was a likelihood because of the rate of knots that the blue cars were catching the two red cars, but to be able to do it this early on, this is definitely not the plan from Ferrari. It's not. Okay, they're taking a fairly conservative approach to try and restrict the tyre wear, but this is a big concern.
Well, they're celebrating in the Alpine pit by having
already,
waffles with Nutella. It's not recommended as health food, but it's fun food, and they deserve a bit of celebration because we saw Fred McAveety showing fantastic pace, but Jules Gounon in GT racing around the world for the past half dozen years, he's been there, seen it, done it, won it, but he was desperate to start making a mark in the hypercar class, and he's done precisely that. He sort of got elevated last year a little bit from being the reserve driver, but he's made his mark well and truly there. That was a classic manoeuvre, but how they go on. And the Peugeots, they've just had such a big role in this race so far. To make things complicated, they're side by side, absolutely level with each other as they run up towards the source. So they're having fun too. They're running in 5th and 6th positions. Malte Jakobsen and Jean-Eric Verne, again, not long into their stint, but getting stuck in and getting their first taste of what it's like to pick their way past the GT3 cars and go down past them, just squeezing past the 46 Team WRT BMW at the bottom of the hill before they fire up the slope. So many great scraps to look at.
And they have switched around again, so Jakobsen led across the line, but Jean-Eric Verne was able to get a better run out of the bus stop chicane and just squeezed Jakobsen towards the wall as they reached La Source, and that wider line for the Frenchman gave him the place off the corner. But Fred McAveety will have some tales to tell. He's handed his car over to Jules Gounon.
Fred, 2 hours and a half of maximum attack and fantastic overtaking at La Source, at Eau Rouge.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough beginning of the race. We knew we were strong in a race pace because we made a good free practice and work on that. It's always challenging because you have a plan, but sometimes the circumstances change a bit. But definitely we were where we wanted. Ferrari are really strong too, but we are capable in a drop from the tire to challenge them. Let's see what we can give it to until the end.
Okay, take us through the overtaking at the bottom.
I mean, when he started really to block me or to come close to me, I said at one point it's you or me, but anyway, if he was continuing, he would have finished in the wall. That's why I don't know if he had this aspect, but from my side, I was quite sure I will stay there.
Okay, well, very well done and good luck for the end of the race.
Thank you, thanks a lot.
Well, an even better situation now for Alpine, and you can't say this is anything to do with a false situation presented to us by, neutralising the race. Okay, we had one run through a virtual safety car and then a safety car itself, but Alpine were already there. It wasn't as if they gathered the ground back as a result of that. I think the maximum gap between Ferrari and Alpine's been about 5 seconds, but now purely on pace, they have got ahead of the Italian brand. The question is, have they been using their tyres more readily than the prancing horses who occupy second and third positions?
2 other elements of for the world of Ferrari, of prancing horse, good and bad, you could say. I'll give you the bad first so I can build up to the good. Is team manager of car 51.
Copy, Camo, yes, overtake him. And override is available.
That's the message to Kamui Kobayashi, who's started to fly. He's up to 8th place in his Toyota. And in his sights, he's got the red and white rear end of the number 5 Porsche Penske entry. Number 6, I beg your pardon, sweeps around the outside. But just going back to the Ferrari point, They're number 51 in third place, under-investing. No, team manager to race control immediately, but on the plus side, the yellow Ferrari, number 83, is back out of the pits after its long stop, and we heard from Bruce Giovanni suggesting the team thought it was a turbo problem. And just to let you know how far down they are, they're 35 laps down on the lead. But yeah, Yafei on board at the moment, so it continues. But that was almost 2 hours of a 2-hour pit stop there.
Lap 67, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Bruce Giovanni in the pit lane, Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer keeping you abreast of so many different tales. And if this is a clue as to how Le Mans is going to pan out, then we're going to need a night's sleep. And you don't get that in a 24-hour race. As round the outside a moment or two ago in the 21 Ferrari on the Mustang. And what position was that? For second position. So Simon Mann getting ahead of Gianmarco Liverato. Ferrari into second, and now clear line of sight to Zachary Robichon's heart of racing team Aston Martin. Remember when Ian James and Celia Martin were doing battle, and that gave the Frenchwoman the class lead at the time. Well, Heart of Racing team have just been going about their business beneath the radar, really. They've not been one of the front runners an awful lot, and it might be that car still owes us a pit stop, but they're there or thereabouts should the checkered flag fall in the right direction at 8 o'clock tonight. Gianmarco Liverato is going to make his pit stop now, in fact, as someone's had a bit of a moment at La Source. There was a whole cloud of brake smoke there, or tyre smoke from a locked brake, but I can see that the gravel trap is clear, thankfully.
I actually thought, Johnny, having glanced that element, that it might have been something else coming out of the back of the car. I think it was just ahead of the braking zone. I sensed it was some fluid, but I may or may not be able to get clarification on that. But certainly, you know, when you're in the middle of a battle, you're just looking for little elements, and suddenly something presents itself, and it probably stands out a lot more when your antennae are completely attuned. But there was something hanging in the air as the field of cars, about 5 cars, went past the pits. I'll keep an eye out for it.
Having evaluated the situation for Zach Robichon a bit more, I'd say he's there with merit now, on merit, because 11 laps into a stint, Simon Mann in second place, 13 laps into his stint, Eduardo Barrichello, who's now up to third place in the number 10 Aston Martin, also about the same amount of time into his pit stop. So Barrichello benefiting from the pit stop that has just happened.
In Porsche 6, so not the regular driver, it's Wehrlein.
So information to Rio Hirakawa that Pascal Wehrlein is immediately in front of him, and not a driver that is used to the World Endurance Championship, but he's still absolutely rapid, regardless of what car he may be at the wheel of, a Formula E star. So Rio Hirakawa getting the hurry up there from his engineer to try and get 10th place in the not too distant future.
Okay, I think they've worked out what car has been dropping something out the back, and I think it's Wehrlein's Porsche, the number 6 Porsche. I need another few shots to see if I can identify what it was. And also we've had other cars just kicking up the dirt and dust in the drivers' faces. As I mentioned earlier, it's dry off the side of the track here, and not always a factor, but again, whenever you want to look at a car and study it for a few corners, of course things cut away, but there certainly seems to be something. I'm trying to see if it's under acceleration out of corners, which I sort of sensed it was, rather than breaking into corners. Up to the source they go, can't see anything, but still that Toyota Hirakawa tucked under the rear wing of the red and white Porsche. Down the hill they go, past the fabulous old pits, into that time-honoured Eau Rouge to Radillon sweep, and then on up the hill towards Kemmel Straight. What lies ahead? Now that the Toyota's got a far better run out of Radillon very early on the Kemmel Straight. It's under the rear wing, then alongside, he's on driver's left as they go up the hill. His nose is in front, move is done. Easy, tidy, but it was all about a better line through Radillon, but then breaks too deep into Lecon, but just holds off the Ferrari. The Porsche. Nearly wrecked everything he did.
Whilst you were feasting your eyes on that, I was watching Earl Bamber almost replicating the line he'd taken last year towards the concrete wall, because he was in turn was trying to get ahead of Rio Hirakawa's Toyota and took to the grass at exactly the point where that barrier was so close to him, but he sensibly got out of the throttle there and eased behind the Toyota. I thought he might have another stab at it at Les Combes, but yeah, that was all kicking off as well. That was more like the BMW line down Kemmel Straight. 2 wheels on the grass though rather than all 4, as was the case with Kevin Magnussen much earlier on today. Right, very short memories, these racing drivers, don't they?
Yes, there's something familiar about this street, can't think. I'll get back to it later. Right, just having a look at the front of the field. I mean, not only is he taking the lead the race, but Jules Gounon, last time around, eked another 0.3 of a second away from Miguel Molina's Ferrari. So it's looking nice and tight at this stage, but we all know that number 36, race-leading Alpine, could come out worse when they come up on traffic. You never know if you're going to be interrupted more by a GT3 class car than your rivals, but at the moment all Gounon can keep doing. The driver, son of Jean-Marc, decided very early in his career, 1 season of single-seaters his father allowed him, and then said, right, get yourselves into GTs. There may be a career there. I can't afford anything else. I can't afford to push you up the single-seater ladder, and it's worked big time. Mercedes works driver for a long time, and now very much a Peugeot, an Alpine star, but for him, his big target would be the big one, be the Le Mans 24 Hours. Middle of June coming up soon, but for him to go into that great event at the South, knowing he's hit the front, led a race here, looked comfortable against Ferraris, and you know what? Even dropped them a little bit. 2.7 seconds clear now. Gounon ahead of Miguel Molina. Impressive.
Toyota number 7 on the Kemmel Straight. That is Kamui Kobayashi leading Nico Muller in 8th. So 7th place for car 7. 8th place for the Porsche number 5, but also on that same bit of asphalt was Norman Nato's Cadillac, car number 12, 9th. 10th place Rio Hirakawa with El Bamba right with him. So Toyota and Cadillac in a good tussle as well. Pascal Wehrlein a bit further back in his number 6 Porsche, and he is under pressure from the other Alpine. So we've got one leading the race, the other one is much further down in 13th place, but Charmy Lacey, one of the quickest drivers in car 35, trying to force an error from Pascal Wehrlein, who's just trying to learn the ropes of the World Endurance Championship.
Right, in terms of variety, Johnny, it's extraordinary. It's a strange number to talk about the top 9 positions rather than the top 10, but there are 7 different manufacturers in the top 9 positions. Extraordinary. And the gap between the first of them, which is the Alpine of Jules Gounon, back to the 9th place Cadillac of Norman Nato, 25 seconds. Yes, we've had safety cars. This is super, super competitive racing. We don't have anybody particularly running off strategy relative to the others, so that's also making it easier to judge. Looking in terms of lap pace, I mean, the fastest lap of the race still set ages ago by Julian Andler in the number 5 Porsche. That is in 8th place overall, 2 minutes 4.1. The pace of the runners at the moment is sort of, actually last time around, Miguel Molina took a bit of a chunk out of the race lead at 2 minutes 5.4, but they're 2 minutes 6s, 2 minutes 7s. That's an indication also of the heat. We're getting track temperature. It started lower than it is now, 35, 36 degrees track temperature. Air temperature is staying constant, 18 to 19 degrees at the moment, but working hard, but it's just we have to run through who's running on what tyres as well. Of course, we heard earlier from the outset of the race that from Will Stevens, it's going to be a race of tyre degradation. His Cadillac notably started on mediums.
Yes,
Riley started on softs, so they decided to take a bit of pain early on to get greater tyre length. We talked about the safety car period. Did that gamble suddenly sort of go away from him a little bit, potentially? Because certainly it was harder for him to push on those mediums at the start of the race when his rivals were on softs. But he took the pain. Did he get the gain? Well, the answer is not as much as he wanted, because his car is in...
Obviously, you're going to be quicker than the 2 cars ahead who are on second stint tires, so just manage your tires and take the opportunity when it comes.
Advice to Rio Hirakawa on the team radio, talking specifically about tyres, which was the topic we were on. I'm not liking the message that concerns the 3rd place Ferrari that has appeared from race control. 51 Ferrari of Giovinazzi. Francesco Castellacci's Ferrari, 54, involved in the same incident. So Ferrari on Ferrari action at turn 14, which is campus. I don't remember seeing that at the time, but if it's a hypercar trying to hurriedly get ahead of a GT car, could Giovinazzi be at fault? And could that be a penalty?
Well, sitting in there in 3rd position, and he 2 seconds down on the 2nd place sister car Miguel Molina. This could be really expensive. And when you have these elements, it could certainly introduce some other players towards those valuable points at the end of this 6 hours here. So say that gets even a drive-through penalty, that would drop it down to the tail of the top 10, maybe out of the top 10 here, and that maybe would give us 8 manufacturers in the top 10 positions, which is quite extraordinary. Ifs and buts and maybes, though. Interestingly, the incident that led to effectively Yasser Shaheen's retirement in the 31 BMW, which was a fair old wallop from the 54 Ferrari of Thomas Floor, they've waved that away as a racing incident, it seems. No further action between the 31 and the 54, so 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, maybe, as the Cadillacs switched positions last time through the bus stop chicane. So that has put the 38 of Earl Bamber ahead of Norman Natto's car number 12 within Hertz Team Jota. Catching sight of the Iron Dames Porsche, no longer leading the class, but in a good spot because Rahel Fry's now catching Rui Andrade. Last time around she was 0.2 of a second quicker than the Angolan driver. So on course still at the moment for a podium are the Iron Dames. Just double-checking the pace of the respective pace of the Cadillacs. Norman Nato was 2 seconds a lap faster on that lap than Earl Bamber was 2 seconds faster than teammate Norman Nato. I think also Nato was delayed because clearly that looked like a move over, let him through sort of manoeuvre in the first part of the bus stop. So Bamber's got the pace at the moment. Let's see what the Kiwi can do. Can he advance from 9th overall? His next target, albeit second and a half up the track, is the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Nico Muller, flying Swissman, at the wheel of that one. And just check in, see if they're roughly on the same pit stop strategy, the two Cadillacs. So Nato, 9 laps ago, his stint began, 10 laps for Earl Bamber, so they will have pitted them on alternate laps to make it as neat and tidy as possible. Still, a load of bumping and boring over the curb at Radion as you crest the rise, and the 8th Toyota was all over the road in the hands of Ryo Hirakawa as it landed. It's like a rally yump, that, at times, if you catch the curb at the wrong angle. And all 4 tyres leaving the ground before the downforce, the aero efficiency of these cars takes over again. Excellent noise as 2 very differently powered cars work their way out of La Source. So you've got the little V6 in the middle of the Toyota, V8 power for the Cadillac. And heading up the hill again, a much better run for the Cadillac up ahead. Norman Nato, that was a cleaner line at Eau Rouge Radion, and he's able to extend the gap by another 3 or 4 car lengths. Yeah, the Cadillac always looks very, very good in a straight line. It may be sort of slightly circumstantial. They just have a better setup for carrying the pace through Radion and up the climb to Le Combe, but it does look very nimble. Also, when very good in a straight line, but also it's very sleek lines. You suggest it must be one of the most aerodynamic cars in the field. It looks like a rapier from so many angles. I mean, there's much more of a bluff nose on the Alpine, but let's face it, that's working in the hands of Jules Gounon. He's leading the race by 2.3 seconds, matching and some laps exceeding the pace of the chasing Ferrari. That's the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina, the car that led from pole position from in the hands of Nicholas Nielsen, but Antonio Giovinazzi still under investigation. Hold 3rd place, but should he suddenly get a penalty, that will promote Robin Freitz. BMW took that 2nd place at Imola, and maybe they can get a top 3 here as well, which will certainly build the points that you need to accumulate through the course of a championship year. But right now, still waiting to see if anything is seen to have been not quite what the officials wanted for the 51 Ferrari. And Antonio Giovinazzi, though, all he can do at the moment is keep on pressing on. Nobody immediately on his tail, though, Johnny. That helps, because he's got about 3-second buffer to Robin Freitz. He can at least stay cool and calm. Now to the outside line of the 5 Porsche goes Earl Bamber's number 38 Cadillac. So 38, having passed its sister number 12 car a couple of laps ago, now does seem to be in the stronger phase to take the fight to Porsche, but still very frustratingly for both Porsche and Cadillac fans, this is for 8th and 9th and 10th places. I was just taking a look a moment or 2 ago at the mixture of LMDH and LMH cars, because it's always a tightrope to be walking from a sporting or rather technical regulations point of view to try and make the differential between LMH and LMDH cars built to very different types of
regulation as equal as possible. Let's just concentrate on Earl Bamber's attack then on the number 5 Porsche. Can he get around the outside? Not quite, just ran out of road. And Earl Bamber did have a little bit in reserve to leap on the brakes, or if not, just get off the throttle to allow the number 5 Porsche of Nico Müller to stay ahead, but only just. I'll remind you that the Alpine is built to LMDH rules. It's an Orica chassis for the Alpine A424. So it's an LMDH that leads from 2 LMH cars, the Ferraris, DH in 4th, which is the BMW, a couple of LMH cars, the Peugeots, and then the next LMDH car is a Porsche. But it's a good spread of the different ways of building a hypercar in that top 10.
It's always great news if you're racing as hard as you can, and you know there are some cars that are a little bit behind you. You can sort of pick them up in your mirrors, but then you notice, and your team engineers will say, they're fighting. They're slowing themselves down. They're slowing each other down. It just puts something in your mind, Johnny, as a racer where you go, okay, focus is forward.
Yeah.
It always ought to be forward, but if someone's chasing you, but if you just know that they might even be faster than you, but if they're fighting, they're going to delay each other. They might make mistakes. They could get caught out in traffic. It's just something that lifts your mood, I would suggest.
And there's been an awful lot of duos fighting, and then in some cases 7 cars all trying to get to the next corner together. Earl Bamber, slightly different route this time. He went deliberately deeper into the first corner, tighter, and then that enabled him to straighten the car up much earlier, almost like the karting way of going racing. But once again, Nico Müller, is he going to be wise to that? Earl Bamber now on the outside line. There's a GT car potentially blocking him, but the move is made already. That was terrific. Earl Bamber turning much further right through turn 18 than he would normally do. So he was arriving at 19 further back, but he could get the hammer down earlier than the Porsche. And he'd assessed that, I could tell, for the last few laps, worked out where his strength was in the 38 Cadillac, and the overtake is done.
Yeah, I thought he was going to come completely unstuck, because he looked with the Iron Links, one of the 2 Iron Links GT3 Mercedes AMGs, that it was going to be in his path and not getting out of the way, because it's not supposed to get out of his way. But as they ran past the pits, he was on the left-hand side of the track, Porsche on the right-hand side, and then was a McLaren, another GT3 car, the Grove Mercedes, and I thought that was right across the nose of Earl Bamber, but the Kiwi got it done. But I'd love to know how soft, it must be full soft tyres on Earl Bamber, some fresh tyres, because he picked off his teammate easily. Norman Nato let him through, but the way he just caught and picked off the Porsche, that was neat, tidy, but very, very positive indeed. So Nico Müller, I guess, also just went, okay, fair enough, but I really thought the traffic was what was going to scupper Bamber's move. It did not.
Yeah, great acceleration off the slower speed corners from the Cadillac.
And another thing is, of course, what was it, about 5 or 6 laps ago, we heard from Ria Hirakawa that he was getting frustrated being behind the Cadillacs, and the Cadillacs then swapped positions, and Earl Bamber has just gone off into the
let us know if there's somewhere we can help you. We see 3-4 sometimes looks good, sometimes looks difficult. Let us know if we can help you there.
We'll talk of Ria Hirakawa. That was the message from Toyota Gazoo Racing, because Ria Hirakawa just outside the top 10, 11th place overall. The sister car with Kamui Kobayashi, fellow Japanese racer, is in 7th. So again, slowly catchy is the case. I don't know what that means, frankly.
I know what you're chasing for.
Yeah, you're just hunting. Just keep it together. The Toyotas really struggled in qualifying, and Mike Conway in particular has just paced it. He started down in 16th position. He's running 70s. Showing his worth.
No further action regarding the 2 Ferraris potentially hitting one another, so that puts Antonio Giovinazzi in the clear with his potential contact with the 54 Ferrari. However, the LMGT3 leader is now under the spotlight for a tyre pressure infringement, so that's just an under investigation, but Zach Robichon might be just around the corner from a penalty, and I don't know what kind of sort of weight of penalty that infringement brings. If it's 5 seconds to be added to the next pit stop, then it might be able to be taken in their stride. If it's a drive-through, or worse, stop and go, we're going to be looking at a different car to be leading that category, which would be another Aston Martin in the form of car number 10, Eduardo Barrichello, who's been driving really well since he took that Racing Spirit of Le Mans Vantage over. And the other incident that's now being looked at is big off for a McLaren. I'll finish the sentence though, car 8 and 38, so an 8 Toyota and the Bamber Cadillac is now under investigation for potential contact, but the McLaren has spun off in the third element of Les Combes, and this is Sean Gelael, the silver-rated driver. We go straight into a safety car, so without the virtual safety car bit, and therefore without the chance to turn this into a pit stop.
Well, pushed or shoved, and it was contact with one of the Iron Lynx Mercedes, and Sean Gelael, the Indonesian racer, wanted to be turning right or getting to the point to turn in, and was shoveled off the other side of the track into the barriers.
That was a big hit for the Indonesian driver. Who was he near to? Somehow that Mercedes, well, it got up alongside because it had straight-lined Les Combes and then absolutely nailed Sean Gelael's McLaren and into the wall at very high speed. Surely that has finished off the car, and can Sean readily get out of that car now? He sits on the left, doesn't he, of that? Yes, left-hand side. So it's not the damaged side of the race car, and hopefully he's moving around in the cockpit. Hopefully the marshals will be able to open the door and see how he is, but I'll be amazed if he can drive that car back to the garage for potential repair.
Well, he's got a choice. I'm trying to work out which of the Mercedes it was.
Yeah, me too.
It was either Lynn Hedenius or the sister car from our links was Matteo Caroli, of course, a hugely experienced racer.
Well, one looks slightly more dusty than the other, which is the 60 car. But no, that's actually not dust, that's just a different type of paint scheme, I think. Yellow flecks rather than silver. Is there evidence on the front left corner more so of one car? They both pitted together, so it's a good opportunity to see how they've done. But they've also, I mean, are we not under a safety car phase? Yes, we are. So they've entered a closed pit lane.
Yeah, both at the same time. Both of the Mercedes from Iron Lynx were coming at the same time. It'd be front right-hand corner damage, one would suggest, because it was the right side of the car that collected. Now they're being held at pit exit and let go. The red to green, the Goodyear blimp still high in the sky looking down, but safety car period. Cars running at a bated pace because one of the two United Autosports McLarens off at the exit of the third part, well, the entry of the third part, effectively, of Les Combes. Sean Gelael, good to see out of the car. Sad to see him being involved in that incident, but one of the two 720S McLarens run by United Autosports really quite heavily damaged there, one feels.
Door still works.
Does.
Now, you're quite right, it was the front right. For some reason I've visualised the incident the other way because I haven't taken into account how much the Mercedes was off the track. It has popped the window, the passenger window, because of that huge incident. I mean, the car was up at 45 degrees.
I think, because the Mercedes seemed to come from nowhere, that it just overshot the corner.
Yeah.
And Gelael had gone through part one and part two of Les Combes, and then arriving from driver's left, effectively, was the black Mercedes, and then into the flank of the McLaren and round it whipped and into the tyre wall. Gelael out of the car unfortunately out of the race. So that was the number 95 United Autosports McLaren.
Well, we'll get a message shortly that is being looked at for sure. The other way potentially to work it out. No, but the middle sectors have now, that will have been middle sector, won't it? Yes, just. The middle sectors of the in-lap for those Mercedes are no longer displayed. Although I can tell you that it took Lynn Hodenius a lot longer, as in 10 seconds longer, to get to the pits from the control line the previous lap around. And they came in together, didn't they? So I'm going to edge towards Lynn Hodenius in the 61 car purely because it took him 2 minutes and 43 rather than 2.5 minutes to get in the pit lane.
Good spot.
Otherwise, the sector time, as I say, they've already gone from that particular lap. So we're on the safety car, and in the background you'll be able to hear various highlights of the race so far. But the Alpine, having built its reasonable lead of 3 or 4 seconds, that's now switched around, of course. It was the Ferrari to lose out during the first safety car. This time Alpine get the button reset, or the reset button pressed in regard to their lead. It'll be down to nothing, and you won't be able to make a pit stop at this time. I would imagine one or two would love to be able to come into the pits for some energy. After 13 laps for Jules Gounon, 12 laps for Miguel Molina, 13 laps for Antonio Giovinazzi, but they're going to have to wait because we went straight into a safety car rather than a virtual safety car as we had earlier on.
Yeah, I had a glance as soon as the safety car was thrown, which happened very, very quickly after the 95 McLaren went off into the tyre wall. Jules Gounon's margin was 1.5 seconds. It was not quite as big as one might feel, but he had it larger before, and certainly got out to what we were saying, about 3 seconds, wasn't it? It was 1.5 seconds at that point. Again, that could have been traffic affected for the Andorran residents, but has looked comfortable in the lead of the race. And, when we looked at qualifying yesterday, 3 Ferrari 499Ps in the top 3 positions, not by an enormous margin in terms of time, but, track position often is something, Johnny, that's really, really valuable. But tucked in behind them were Peugeots, Cadillacs, Alpines, and the fact we've got an Alpine leading the race outright, goes to show that this is a very special time in the World Endurance Championship. But it's not just about drivers getting to the top. It's about we've seen some really brilliant racing, and many moments where you've just got, you almost close your eyes.
Yeah, because there are teams that have been strong for such a long time, and they may just be, their form might be on a little bit of a dip, a slight decline, and then others that have been trying like crazy for 2.5 seasons or so to get their car in the sweet spot. Looking at Peugeot, slightly less time for Alpine, a season and 3 races now for the Alpine A424. But to be leading at officially over half distance now, because we've ticked into the final 3 hours of the race. 6 minutes past 5. The Mobil 1 track temperature is 36 degrees Celsius. This is the second safety car of the race so far. We had an early full course yellow as well to deal with the off-track number 99 Porsche of Nico Pino. Thankfully he hadn't hit anything. It was just the car expired for no discernible reason. They will know a bit more about that now, I'm sure, at Proton competition. Yes, second safety car phase, and the first one was relatively short. I see no reason why this one can't be dealt with quite quickly, because the lingering thing might be the state of the tyre wall actually on the exit of Le Combe and how much repair work that requires, but the recovery of the McLaren should be reasonably swift. If the safety car period goes beyond 3 full laps, that is the point where the pit lane will be open for longer stops. But we've already seen one of the Lexus pits. Now that surely is it can only be the 78, because the 87 is now out of the race, isn't it? So 78 pitted whilst the pit lane was closed, as did both of the Mercedes AMGs from Iron Lynx. Yes, confirmation that Petru Umberescu's Lexus no longer running, and you can add to the retirements list now the number 95 McLaren. So absolute heart rate for Darren Young, who had 2, maybe 2.5 stints of really good racing, which he will have been chuffed with in terms of his performance. James Cottingham and Darren Young taking it to so many of their fellow GT3 runners, but for the 95 car, it's not going to go any further than this.
Tyre wall, you suggested, will be the delay. They're working on that now, and a whole fresh new stack is just being plucked from a store of stacked tyres up at the corner, and will be brought by a tractor with a lifter unit and installed. But first, remove the broken ones. But again, you look at the logistics that are required to run a circuit, and of course, huge experience here at Spa-Francorchamps. Been going for 100 years or so, since the 20s. And but again, different types of cars. Then corners get changed, gravel traps become larger, whatever, but still you have to be on top of the management of all these elements and have the right number of course vehicles, the lifting vehicles, the tractors. We've seen people out with brooms cleaning the gravel, but sometimes a tractor with a big brush can do a better job. But here we are in a safety car period, so it is a chance for various other elements to be improved upon. Let's put it that way, made safer for those still out there racing.
25 minutes of safety car we've had across the 2 separate interventions, but still only a total of 4 completed laps. This will be lap 5 when you add them together. Tractors back out on the circuit as well to tend to other bits of sweeping that have been needing to be done, but just got to wait for the right point. We had a full course yellow for a single lap earlier on, so that was less than 2 minutes actually of a full course yellow. Otherwise green for nearly 2.5 hours And in a race that has just ticked over the 3-hour mark, that's good going here at Spa.
Yeah, we wondered how much green flag running we'd have, and there's certainly been no problem at all with those flurries of rain at one end of the circuit. You've had so many times across the decades at Spa. Beautiful, beautiful conditions. In fact, one of the biggest problems for the drivers is on the run up to through Raidillon, Blanchimont, through Blanchimont up to the bus stop. Is now we've got deep shade over the track as the sun is lowering very slightly to the west, and certainly for drivers who blinked as they've gone through Campus and Curve Paul Frere, and suddenly they've got a face full of sunshine into the deep shade. But again, that's where drivers are special creatures.
And providing us with a wonderful showing of cutting-edge sports car racing. Fans still gulping this in amongst the swigs of beer and the mouthfuls of frites and mayo, and a number of the pretty new grandstands are well populated, including that one on driver's left on the run down towards Eau Rouge, which only came into being, a couple of years ago, maybe back in 2023. So the thing about Spa is that it's forever evolving.
Exactly so. And if you hadn't been for a decade and you walked around the outside of the circuit, which you can for the vast majority of the lap, which is fantastic, you might go, what's happened on the left at Eau Rouge? On the left, you've got a huge stadium section for the rallycross that was instigated, I don't know, half a dozen years ago. But effectively, the circuit is still running through the Ardennes forests, and you go to certain points on the circuit, and if the cars aren't running, you might think you're out for a little walk in the country. It is fabulous, fabulous place, and like any circuit that you might have watched for the years on television, if it has gradient, you go and walk it, and the gradient is way, way more than you can feel. Your cars have had a good workout walking up the Kemmel Straight, trust me, and it is up the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, the scrapping always delights on that part of the circuit, but the camera that peers down, and that is the right word, down the Kemmel Straight, does tend to flatten it out. So yes, until you've walked it on a quiet evening, or maybe taken a bicycle around the racing lap, and you realise where all of the inclines are. But from Les Combes, the highest point of the circuit, it's a very pleasant bicycle ride, because you just let gravity take over, head through Bruxelles, the old Rivage hairpin, and then you really do start to pick up some momentum into the Jackie X corner, or Speaker's corner as it used to be called, because it was the one corner through the trees that could be seen from the commentary box.
And one of the greatest things, and particularly at corners such a little lower down the slope like Pouhon, there are a lot of vantage points where you can sit high on a grass bank looking down on the cars, which gives you a far greater perspective. And also, if you've really done your homework right, you'll find a point where you can watch various points of the circuit from one viewing position. So, and of course you can keep up now on a handheld device with our commentary, with images, with whatever, but it's a fabulous place to go. And a huge number of Belgians and people around Europe, in their own right, the Ardennes are a place you want to go, just because it's such beautiful rolling hillside, rivers, valleys, woodland, the Stavelot Motor Racing Museum, and so on and so forth. But we're lucky this track is still with us, and it really is one of the high points of the year. But of course, all the teams in the World Endurance Championship they've got half an eye, if not more, on the next round of the championship, building towards the Le Mans 24 Hours, and it'll come up super fast, middle of June. It'll be upon us in a blink of an eye. But right now, under 3 hours this race remain. We're under safety car for the second time, and as Johnny mentioned, is that very brief full course yellow period after about an hour or so of this race. But every time we have the safety car restart, it closes the pack up, and the restarts have been really, really good so far. This next one restart should be coming fairly soon.
Pass around has been done as well, so that will reset the LMGT3 field to make sure that there's nobody trapped between the safety car in front of them and the class leader in behind, because there is a danger that you might lose 9/10 of a lap if you're in the middle order of GT3 and just can't wriggle free of the safety car. So a list of those cars that are legally allowed to overtake the safety car was issued, and those will have done that now. I'm just going to look at the 27 car to see whether that's come in to serve any sort of penalty. No, it came in, well, it was under investigation for that tyre pressure infringement, and Robichon has actually come into pit lane now. But how did that fit around the announcement of the safety car? Because you wouldn't be able to serve a penalty under the safety car, because obviously everyone's going around at a much reduced speed, so the penalty wouldn't have its desired effect. Let's just see when this safety car period began, because Zach entered the pits at 17:05 and 50 seconds, and the safety car came out at 1700, did it not? Pretty much on the hour.
Pretty much on the hour. The tyre wall replacement is continuing at pace, but you know what? They're doing an excellent job, because it looks like it's almost complete. They're just about to drill some screws in to hold the last units into position, bolt it to the what lies behind Alessandro Pierguidi, suited, booted and ready to play. So we are expecting a scrabble into the pits very soon indeed after this, and get your pens out, ladies and gentlemen, to mark down the changes as they come. But will there be a change in the race order between now and the end of the race? So here we are, Alpine leading the way, number 36 Alpine. His advantage was just about 1.5 seconds over the number 50 Ferrari, having made that move into the lead of the race. Gunnar starring in GT3. It's Manthey, first form winners last time out. It's Ricardo Pera at the wheel at the moment, but the third driver, the experienced hand in that crew, Richard Leitz, will do the closing stage of the race. We will see, but they've worked their way to the front. They did a slightly earlier first pit stop than everyone else. They've shown pace. There's been a collision for their car. They've got away with it. They continue on their way, but who knows how it's going to change between now and the end of the race. The only thing I can guarantee is it will change.
Well, Robichon had to come in for energy, so that they've given up, or had to come out of the class lead for that, as we head back to Bruce Joani.
Nick, you're making your way up the field, but is it easy to read the race at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, so far we've been very lucky with the first virtual safety car that brought us back in the game. We had a right front puncture, and if we had to box early, and yeah, somehow we managed to undercut a lot of cars then. I think everyone is about to box now. But what we currently see is pretty much the true picture, but yeah, it looks very, very tight and competitive out there.
Good luck for the safety car procedure now.
Thank you.
So here they all come. Now, normally we get a message on the screen.
Gets a black and white flag for driving standards towards car 38. Car 8 gets a warning flag for driving standards towards car 38. Car 27 gets a drive-through for tire pressure. Car 27 gets a drive-through for tire pressure.
Everyone is in the pits at the moment, and car 27, Johnny, had been debating whether the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin had served its penalty, its drive-through for tyre pressure. Not yet is the answer to that, but it's Ria Hirakawa, car number 8 Toyota, that is the one who's being pinged for incident with car 38, which was the Earl Bamber Cadillac, as they were fighting their way around the tail of the top 10. Again, the pot has been stirred. Do not pick up penalties, you may survive. So we've got a Peugeot leading the race because it hasn't come in. The number 93 Peugeot, Jean-Eric Verne leading Charles Milesi, and the other of the Alpines, that's car 35. And number 6 Porsche, Pascal Wehrlein, not come into the pits. They are first, second and third, but of course that will change.
I just want to make sure that we've had 3 or more laps. I think we have, even though we didn't get an official message on the screen. There's now a Ferrari fight heading down pit road, and you can't be too abreast in the middle of the safety car, in the middle of the pit lane. The BMW had to get off the accelerator there and be far less than 80 kph. So what Ferrari started to peel away, is it trying to get the race lead back again?
It looked that way. It looked as though the sister car was sort of effectively, he was trying to affect it rather clumsily, one would suggest, in the pit lane, because in came the Shell Helix liveried BMW, and it needed somewhere to go, and then a stop and go, and Nick de Vries, we just heard from him, I think his car pulled up in front of the wrong pits. It then had to get going, and the sister car, number 8 was coming in behind as well, so head in hands for the Dutch star, but oh my word, when will the incident stop, Johnny?
Well, the big problem for BMW was that with 2 abreast Ferraris in front of them in the fast lane of the pit lane, the BMW couldn't then peel away at the ideal point to go to its team. It hadn't made its stop yet. Ferrari Are they at the pit-in end of pit lane? I didn't pull up
yes, yes, they are.
They normally are.
They're earlier because it was they'd left. They sort of had quite a long run up to the bit of the pit lane where you double down really tightly right when you get onto the inside of La Source. So all a little bit messy in there. It was a bit of a clumsy fumble, one would suggest. But there may yet be messages about that on the screen.
Well, I don't think race control are going to be particularly happy about cars being two abreast in the fast lane, because you've got personnel, just the other side of that double white line, and normally it is single file and nothing else. Just pull up the pit allocation, although I need to be on the right race for that. Rather
I tell
than
you, while
Qatar.
you're looking at that, the vehicles that have been associated with fixing the tyre wall, where the number 95 McLaren was pitched in, have moved away from the scene. So that work is completed. Still the field being led around the safety car at the front of the queue. But that's good news. The crews up there, they have definitely earned themselves some frite mayonnaise, because that was very quick work, because there was quite a lot of damage. And again, they're large units, these sectors of tyres that get taken away and then dropped back in and fixed into position. It needs quite a lot of tractor work as well with lifting devices, but they've done a good job. They're clear, waiting of course for the safety car period to be brought to a conclusion, and only when the race director is satisfied, all is clear, all is good, will that happen. So those cars that didn't pit last time around are pitting now from the hypercar class.
Ferrari are positioned at pit out, so none of those three cars had actually stopped.
To go at full speed. The works at T7 have been concluded. Safety car instructed to go at full speed. Let's get those gaps narrowed, please.
So here's the order as they entered pit road. Miguel Molina was first, followed by Jules Gounon in the 36 Alpine, the 20 BMW of Robin Freins, and then Antonio Giovinazzi virtually together, I think. So what may well have happened is that Molina, he either had a problem and then had to sort of jink out of the fast lane, but I reckon Giovinazzi then overtook the 50 car in the fast lane before they then rejoined, and Giovinazzi rejoined ahead of the 50 car because also they did a driver change. So Giovinazzi stayed at the wheel of the 51, but Miguel Molina was getting out of the 50 and Antonio Fuoco was getting in. Now, was that a bit of stage management to make sure that they arrived in a better order? But I would have thought the 50 car was further ahead in the allocation than the 51 anyway. Let's just have a look. No, they are in the reverse order. So the ideal situation would have been to have the 51 ahead of the 50, and it almost feels like they shuffled the order. That would have been fine in itself, but it delayed the BMW in behind, and BMW are going to have the biggest complaint about that.
Well, they've scorched the carpet on the run up to race control. They're definitely... Well, where do you look next on this? What we can look at next is the fact we're going to have a restart very soon. The lights are out on the safety car, and tucked in behind is one of the Peugeots. I think that should be there. Is that going to be Jean-Eric Verne, the 93 car? Wait and see, but we'll have another explosive restart. And I do feel safety car in this lap, the message is there, as I said, the lights are out. So we've got a Peugeot leading around. It's Jean-Eric Verne, 93. Tucked in behind is one of the two GT3 Ford Mustangs, and then an Alpine. That's Jules Gounon, who was leading before the safety car, but it all depends on their runs through the pit, how many tyres they put on. Was there a driver change? In Gounon's case, no. In Jean-Eric Verne's case, also no. Third in the line of cars, or fourth in the line of cars, third of the prototypes, Kamui Kobayashi, the number 7 Toyota. Just remember that one started in 16th position. Just bear that in mind. Keep that as something to consider for the remainder of the race. What time have we got left on the clock? 2 hours and 37 minutes or so.
So 5 laps of a safety car. It might even be 6 by the end of this, but now the speed is going to be dictated by the current race leader, who is about to thread his way across the line. The problem for everybody else is they're caught in behind an LMGT3 car, which they're not allowed to overtake until they reach the control line. So now the Alpine will wriggle free of the Ford Mustang and head down in towards La Source. Also trying to dive up the inside is Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota and Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari number 51. Remember, there was no driver change for car 51, but Antonio Fuoco, the qualifying driver, has been put in the 50, and now the downhill run is mainly concentrated on warming those tyres because of the tyre temperature drop-off during the safety car. So the cars zigzagging their way towards Eau Rouge, and there's a big squeeze on between a Ferrari and a BMW. That's the Beamer of René Rast. It's picked off by Antonio Fuoco before they get to the braking area for Les Combes.
Well, those cars were close when they were in the pits for reasons we've just discussed. But what it did do for Jean-Eric Vergne, who was leading at the restart, it gave him a huge margin, suddenly presented him with about 3 seconds advantage. However, he's going to have to pit way ahead of his rivals. They've all refreshed their energy. He was down to, I think, 31% energy left in his virtual tank. So that is going to be running a very, very different run to the rest. But for now, who's led the race so far? Hold up your hands. Ferrari, yes. Alpine, yes. Peugeot, yes. Cool.
Very good. And a great spread, therefore, of performance, strength in depth. We have now had further confirmation about the pit stop for car number 51. In fact, they did do a driver change there, and they took Antonio Giovinazzi out. Alessandro Pierguidi is the ingoing driver, just that the ID was a little bit laggy. That could have been operator error, or it might have just been a bit of false data floating around. But new Ferrari drivers for both the 51 and the 50. A reminder that sadly the 83 car has been out of the race out of the competitive race for a while, although Ye Yifei is now at the wheel of number 83 after that turbo change. Ferrari up against Toyota, big puff of tyre smoke, and it's going to go straight on at the bus stop chicane and then rejoins almost to the side of a BMW. And how much of a hiccup was that for the Peugeot as well of Malte Jakobsen, who couldn't get onto the loud pedal anywhere near as early as he wanted to be. Two Ferraris side by side, they're being hassled and harangued by the BMW of René Rast.
Well, it's all happening out there. Kamui Kobayashi trying to gain one position and managed in turn to lose 3, so that he's at the back of the pack. The pack that I'm talking about is 2 Ferraris, Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Fuoco, René Rast looking very, very feisty in his BMW, and gaining position as the Toyota rejoined. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, the Ferrari's changing position again. So Fuoco allowed through by Alessandro Pierguidi up into Les Combes. We're sensing they're chopping and changing, trying to work out which of their cars they want in front. But they have to remember they've got certainly a real fight against that 36 Alpine, because the car leading the race, the 93 Peugeot, owes us a pit stop. That'll be coming in, not immediately, but sometime fairly soon. Jules Gounon now 2.5 seconds clear of this fighting pack. But the good news for Ferrari fans is what was a quintet is still a quintet, but with their Ferraris, their 499Ps, with a little bit of breathing space ahead of René Rast's BMW. So now they can settle down, now they can give chase. This is the point, Johnny, where we can look at their respective pace. What can they manage on their tyres as they are at this point in the race?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to witness that over the next stint. But fascinating that did seem to be a pre-arranged agreement, as in Antonio Fuoco helped into 3rd position, and they are not the championship leaders, car 50. Remember, it's the 51 car that has the 50 points, confusingly enough for me. And a lead, therefore, of 11 points, actually over the trio from the 83 Ferrari, which has been in the difficulties today. To the high side at Blanchimont to pick off a Toyota went the 51 Ferrari, and well off the racetrack as it did so. So the 51 Ferrari in the hands of Alessandro Pierguidi, that might have been why they then switched positions, and that's why the Toyota was so hot into the bus stop chicane at the end, because it was neck and neck with the Ferrari. And as the Ferrari rejoined, maybe the Toyota on the dirty side of the racetrack just could not get stopped in time. It was a peculiar rejoin. It could have gone a bit further around the corner before then feathering its way back onto the racetrack.
Yeah, the Toyota driver just turned a little, Kamui Kobayashi just went a little more sharply to the right than you'd expect. He's now back onto tail of the Peugeot at the back of that pack. But, that was really unfortunate moment. And actually, having looked at it for a second time, one understands that really, Kobayashi, I think, did everything quite fair. But trying to overtake off the track at Blanchimont by
Alessandro
so now we
Pierguidi.
focus on the front tire saving. Target will be with car 50 to catch the Alpine in front of us.
Okay, we talk of Pierguidi, they talk to Pierguidi, that's Ferrari F Corso talking to the Italian star, but I have a certain degree of sympathy for the Toyota driver there, because when someone is next part of all 4 wheels off the circuit at one of the fastest corners on the track, and then is rejoining, because you sort of expect they might lift a little bit, but he didn't. And I'd suggest you're right, Johnny. I think it put the Toyota deeper into the bus stop than he'd have wanted on the slightly dirtier side of the track, the right side of the track. But it was he certainly couldn't get the braking done, and that cost him quite a few positions as he rejoined, and maybe 3, maybe 4 positions he lost.
Change for second place in LMGT3, a really good run out of La Source corner for Gianmarco Liberato in his Ford Mustang. That makes it a Proton competition. Ford Mustang 1-2. Ben Tuck ahead of Gianmarco Liberato, with Simon Mann back down to third position in his Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. It's 5:30 at Spa-Francorchamps, 2.5 hours still to go. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Time for an hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
It's been an excellent day's racing so far. We started at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're keeping this thing going until 8 o'clock tonight. And on lap 86, it is the Peugeot TotalEnergies 9X8 of Jean-Éric Vergne who leads in the number 93 car by 2.3 seconds over Jules Gounon's Alpine, the A424 car number 36. So 2 French squads ahead of the French Classic next month, who are on course for a very good result as things stand. We have had a couple of safety cars amounting to about half an hour's worth of the action today, but otherwise, apart from one lap of full-course yellow, it has been green flag all the way. Antonio Fuoco in the third-placed Ferrari, number 50. His 499P is only a second and a half away from the back of Jules Gounon's car. Alessandro Pierguidi, 0.7 of a second adrift of the sister car. So Ferrari's very much nose to tail, 50 ahead of 51 for third and fourth. Then it's the verse of the BMW M Hybrid V8s, with René Rast driving number 20 in fifth. Malte Jakobsen in the second of the Peugeots is sixth in car number 94. Then Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota number 7 from Gazoo Racing, the GR010 Hybrid. 2 Cadillacs from Hertz Team Jota are next up. Earl Bamber in his V Series R ahead of Alex Lynn. So 38 and 12 are 8th and 9th. And it's Michael Christensen in his Porsche 963 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, car number 5, in 10th. The Aston Martins still in the race and running 12th and 13th, 009 ahead of 007. Proton competition make it a 1-2 currently for their Ford Mustangs. For Ben Tuck in number 77, 3 seconds in front of Gianmarco Liberato's number 88. Then it is Simon Mann's number 21, Vista AF Corsa Ferrari 296. And that's actually 2 Ferraris together as well, third and fourth, because Francesco Castellacci comes next. By the way, the quickest GT car to this point has been the 88 Ford Mustang in second. Valentino Rossi runs fifth, car number 46 for the BMW Team WRT crew. Ricardo Perez Manthey, first form Porsche, is in 6th place, number 92. Finn Gersitz in the sole surviving Lexus, now only 7th. Remember the amount of time in that opening hour or so that it led the category, but they'll be lucky at the moment to sneak a podium. Johnny Edgar in the number 33 TF Sport Corvette is running in 8th place. Then it's Lynn Herdanius in number 61 for the Mercedes. We think that was the other car involved in the Sean Gelael incident. A big crash for the Mercedes at Les Combes, but given a big T-bone contact as the Mercedes was trying to rejoin, having overcooked Les Combes corner. And then in 10th position, the TF Sport Corvette, the second of those cars, number 81, with Rui Andrade at the wheel. 2 hours and 27 minutes remain on RS1.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Green flag. We are racing again. Couple more reports to come in. Under investigation, car 78. Johnny just mentioned Finn Gersitz, who'd been going so well for the Acodis ASP Lexus crew, exiting pit lane with a red light at pit exit, and a moment
probably
before
difficult, but if you can, try to clear the 78.
That was a message to Johnny Edgar, TF Sport Corvette. I was actually about to mention a potential problem for the sister car, the number 81, Rui Andrade, under investigation for the same problem. Mistake has been exiting the pit lane with the red light on. So you just got to keep your nose super, super clean. I mean, for quite a few of these crews, we're seeing some really good runs. Super impressed with the Proton competition. Ford Mustangs qualified 3rd and 4th in GT3, and Ben Tarka and Gianmarco Liberato 1st and 2nd in class now. Ominously for them, the Mr. A, of course, the Ferraris are not so far behind. Of course, the safety car period enabled them to close in. They're 3rd and 4th in the GT3 class. Simon Mann and Francesco Castellacci, the drivers.
I'm at United Motorsport with Edgar Sossi. You are still in contention, and your teammate has done a great job driving up the field, James Cottingham, but you had a problem with the door as well. So take us through what happened with that door, and then still in contention now. That's quite good.
Yeah, James did a really, really good job in the first 2 stints. So yeah, big congrats to James. And then yeah, we just had an issue with the door. Couldn't close the door in the pit stop. So we lost like more than 1 minute during the pit stop. Now with the safety car, we just a little bit back in the game, we will say, and there is still more than 2 hours to go, so the race is still long, and we can still to fight for a good result.
Okay, excellent. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the voice of Gregoire Sossi talking to Bruce Joanny in the pits. Gregoire, of course, driving one of those 2 United Autosports McLarens, the remaining one, the sister car, Sean Galel, punted out of the race a while ago, that brought out that safety car period. In fact, it was thrown immediately. Right, what's happening at the front of the race? Peugeot, Jean-Eric Verne still leading the way, but really one of those false leads, because he owes us a pit stop sometime soon, whereas everybody else is fully topped up and on the charge. So Jules Gounon, 2nd, will become the race leader when that Peugeot pits, and waiting to see, yes, already he's starting to take chunks of time out of the race leader. And just remember on that restart, Jean-Eric Verne was ahead of one of the Ford Mustangs in GT3, and nobody else could overtake before they got to the start-finish line, and that held everybody else in the hypercar class, or the chasing pack, back by about 3 seconds, which certainly gave an advantage to Jean-Eric Verne, but he's being closed down by the Alpine. That's car 36, hunting down 93, but the Alpine showing phenomenal pace this weekend, really, really encouraging for the French crew ahead of their home race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, in the middle of June. And also, Ferrari looked just dominant here, but they're running in 3rd and 4th positions. They swapped around Antonio Fuoco being encouraged ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. But, of course, after the safety car, they got challenges, and they got the BMW of René Rast right in behind. Bit of argy-bargy just going on between the GT3 runners, and side by side with one of the remaining McLaren. That's Sebastian Boe in that. Through the first part, second part, and third part, I'd suggest, of Les Combes, and I suggest there was a little bit of bodily contact there, which looked a little inelegant, I think we might describe it as, but Eduardo Barrichello protecting his position, and that may yet be another one that leads to a penalty. Talking of penalties, the car 59 and 61, we're talking of Sebastian Boe, and 61, the Lynn Hedenius driven Mercedes, that's under investigation for an incident. Turn 6, that's Les Combes, the one I was just describing. A 30-second stop and go for car number 60, which is the other Iron Lynx Mercedes. Brenton Grove at the wheel. That was the one, presumably, that had contact. Yes, it is. It's up at turn 7 with Sean Galale, and that ended up with Galeale's United Autosports McLaren in the tyre wall and out of the race. So penalties now starting to come through quite thick and fast, but importantly, car number 50, the predominant Ferrari, the car that started from pole position, in the hands of Miguel Molina, under investigation for pit lane behaviour. This is what we were talking about. The 50 and the 51, the sister cars from the Ferrari A, of course, the work team, were side by side in the fast lane. Not something you should be seeing, but more to the point, they're also holding up the incoming BMW, car number 20. And Miguel Molina sitting in second. This is the car that started on pole. Any punishment could actually put it outside the top 10. This is a car that was running away with the race, edging clear the whole time in the hands of Nicholas Nielsen. So things can really change very quickly indeed. But certainly that was right under the nose of the race stewards. It was picked up by the TV cameras, and it was confusing at the time, but certainly seeing things happening in the pit lane you didn't ordinarily expect. And anyhow, it's only under investigation. I flagged them up as they get dropped onto our timing screen. GT3 though, Proton competition. Ford Mustang LM GT3s, first and second, 3.5 seconds between them, with Gianmarco Leverato leading Ben Tark. Then there's a gap of an equivalent margin, 3.5 seconds back to the better place of the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris. Ford against Ferrari, sound familiar? Yes, it does. But in GT3 terms, this is new ground. Ferrari have been at the front end for a long time. Ford finding their form and getting very much into the mix, leading this race. This could be a huge result for the Blue Oval going into Le Mans. Jules Gounon, effective race leader, running second overall, has just worked the traffic beautifully. He suddenly had Antonio Fuoco getting very, very close to him, worked the GT3 traffic as they came up to lap it for the first time after the safety car, and instead of being 0.3 of a second clear in second place overall, I reckon at the finish line he'll have gained about a second there, and for everybody else behind, the traffic is just... You just got to guess. You've got to guess where the GT3 cars are going. They're the ones supposed to keep your line, but when you've got the quick cars coming through, René Rast his flow was obstructed at least twice. No one doing anything untoward. Just you guess which way. Are they going to use the full width of the track? Maybe, maybe not. And then you can get caught out. So advantage on that not to René Rast, but very much to Jules Gounon. You got the pack coming in. Those two chasing Ferraris of Antonio Fuoco, Alessandro Pierguidi. He saw the traffic coming up ahead, he worked his way through, but certainly that sort of changed the complexion of his early laps after the safety car. Still in the mix though, Peugeot, 6th place overall, Malte Jakobsen hunting down René Rast. He wasn't so obstructed by the traffic on that lap, but this lap he may well be. But now actually the field's starting to open up for the Hypercar drivers, but I wanted to see what the margin was. Jules Gounon, as I said, worked just on the exit of Pouhon, the run to Fagnes, worked the traffic really well. He gained a second by the end of the lap, 1.4 seconds clear of Antonio Fuoco. And now maybe things will work down, and you can see that moment. You understand the moment on a restart when a driver feels they can use the traffic to find an advantage, to eke out some tenths of a second here or there, or in a whole second. In the case of Jules Gounon, it's gold dust, so you have to, put your heart in your mouth and make those moves if you see there's a potential point you can get.
Good job, Ale. Good job, Ale. We keep safe, we keep margin everywhere, we keep the championship vision till the end.
Okay, that's the message to Alessandro Pierguidi. He's running in third place overall because Jean-Eric Vergne has just dived into the pits. He was first, he's now down listed as 16th position, but he was on a totally different level of virtual power still retained, virtual energy. Drivers on the grass, one of the Toyota drivers, number 7, pushing. That's Kamui Kobayashi going up to Les Combes, but he had a choice of collision or grass, so he went to the grass on the inside. And it is a busy racing environment. These safety car periods, they bunch the field all up, but even without the safety car fields, it's been a race in which has been remarkable how close the drivers have been running across this slew of different manufacturers. Right, Jean-Eric Vergne pitted from the lead for Peugeot, but it was an unrealistic lead. He was out of kilter with the others. Now, the true battle is Jules Gounon, 1.2 seconds clear in that number 36 Alpine. Everybody else giving chase and fighting through the GT3 traffic. But now it's Ferrari second and third. Antonio Fuoco in number 50. Alessandro Pierguidi in 51. But Johnny, the message just came down to Alessandro Pierguidi was keep it cool, keep it clean, keep it calm. Easier said than done, eh? You're on the pit wall, I'm not. But Pierguidi, very cool, calm operator. And what they said to him was, think about your championship position. And of course, Pierguidi has a championship advantage because he and his teammates Collado and Antonio Giovinazzi started with the third in Qatar and took a victory last time out, a famous one for them at Imola. So don't blow it, effectively, was the message.
Interesting, they're already drawing on championship positions for cars, though, after 2 races of 8, but I suppose a good start needs to be prolonged for as much as possible through the course of the season. Maybe that's just a perfect way of putting things into context. it's easy to be drawn into the 6 hours of Spa and nothing else. Here's Toyota's team radio.
Well, you're doing well. We keep it cool. Yeah.
So we keep it cool, the message to Kamui Kobayashi in car number 7. You're doing well, though, to the Japanese pilot. He was less than pleased yesterday, and Bruce Giuliani was asking him some pertinent questions, I think, questions that potentially needed to be answered, but such a straight line from Kamui Kobayashi, the straight bat, single word answers, yes or no, and then just a smile. Clearly, Toyota aren't particularly happy with the card that they've been dealt this weekend in terms of, how the race has been arranged and the various different parameters that can be adjusted by the technical group. And Toyota running 4 extra kilos heavier compared to Imola, but they've been given less power below 250 kilometers per hour, so 20 clicks less, but a bit more power when the hybrid kicks in. But across the piece, they won't have as good a package as they might have had at Imola. Speaking of Toyota, car going too deep again into the bus stop chicane. That's the 7 car of Kobayashi again.
Yeah, I mean, his answers yesterday were textbook damage limitation. If I say anything, I will say something I don't feel I do feel I'd like to say, but I shouldn't be saying. So, yeah, it was an absolute, in cricketing terms, a straight bat.
Okay, we have now higher tire energy, so look after the left-hand side. Next up, we change the right-hand side. 13 laps to go.
We were talking earlier, Johnny, about how many elements a driver in an endurance race has to consider. And this whole element about having, different age of tyres from one side of the car to another. For a lot of drivers in their junior careers, they think, how can you manage that? But the thing that makes it so difficult is the fact that it's so competitive now in the WEC. It's not as though, you get 2 of one mate, 2 of another, 2 of another in sort of descending order of potential performance, but it's the teams are forced by the sheer balanced performance element to try and find an advantage by doing things differently. And if it's your set of stints where you're told, right, we'll give you some new tyres, but then you're not getting any more. Oh, we might put them on the left-hand side, maybe not, maybe on the right. So many elements to be considered, but you really feel that drivers who having to hang out there and try and get a treble stint on tyres or whatever heroics they have to do, it is a phenomenal achievement. But it's just the concentration factor as well, to remember not to keep pushing, just to hold back to 95% or whatever it is you've been asked to do by your crew. Really tricky when, as a racer, your nature from the beginning is just attack.
Yeah. You mentioned about the 93 Peugeot of Jean-Eric Vergne not being on the same strategy, which I accept, but what I can't understand is why on earth did they not pit the car when the pit lane opened during that safety car phase, because the sister car came in.
Yeah.
And they led, so lots of camera time on the number 93 car, but that's not why Peugeot are here. They want to win the race outright. And maybe they could they not get the radio message to Jean-Eric Vergne to say, come in now. But for whatever reason, his last pit stop when he took the car over was at 4:30, and the next time he pitted was at 20:06. And there was Eduardo Barrichello. Well, that's going to be looked at clearly because the car has been delayed as a result, but I mean, there didn't seem to be anybody particularly at fault there, unless Eduardo could be guilty of not giving the McLaren enough space on his left-hand side.
Well, it was very, very busy between those 2 cars, the number 10 Aston Martin with Eduardo Barrichello and Sebastian Boe.
Fair play to Sebastian Boe. He just reversed out of the gravel. I
couldn't do that in 100%. 100 attempts, but he's actually reversed to the end, well, effectively the apex of the corner on the outside. He's got it going, and I said the car was nose into the tyre wall, but of course you can't see the nose and see if there's any damage. But I tell you what, now he's on the track, he's weaving around to get the gravel out. Maybe it was a lower speed impact where he went right the way through the gravel trap. Because it was straight on, he had the longest run from track to corner. But just going back to the point, he and the Aston Martin from Racing Spirit of Le Mans have been fighting very, very hard, and now Eduardo Barrichello, it was listed as stopped, he's continued. Sort of 5 or 6 laps later, it did come to blows down into Campus, but good to see the McLaren still going, because United Autosports deserve better than both cars out in the race after contact.
They do. Certainly they do. So they were overlapping one another at Le Fagnes. Was this a bit of before the incident? Maybe a bit of corner cutting from Sebastian Boe, but he still had 2 wheels the right side of the white line. Then, still undecided, down into Campus, and Eduardo Barrichello just opened the steering a little bit to prevent the McLaren from turning in. But maybe he did squeeze him a bit too much. They're going to look at that again, the stewards, I'm sure. Both leaning on the Aston coming out of Le Fagna, and then there's a bit back in return maybe on the run into Campus, but it was very, very minimal contact. It's more about how the McLaren just jumped out of its slot on the outside line, and then when you're in the marbles, you just cannot make those tyres work at all. Sebastian Bo's going to come into the pit lane after an amazing bit of throttle control, really, because, you know, when you stick it in reverse, first of all, putting a race car in reverse, they tend not to like that, and then just gentle throttle application to make sure the wheels don't start to spin, and he's inched it out of the gravel, almost to the extent where the virtual safety car could be cancelled by that point, but I don't think Eduardo has that choice. I think once you've announced it, you've got to see it through.
So Alessandro Pierguidi has entered the pits and exited the pits, the number 51 Ferrari. Very dusty McLaren is back in the pit lane, and of course that's Sebastian Bo's car. We heard from Grégoire Saucy. Maybe he will get a turn in the car later on. Can't see any notable damage. It's just the dust from the gravel trap that we can see. So again, it did. I think it was. I think you read it right, Johnny. I think it was a case that you're naturally on the right-hand side of the track going into Campus at that point, but he was deep into the corner because he'd been side by side coming out of the previous left-hander, and I think he just found the gravel. Now, the Aston Martin that clashed, had the light touch the left rear puncture. I said it came up on the screen as moving slowly, but it obviously passed the pit lane at pit entry at that point. It's had to do another lap in its entirety for Eduardo Barrichello. Left rear tyre carcass coming away. Everybody else into the pits.
And the awkward thing as well for United Autosports is they can't take Sebastian Bo out of the car yet because he's only done an hour and 23 minutes, and we need an hour and 45 from the silver driver. So Grégoire Saucy wanting to take over in number 59, but it's too early if they want to get the silver drive time out in one go, or two stints. Will be 3 stints now, but the car, as you say, is in the garage for repair work, maybe to that right hand side. Let's hope that nothing of too much consequence has been
So, looks like we've momentarily lost Radio Le Mans coming in. We're going to try get that working for you. We're about to have a switch anyway in terms of stream, but we've momentarily lost Radio Le Mans, so we're just going to try and fix that. As I mentioned, a really fascinating race going on for the World Endurance Championship so far. Another hour about to be completed, and it's been a fascinating watch so far. Alpine emerging through as well the field before we got to the safety car. It's been all action stuff. We've gone back to a Ferrari 1 and 2. It was a turbo issue earlier on for the 83 AF course, and that was such a disappointment considering all of the amazing work that they were able to put in earlier on as well. So I'm just going to now momentarily get up and reload Radio Le Mans, and hopefully everything will be back working and back to normal how we want it here with our coverage. Apologies for those little technical issues that we've just currently had, but everything now should be working and should be okay in a few moments time once I just reload Radio Le Mans as well. But yes, it's been great to see the race play out. It's going to be a fascinating Le Mans next time out. We'll be covering the entire 24 hours of that, so that's going to be quite a lot of fun, and we all cannot wait to bring you that contest. Right now though, we're looking to bring you the final hours of the World Endurance Championship, and it's hopefully going to be an exciting final few hours of the World Endurance Championship as well. A fascinating race with Alpine now looking to try fight back up against Ferrari, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they will be able to do it or not. Just waiting to see whether we have got Radio Le Mans back with us. If I just click on it, hopefully it will start playing and coming through our ears, as they were doing a brilliant job taking us through this fantastic 6 hours of Spa. Doesn't look like we've got it at this stage, so hopefully that will change in a couple of moments time. We've got it on Radio 1 as well for Le Mans, so hopefully it starts working. If not, I'm going to be having to do a little bit of filling at this stage, but we're going to be handing over to them as soon as possible, and soon as this starts working, which we are hoping is shortly. But a fascinating race. We are behind the safety car. We were behind the safety car, as you can currently see on screen. So it's been a race that has been changing quite a bit and has had plenty of drama. We had a big crash coming in for Sean Gelael earlier on. He was, of course, driving the United Autosports car. It was the McLaren livery that they were also fielding as well. So it was really fascinating to watch that and see that all unfold. Right now, though, we're just looking and waiting to see whether we're going to be able to get our brilliant commentary team back on. If we look at some of the other talking points that are currently going on at this
Right, I've stopped.
And hello everybody, we apologise for the loss of Radio Le Mans. However, myself and Omi are standing by up here in the commentary box to talk you through as we're under the safety car. Well, that was bizarre, that Radio Le Mans gone out. Yellow flag's out because the McLaren has slashed into the barrier, and let's have a recap with 2 hours to go. It is the Ferrari 51A, of course, in the lead of the race. From the 50 in second, the 36 Alpine goes third. The 7 Toyota makes its way up to fourth position after running last early on in the race as well. Omi, welcome back. An hour earlier than what we expected to be in the commentary box. How are you doing, my friend? Oh, I can't hear Omi. Okay, well, we'll try and get that sorted. In the meantime, though, let's head over to the World Feed and get their action sorted.
The Ferraris, the 54 car, ahead of the Iron Lynx Mercedes and the TF Sport Corvette. So in LMGT3, 6 brands in the top 6. Heart of Racing's Aston Martin in 7th makes it 7 brands in the top 7.
Yeah, it's been a little like this, hasn't it? Throughout the season, and the better part of it still, Martin, is it's not always the same 6 or 7 brands either. Quite circuit specific, LMGT3 has proved to be, and through most of the day as well, despite the fact we've had the two factory Ferraris up front in this race, it's been a pretty mixed bag in Hypercar 2. It is back to Ferrari 1-2. That's because of the strategy that Abdi's explained as we went into this virtual safety car, now behind the safety car. But behind that, 1 Alpine, 1 Toyota, 1 Peugeot, 1 BMW, 2 Cadillacs, 1 Porsche. That completes the top 10 as we stand with under 2 hours to go.
You were asking earlier on what happened to Robin Freins in the BMW during those last round of pit stops with a virtual safety car. The reason that they may have dropped some positions is because they took a brand new all-4 soft tyre.
Wow, now that could be really very interesting. Yeah. Safety car in this lap. We're going to get back.
Safety cars in this lap. Omi, hello, can you hear me? Okay, well, Omi... Yeah, I can't hear Omi. Okay, so Omi's having some technical issues. I can see he's speaking, I just can't hear him. Okay, well, that is very bizarre. Either way, we're going back to green flag running then here with 2 hours to go of the race. Let's cross back over to the World Feed.
Are together as well.
Before we get back to green, one more word from me, which is now, with under 2 hours to go, Ferrari know they can keep nothing in the locker. They have got to go full beans at this point. Green flag.
Yep. Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Fuoco, right behind them, the blue car, Mick Schumacher, and behind him, Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota. Kamui Kobayashi saying even a single point would be like a win for Toyota here. They have 8 wins at this track in 14 WEC races, or 13 up to now. Can they make it another one? They are certainly in the frame. Never count out Toyota. We go back to green flag racing with 1 hour and 51 minutes, and who knows how much more excitement to come. Already there you go, it's a challenge on the Peugeot, the number 20 car, Robin Freins, trying to get by Malte Jakobsen. The young Dane says not here, but Freins has got a great run, Anthony.
Yeah, good run. We've seen good straight line speed as well, haven't we, from the BMW, but the Peugeot's pretty strong in that regard as well. But still, look at that. Keep an eye further down your screen with the BMW going around the outside. Now's your time when you've got to make those soft tyres count, contact, and off the circuit. Was he pushed off? And what's the problem with the Peugeot? A puncture.
Or a broken suspension or something. Malte Jakobsen squirreling around. Left side looks okay, but it is the right rear, left rear rather, I'm sure, that has got damage. The Peugeot team leaping into action.
So look, he had the inside covered and he was entitled to be there, but just got on the curb and ran out wide.
I don't think that's a puncture.
Maybe it's the left.
I don't think it's just a puncture.
So yeah, the suspension's broken on the left rear. Yeah, the left rear waggling all around there.
Didn't look like there was contact at the rear of the car, though.
Looked more towards the front, didn't it? But, well, left rear is definitely broken, and I'm not sure that car's going to make it round under its own steam.
100%. Robin Fry's rejoined. I tell you what, if the safety car comes out now, I know who's going to be on the radio ranting about coming into the pit lane, don't you? Poor old Jean-Eric Verne. And suddenly, the competitive Peugeot is in strife as well. Nick,
yeah, and this is live on board here on JB Motorsports with the number 94 Peugeot coming into the pit lane as well. Let's see if I can rewind it a little bit and show you the action. Can I? Yes, I can rewind. It happened about a minute ago. So here it is, side by side, coming into the chicane. Rumbles wide, gets on the rumble strips, and immediately the car's got a problem. It's squealing around at the back. So there was 100% a more permanent issue, unfortunately. Look, you see the way the wheel's crabbing in there. Yeah, that's pretty much looks like it's a suspension. I hope it's just a puncture as we're back live now. Look at him as he comes down and towards Stavelot, fighting for control of the car. We'll bring you more news when we have it. Back to the world feed.
Yeah. And do you know what? Every time they put miles on the car, they're getting better with it, and it's becoming less of a handful. Change of position between the Ferraris. Alessandro Pierguidi hangs on. No, he doesn't. It was a change. Antonio Fuoco did go by now.
And it's because, as before, the number 50 took two fresh tyres in that last pit stop, so there's a tyre offset between the two of them, and I don't know how aggressive that move had to be there, as we see the limping Peugeot back into the pits.
Yeah, Bruce Joanny right there with the Peugeot team.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can tell you they just opened a box with half set. The rear left suspension apparently is broken. It's ready to go, fresh new one, so they're going to bring the car in just now.
Yeah, Marty really having to fight that car back and just pray that nothing else got ripped off it on his way back to the pit lane. So Peugeot, from being in the mix, are now 15th and 16th out of 17 running hypercars. Now look at the Cadillacs. 38, Sebastian Bourdais ahead of number 12, Alex Lynn, as the 94 car gets pushed back into the garage.
The other thought that occurs around Antonio Fuoco being let through there, that positional change. Remember, that car is still under investigation for pit lane behaviour. Could Ferrari be anticipating some kind of penalty? And in
Quite
which
possible.
case he cannot be bottled up behind the sister car. Yeah. If he's got the opportunity to gap the sister car, now's the time to do it.
Omi, hello, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, I can. Is your camera working, by the way, now?
Yes, I do need to go have lunch though as well.
That's fine. That's fine. I've got this for an hour. You've looked after it for ages. I just want to quickly get your thoughts, because Radio Le Mans gone down. As we see, this is the move. The 50 Ferrari with Antonio Fuoco to the inside line, down the Lecombe chicane, getting ahead of Antonio Pierguidi into the position. 94 with a puncture. What have you been making of the race so far then, as well, as we've been doing other things and Radio Le Mans now has gone down? Now that we're back for the final 2 hours in conjunction with the World Feed, what have you found as the interesting talking points in the race?
Well, I think the 83 definitely retiring a big moment as well, the A, of course, so that was definitely dramatic. Sean Galeo's accident that he had as well, which brought out the safety car. Lots of dramatic moments in this race, but yeah, luckily Radio Le Mans was down only for about 10 minutes, which I did start covering, and then I noticed my mic went down, which is why I was so urgent to hand it over to you, but due to lag, we couldn't get the full message across, because I joined on my phone rather than by Discord, because I knew that was broken. So yeah, that's what was going on with that one. But yeah, I was just having to waffle about what had happened in the race for about a couple of minutes while Radio Le Mans went down, because I thought it was my issue, so I was urgent to hand it over to you.
Alright, well, thanks, Emma. You can have a break now as the action continues on, still here in the BMW category as well. Ferrari looking strong as we've opened up the second place battle at the moment. This is the 51 Ferrari, of course, with the 50 just ahead, and the race will go on. Let's return you to the world feed.
Let's hear from the Proton competition team. What a day they've been having.
Seems that he's with new tires.
Yeah, I'm happy. I will not fight too much with him.
You look at the very different looks of these GT cars, and you saw along the Kemmel Straight there, the Ferrari just peeking up the back. It sort of looked like a toddler peeking from behind the sofa, didn't it? It's astonishingly different, just the way in which these cars sit on the track.
Dennis Olsen replying to the team and saying, I'm not going to fight him too much. If he's got fresher tyres, if he comes knocking, that's fine. And that means, obviously, that the 88 car, they know they have fresher tyres waiting to come.
So here's the swap with the caddies. Flash of the lights, Alex Lynn through.
Yep.
Nicely orchestrated.
All right, let's get down to the pit lane, catch up with Bruce Ioane. Bruce?
Well, the stop of the car is due to the shock on the rear left, but they can't find the problem, but they don't want to rejoin. So it's not official yet, but car 94 will not rejoin.
Okay, yeah, if you've got an issue and you're not quite sure what it is, 200 miles an hour down the hill isn't a time to discover it, is it? And now then, here's 46, Valentino Rossi, under pressure from Alessia Rivera. Italian on Italian action. Valle in the 46 BMW.
It's for fourth.
And again, there's a lot of red caps in the crowd. There's a lot of 46 caps in the crowd. There are a lot of pink caps in the crowd as well.
So Rivera, of course, the platinum driver,
yeah.
The highest graded you can have in the World Endurance Championship. And Valentino Rossi, as well accomplished he is on two wheels, he's graded as a silver driver in the World Endurance Championship. So that might explain a little bit of difference in speed there, on top of different car performances as well. That investigation, yeah, so Freins and Jakobsen still under investigation, and this is why at the top of the hill there we saw contact right at that moment first of all.
I think there was a contact before we saw the contact in the centre of the car. Couldn't see it because the BMW is in the way, but I think there was a contact earlier than we thought. So double contact, one to the rear of the Peugeot, and then the two cars coming side by side. But it was the first impact that clearly did the damage.
It's not the best of angles really to see what Jakobsen, where he placed the car. Did the curb throw him off? It reminds me, it's a similar thing to what happened on the first lap between Bourdais and the Porsche of Vantor, wasn't it, that got spun around.
Ben Barker here on the Herdenius, coming up, back up through the pack, and this is the battle for 6th place.
Yeah, the black and yellow car, the Iron Lynx Mercedes, Lynn Herdenius, Ben Barker in the Mustang behind him in 7th, and right behind them, Zach Robichon in 27, the Harter Racing Aston Martin, the dark blue car. So this is really encouraging stuff from the Mustangs, but also from the AMG Mercedes, because these cars, well, the AMG has really struggled. They've actually got it together, the Iron Lynx team, really for the first time in a race this season. Of course, they started their Mustang program only in Qatar 2 races ago, so it's very new to them. Christian Reed this morning really, really pleased with the pace of the Mustangs through free practice and qualifying. Finally, they've got the car in a window where it is quick and forgiving for the bronze drivers, and we saw that in qualifying and in the race.
Great stuff here from the LMGT3 field, and the Proton competition team must be massively encouraged coming to this warm-up for Le Mans, which is traditionally what this has been. They had a strong race last time at the Le Mans 24 Hours, finished on the podium and 4th, 2 of their 3 cars, and yet again side-to-side battles here.
Yeah, Ben Barker just picking up that 6th position from Lynn Herdenius in the AMG car. So Ben Barker moves into 6th. Dennis Olsen leads for Proton competition in the blue-nosed Ford. Ben Barker in the white-nosed Ford. There is the leader under real pressure again from Davide Rigon in the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Yeah, so 2 platinum drivers going at it hard down the hill towards turn 8. Brussels corner, just slides it in there, doesn't he? Does Olsen. Really nice driving, and Rigon tries to go around the outside there, has a bit of a look, and he's on the inside for turn 9. That was very nicely played out there, and a deserving round of applause from the Ferrari AF Corsa pit crew.
Well, don't forget, we heard the team telling Olsen that the Ferrari had a tyre advantage. He said, I'm not going to fight him. Yeah, when Davide kept his nose on the inside there, okay, fair enough, off you go. Not my battle right now.
I think he'll kick himself a little bit for not just opening up the corner in turn 8 a little bit earlier and making sure that, the Ferrari couldn't keep his nose in there. But a job well done, and Rigon seized the opportunity, he saw it, he saw a chink in the armour, and probably couldn't believe that the door was left open.
Great battle underway here. Toyota under pressure. Alex Lynn right in the wheel tracks, the number 12 Cadillac. This is a battle for 5th place. Nick de Vries dropping off a little from Robin Freins ahead in the BMW number 20, but it's Caddy on Toyota now.
Yeah, Lynn is absolutely flying here. He does have that that tyre advantage, doesn't he? He took the full set in that last pit stop compared to de Vries, who just took the right side, and of course still carries on with that probably flat-spotted front left from Kobayashi's lock-up and other moments that he had through his last stint.
Drive-through penalties being thrown around like confetti. Lynn Hedanius in the 61 Iron Lynx AMG picks one up. Rahul Fry gets a warning flag, final public warning for track limits in the Iron Dames Porsche. Looking back from Nick de Vries, what's interesting actually is that the car further back behind Alex Lynn, that's the 38 car of Earl Bamber, the other Cadillac.
Here we go.
The second Toyota.
Sorry, Martin, here we go. He's under attack here. Is de Vries round the outside, tries the move from the number 12. Does he stay on the track? Just about.
Just about. Doesn't get through, though. I was going to point out the other Toyota is dropping away from the 38 Caddy. So both Cadillacs with pace here. This could be very bad news for the Toyota of Nick de Vries.
Only a matter of time before Lynn is through, but he does have the tyre advantage. So the longer that de Vries can halt his progress, the better for Toyota, because it will come back around later on, of course, when Lynn is the one out there on older tyres. So, yeah, the longer that de Vries can keep that Caddy at bay, the better, but the Caddy's got more straight-line speed. We saw it on the run down to turn 19 last time around. Is this a change of position, a fight here to turn 5?
Battle for second. Mick Schumacher ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi at the line. Pierguidi gets back in front of him.
It's all go, isn't it? Another day at the WEC, another fighting Toyota defensive drive against a patently quicker car at the moment. Here's how that positional change went and then went back. Mick Schumacher tucking in, goes to the outside, makes the move, but on the brakes, the 51 better, and retakes the position as they come into the comp.
That has been a battle all the way through this lap, and right behind them now, Robin Freins closing in the number 20 BMW, and that might be trouble for Schumacher. Freins is coming with a head of steam and soft tyres on, so has he still got a pace advantage over the two in front of him? Now, Sebastian Boe being investigated for not respecting blue flags.
And he's going to get a drive-through as well for another offence. It's a bad afternoon for the 59. In fact, he's just taken that drive-through. Also, Ricky Perra under investigation in the 3rd place Montai First Form Porsche for a technical infringement, total power. We'll wait and see how that one pans out.
Power spike, it might be a warning. TNT.
So the racing action is going absolutely amazingly so far, and now we're once again seeing the field getting split up between that of Hypercar and the GT field for another pass around. 105 laps complete then, as we've had 4.5 hours near enough coming in. What's happening with the number 7 and number 8 Toyotas? They are in a bit of a battle here right now. Let's take a look at the number 8 Toyota with their onboard angle. This is coming into the chicane. The number 8 Toyota is into the pit lane. So this is Sebastian Buemi, fresh off his victory in Monaco just 7 days ago in the Formula E World Championship. He won for a 3rd time on the streets of the Principality in the Electric Series. And now in the World Endurance, he comes into the pit lane, and away we go. Let's actually just stay on board for this, shall we, actually, as well, and see. There's the tear-off, all getting changed over. The tyres looks all good, rubbing away. So they're going to double stint the tyres. It's just a fuel stop, then, for Buemi. And the number 8 will get released now. Wonderful sound, of course. It's electric power in the pit lane. And then it revs back up. And out he goes. Superb view there from Sebastian Buemi then as this race continues on. Ferrari, of course, leading the way, and there's been another change of position because the 30, that's the Alpine's got back ahead. The Alpine is into the lead of the race. Now, let's take a look on the onboard cameras once again. This is down further on. This is at the Fania chicane, and this is the 36 Alpine of Mick Schumacher. Now, is that 51 Ferrari in trouble because the BMW is also going for it? So yeah, on the cutback on the inside, Schumacher puts pedal down at the curve to Paul Frere, and Schumacher goes through. Well, that was a great move from Schumacher, but look further back, the Ferrari's having to defend. Here comes the BMW going through. At the same time, the BMW touching the grass as they came through. Blanchimont, my goodness me. So the BMW, with Robin Fryns at the wheel, who's already under investigation, moves up into 3rd position. Well, that's more like it. That's a lot more fun. The 51 Ferrari with Pierre Guidi. I think we do need to apply what Ennis said. Yeah, the Ferraris do need to pit. Porsche, have they come in? No, Porsche swapping over. Julian Anlauer and Kevin Estre, the 5 and the 6, swapping positions. Running 9th and 10th in their class at the moment here. So they've changed over once more with 1 hour and 30 minutes to go here of the World Endurance Championship with Radio Le Mans going down. We've taken over. We did the start. We were supposed to do the first hour and the last hour. But now we're sort of multitasking alongside the world feed. Let's head back over then as more pit stops start to come in here for the TotalEnergies 6 hours.
We've come trackside once again with our expert Alex Brundle. We're down by the bus stop chicane, slowest part of the track. Fascinating down here. The hypercars don't have the downforce advantage. Some people are taking curbs, some not. Tell us a little bit about how you negotiate this tricky chicane.
So it's a 300 km/h entry. You've got to slow the car right down to 70 kph. And you're absolutely right. It's an area where the GT cars with ABS braking, of course, the nice traction control system on all that mechanical grip, come into their own. But you also see a lot of management here in terms of the power usage of the cars. You can hear, as the hypercars come in, a little bit of sail mode going on as they come down to that first apex. So that's them managing the amount of energy they're using through the race.
Okay, let's talk about the hypercars, because you would think cars like the Ferrari and Peugeot would have an advantage in terms of traction out of here because they have a front-driven axle, but they're not allowed to use it at these low speeds.
Yeah, four-wheel drive only available once the cars have got up to speed. And that's to prevent cars with that functionality, the LMH cars, in comparison to the LMDH, the LMP2 spined cars, just having an incredible advantage under traction. But they would really, really be able to use it out of a corner like this, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and you've raced here many, many times. What are your engineers screaming at you here? Because there's a low bit of curb, then there's a bit of a sausage curb.
Goes the Ferrari 51 and Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, you've got to...
I'm going to interrupt this. We've got some stunning battling going on, as you're going to see right now on the onboard cameras. Side by side down towards the Rouge. The Ferrari making contact with the BMW. And the Alpine just sitting off. The 51 Ferrari running off at the top of the hill at Radion and almost flying off the circuit. This is ludicrous battles as they head down. The 51 Ferrari retakes 2nd position. BMW number 20 with Robin Fryns in 3rd. And Mick Schumacher on board with now, just settling for 3rd place. Unbelievable. Little bits of drama happening here at Spa-Francorchamps.
That one go.
He really should let this go because a penalty would come his way if not. And we saw Kobayashi do it earlier on in the race. As painful as it is, he has to let Fryns pass.
There's only one sensible move from Ferrari right now. Let the position go back, because otherwise you've potentially got both cars sitting on a penalty.
But look at this from the drone. How did he hang on there? That's phenomenal stuff from Pierre Guidi, and that really slows down Mick Schumacher. Robin Fryns goes by, and then Anthony.
That was, I mean, you could argue didn't give enough room, Pierre Guidi, on the run down towards the Rouge, and then just took to the escape road. And I don't like seeing cars going off the track, particularly that part of the track.
Pierre Guidi's mindset might be, he hit me, and there was contact, but what he couldn't see was squeezed the wall. Robin Fryns had a major wiggle. That was not deliberate contact, that was keeping control.
Pierre Guidi still thinking, he bashed me on the way up the hill 2 laps ago. I'm not having any more of that.
It's a mistake, yeah.
Let's hear.
That's not how it was at all, though, because he forced Pierre Guidi off. He forced him off earlier on in exit 15.
You stay in front whatever it takes. You stay in front whatever it takes.
It's the wrong call. It's the wrong call. I don't think the stewards will like that.
And unfortunately, the stewards will have heard that.
Yeah, I mean, to say again, the problem at this moment in the race with 90 minutes to go is we still don't know what's going to happen from the investigation on pit lane behaviour for the 50, and now you've got, well, I think actual taking advantage off track. Why risk both?
I suppose Omi's back with me here. That's the question. Why risk both? Did you just see what happened with the Ferrari going through as well? How would you rate that if you saw it?
I didn't. You don't need to fill me in.
Rewind the stream and you'll see it, because we were on board at the same time. All hell breaking loose, basically. The Ferrari 51 goes side by side, hits the barrier with Robin Freins, and the race control have now ordered the 51 to give the place back to the 20.
By the race director.
Car 51 must give the position back to car 20. Car 51 must give the position back to car 20 for
Here it is, Omi.
At the top of T4.
There you go, Omi. So they make contact coming through a Rouge, and then up through Radion. The Ferrari cuts the corner and gains the position.
I can imagine that you were absolutely shouting at that moment.
I was.
While that was going on as well. Into a Rouge. Absolutely extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, TNT won an ad break as well, so he kind of had to. I'll just give us a quick hello and a wave to everybody watching us. Hello, here we are. We're around. We'll stay on battle screen because we know there's a lot of people watching who likes watching both screens. So we'll flick between the battle screen, us, and the onboard cameras. But we just thought we'd say hello. Thanks for watching. Right, Omi, this has been a great race so far. 90 minutes to go, and it's even hyping up in Hyperclass as well, and even in the GT3 field. It's been a good, solid day's racing here.
It absolutely has, and we also reached 200 viewership before Radio Le Mans went down, which was quite nice.
Side by side, that's going to be side by side coming through that's the Ford and the Porsche. So that's the race leaders in GT3 changing position. The 77 has now taken over at the front of the field. Let's see if I can quickly get down to that onboard angle on the screen. It's quite hard to find it on our monitors. Well, here's the 92 actually, so we'll take a look. And come through. Here's your side-by-side. This is the 92. And unfortunately, just has to let the lead of the race go back ahead.
Always a terrible moment to give up a position. But yes, a really interesting race, which has still just under 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. Going to be interesting to see how this one is going to play out. But it's been dramatic, it's been exciting, and that's exactly what we want here in the World Endurance Championship. It's close, it's not just a complete domination by Ferrari. We had Alpine, who were on the attack earlier on, and it's been great to see what they've also been able to do.
Yeah, right
Don't have any info. Okay, the info is that you're quick.
So Robin Freins is scared to push on these tyres. He doesn't think that they're as quick. So that's the latest news from the BMW team. The gap is 8.8 seconds to the 50 Ferrari of Corsa of Antonio Frucco, who's leading this race with 1 hour 26 to go. It's still holding in together nicely. Okay, BMW then are in a conundrum. This is only their third event. What do you think? Can they get a victory and beat the Ferraris for the first time this year?
Oh, it'll be really fascinating to see. I think it's going to be a great fight all the way to the finish. It was interesting to, of course, see when Alpine were doing it with Mick Schumacher. It would be a big moment for him if he was able to get that to the victory. So loads of different scenarios being thrown around, and it's just unclear who it's going to be. Whether it will be Alpine, whether it will go Ferrari's way once again, or can it be BMW who are able to just get themselves to a victory, or are we going to get shocks beyond that? Because it all can change quickly if we get a safety car thrown in there, especially around a circuit like this.
This is on board with the 35 Alpine, lost a position. I don't know if it's coming into the pit lane or it's had a slow exit somewhere out of Blanchimont. Oh, the camera's gone a bit dodgy there with the sun probe over the line. It just had a little moment there on the previous lap time by. I just wanted to double check it was okay with our new onboard cameras we've got for this weekend's broadcast as well. We're watching now the 51 Ferrari chase down the 20 BMW. So they got ordered by race control to give the place back. Now we're going to see whether or not this Ferrari can actually run in throughout the rest of the race and change in. He, certainly for Antonio Pierguidi, wants a bit of redemption here.
He absolutely does. He'll want to go on the charge. He'll want to go on the attack and try and pass the BMW that is directly ahead, which of course right now belongs to Robin Frijns. He's the driver who is behind the wheel. So a fascinating fight going on for second place. Also, as we mentioned, you've got the Alpine directly in behind, waiting to pick up the pieces if anything does happen in front. And we've had a lot of racing going into Rouge rather than down the Gamma, which is where we'd see it. So it's been nice to see around that part of the circuit for the drivers to actually be going for it and making some critical overtakes.
Do you reckon because of the new work they've done at Rouge, you know, extending the runoff areas, making the new safer barrier as well, it just, Rouge feels a bit more safer to make an overtaking move. It's still dangerous, you can still get it a big one there, but the drivers have got a bit more confidence back in themselves to actually attack there.
We very nearly had 3 wide on the opening lap as well, heading to that part of the circuit. And I think lately we've also seen some brilliant moves, and especially when it comes to single-seater action, we have seen drivers go for it. So I think in general, across the board, we have been seeing more and more of drivers actually keeping their foot in, and it is leading to moments of brinkmanship for sure, but it's some great overtaking and some great battling as the 36 Alpine comes into the pit lane.
Mick Schumacher there diving in. Rumour that he's going to be the replacing Franco Colapinto at the British Grand Prix for 5 races, as well as Alpine circle through their drivers 2026. That's actually ironic how much it could actually happen. Now we're seeing the 51 Ferrari get a really great exit coming down towards, well, this is down the back straight, toward the Camel Straight towards Lecombe. I don't think Pierguidi's close to this time back as well. And lap traffic being a factor as the BMW with Frijns just holds on. They are going to be coming in. Ferrari have 44% left in their tank, BMW 41, Ferrari 42, Toyota 41, Cadillac on 38. So I would say we're around about maybe 15 minutes away from another pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll not want to risk it for too long, so I think we are going to stop coming in soon as well. That's a bit more GT3 traffic navigated from the BMW and from the Ferrari as well. The Ferrari is going to get boxed in slightly through Pool, which it's exactly not what you want, and the gap will continue to fluctuate as well. It's still behind. It'll be able to get by in a couple of meters time, however. But yes, that's extended the gap between the two of them. So the Ferrari looked really close to the opening part of the lap, but that's going to see the 51 having to do a little bit extra more work when it comes to the start of our next tour.
It's a really strong race there with an hour 22 to go here at the Spa-Francorchamps magnificent circuit in the Ardennes Forest. Okay, let's cross back over to the world feed then, and we'll be back shortly with myself and Omi.
That was Kelvin van der Linde in a BMW, just being handily in the way of the Ferrari as the number 20 BMW went through.
Let's remind everybody watching at home, Wingfoot Award from Goodyear.
Alex Lynn on the inside, and the Toyota just makes the corner.
Yeah, no contact, I don't think.
Yeah, but I mean, this is going to be close between it as well for the Toyota just holding out the front. I'm not entirely confident that we're going to see this Cadillac be able to hold it through.
Got to be tied into Lesor's corner. They're really going for it.
We've got their onboards on now as well, your screen. They're side by side once again, coming in to Rouge. The 12's on the inside. Yeah, the Toyota let him go. But some fantastic dueling here, as you can see on your screens now as they come through. And our replay down at the source. It was wheel to wheel and just putting wheels over the curb onto the kiddie litter as you come down. This is what was surprising me, though. Bravery at over 200 mile an hour. Rouge, are we going to get this in Formula 1 when we come here in a few months' time?
Hopefully. We've had Formula 2, Formula 3, even the Porsche Super Cup showed it. And now we're seeing WEC show it. Let's see whether Formula 1 can do it. But it's definitely getting exciting. A little further, further back in the field as well, as we had the Alpine, the 35, very close to making an overtake on the number 5 Porsche.
Yeah, this is with Malaysia on the wheel now as well, the 35. So running right at the back, that traffic again coming through, and he was off the circuit actually, Omi. He went off at Malmedy. He was off at Malmedy. Here we go again. So he's trying to go around the outside, and he ran it wide at Malmedy. Let's just see if we can replay that a little bit and get some viewing. No, I don't think I can. We play a total of 20 seconds. Yeah, here we go. Oh, come on, computer, work with me here. It's very fiddly, this. I need one of those little monitors. I can't do it. Oh, I had it a minute ago. Hang on. There we go. Oh, this is... There we go. 45 seconds to go. So, here we go, finally. Into the braking zone. Out-brakes himself. Nearly runs into the car behind. Just has to go straight on. The brake pads, after 4 hours, 40 minutes, they shouldn't be failing that much, but Spa's a highly abrasive circuit to try and get right, isn't it?
It's a great circuit, but yes, the challenge is definitely there in terms of so many different aspects as well for these drivers, and there's a huge lockup coming in from the Alpine.
That's again the Alpine locking up. Is that the same? Yes, 35 again. Just running in deep. You're going to see it now. I feel like I'm flying for this so often. The Alpine's having drama. Watch the inside front left. You'll get some sparks flying up and some smoke. Under braking, locks up. There you go, straight on, and almost lets the BMW back through of Raffaele Marcello. Your mates, of course.
Absolutely. Here we go then, making our way through Aruj and Radion once again between two drivers, and let's see whether we're going to see any more lockups coming for the Alpine, or whether we're going to see any more attacking driving come in as well, directly in behind from the BMW. Some fantastic action going on at this stage. The number 85 has a car change momentarily. We've got a 5-second penalty given to car number 61 as well, so it's all kicking off absolutely everywhere in this race.
Car 61 will be taken through, so that is going to be the Iron Lynx GT3 team. Getting their penalties of the race then as well. Still nothing from Robin Frines. It was declared no further action for causing the problem with the Peugeot. Earlier on the safety car restart, around about half an hour ago, as this incredible race keeps on bubbling away with 1 hour and 18 minutes to go. Right, battle for 11th now in the hypercar class between the 009 Aston Martin and the 007, which is running in 12th position. With Gamble at the wheel, under braking into Fania.
Yeah. Closely following at this stage, closely attacking at this stage as well. Really, really nice to see how this race is playing out, and it's turning into quite the exciting contest. But it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to finish and how we're going to see this unfold after so many contenders being in the mix all the way through. And I think it's finally going to come down to a boiling finish after a great 6 hours of racing. Great to see the 83 AF course also recovering their way through, and they are also trying to put some pressure on further back ahead on the Peugeot, the number 93 that currently lies ahead of them on this circuit.
Don't have many onboards. I've got a 007 on board as well. We don't have, not every car has an onboard that we can view here. We're really looking forward to when we get to Le Mans, where we get so much more data that we can show you. It's going to be absolutely amazing, now Le Mans coverage this year. That kicks off next month in June, as always, on the longest weekend day of the year. And I thought it was the Ferrari 83, but that's running out of class. Where is that? Wait, it's a couple of laps down, isn't it? Yeah, with Robert Kubica at the wheel, 35 laps down after its problems earlier on in the session.
Yeah, it was the turbo that had an issue, as we talked about earlier on in the broadcast. Huge disappointment, considering we had the Ferrari start 1, 2 and 3 in this. And then the AF course of finding itself with that issue. And it was them coming all the way to a halt. And they're back out there now. But it's really, really been a disappointing day. But we were hearing Radio Le Mans discuss earlier about all of the preparation that you can get before we get to Le Mans. So even if you're miles back, just drive around the circuit, get as much as data, get as much as prep as we need for that big event where they'll absolutely want to perform, as will everyone in this field.
Let's hear from Alpine, 35.
I'm struggling a lot with the efficiency of braking, especially in T18. There is no efficiency at all.
Braking efficiency's gone down then on the rear, especially down to 10-18. That's at Stavolo. So I would say, I mean, that rear brake pads might need to have a little bit of an adjustment. There's a but that has to go back into the pit lane. That loses them a lot of time. And in this race, forget it being an endurance race, this is turning into a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the more shorter editions of racing that we do, of course, especially compared to what we have next time out, Le Mans, the 24 hours. But yes, only 1 hour 15 minutes to go, so definitely they'll be considering just bringing that all the way to the end with not having that extra time lost as well. They're already going to have to make some pit stops and get a bit of fuel and everything sorted. That'll be quite interesting as TNT head over to an ad break.
I've got backups everywhere. Don't worry about that. But yeah, so Le Mans next time out will be live for free practice 1, 2, 3, qualifying and everything, warm-up sessions, and the whole 24 hours will be live. And there'll be a bit of a change to how we do the broadcast this year, just for a couple, because it is the longest night and it's going to be good weather. For part of the broadcast, we'll be outside. In the back garden, yeah. As the sun sets at 8 o'clock, so during the time, so once the sun goes down, we'll be outside while Megan covers.
Even if it's tipping it down with rain.
If it's not, if it's nice weather.
Please say yes.
No. Hello, JT. If it's nice weather, then yes, obviously, as the sun sets, we'll be outside and we'll do
I
some
would
coverage.
love to see you outside in the pouring rain while the sun is setting. Trying to have a battle with a camera, a microphone and an umbrella.
You already saw that at Donington last year.
Still.
I mean, who doesn't want to see it again?
Yeah, but that's going to be fun. So yeah, Megan's covering the Canada round of the championship now, so we'll be relaxing a bit and maybe even starting a little fire to get in there. So that might be good because we've got a new fire pit, so keep it warm there.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, just some ideas to keep our coverage fresh. And then we'll move in. Go on.
We now know who started all of the Japanese fires at the track and the fire in China.
It wasn't me. It was me. No, but it's going to be a lot of fun, honestly. We've got a lot of plans for Le Mans for this year, which is going to be a huge improvement to all of you at home watching and listening. And then next year, our plans go even bigger.
They do. We'll see what happens there.
Oh, we're hopeful. We're hopeful. JT, how was your British Touring Car Day?
It was alright, but we're getting to this point where every single year, Mr. Joshua Birch, you say that like every single time, next year's going to be bigger. Next year's going to be bigger. At what point do we get to where we can't get any bigger?
Things can always get better. We always do something different. This year we had a commentary box at Donington Park in the touring cars. Did we have that a year ago? No. This year we've got the ability to go a bit more remote and do more broadcasting. Brilliant. We've been added WEC, IMSA, everything as well. It's going to be fantastic. Just a reminder as well, actually, for all of you watching, we are covering the IMSA race tomorrow. So if you fancy joining us for that.
I'm covering that and missing IndyCar and NASCAR.
I hope you're not missing IndyCar, because IndyCar's on tonight.
Yeah, NASCAR, yeah. Wait, no. Wait, huh?
IndyCar is on tonight.
It's...
2 seconds, Pierre Greedy.
Okay, allez, so the BMW in front of us is on new tire. So we are faster, we stay calm, we stay behind, we stay in their ass, and we take margin. And it's going to come to us.
I wonder if that would be a fine from Mohammed Ben Salman there. Does that count as a swear word? That's a bit of a on the nose or on the bottom a bit there as well, isn't it?
I'm missing IndyCar because of NASCAR, and I'm missing NASCAR because of IMSA.
Aren't you commentating on both?
How?
Well, why would you need to commentate on NASCAR this evening? I'm waiting for him to actually try and understand this.
Silence falls on a racetrack.
All right, Will Buxton. Here's the 27, diving through on Valentino Rossi in the 46. As much as I love Valet, it's a bit of a weird one for him to come racing here.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the Super Cup, how we had Jorge Lorenzo just coming. It's like, what the hell is he doing here?
Pit stop time coming in as the time penalties get applied for the 78 as well. So, yeah, it could be quite entertaining, this one.
I'm joining the phone club.
Let's go down to the pits.
Yeah, 15 pitting from 10th, obviously dropping down the order now as others power through and go deeper into this race. Hour and 10 minutes remain and away we go. Ferrari back on track.
I wonder how close Michelle Gatting is in the Iron Dames to doing their pit stop, because that's going to be a good, with that smell of fuel in the car, be a good chance for them to check it as well at the same time.
Would say, by the way, that's a change in the pit stops. The 78 Lexus going ahead of the 77 Proton Mustang. Akodis ASP quicker on pit lane by some 13 seconds.
Very much quicker was the 21 AF Corsa car, Alessio Rivera, just 58 seconds. They did not take tyres. 20 is in from second place. Robin Freins now, have they decided that the soft tyre is not the answer?
Well, that was only 23 laps. We know they can do 25, so yeah, he's come in earlier than expected there, and you can see that by the energy graphics as well, confirms that.
It doesn't look like there's to be a massive tyre change, and putting 4 on now would be a massive loss of time. Putting 2 mediums on wouldn't really help. You've got a pair of softs on the apron.
I think they've committed, haven't they, to keeping on this compounder tyre, and 2 more are going to go on of the same kind.
To this point, you have to say it's worked for them.
Looks like right sides only, the way the guys are standing. Doesn't look like they're going to run round the car rather than straight up to them. So it will be a right side soft tyre change. That will give him, again, fresher tyres than the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. Leaves like it's a drag race.
But we are expecting, when Pierguidi comes in, to at least take a side of fresh tyres.
Again, he definitely won't take all 4, because that will just hemorrhage time, particularly against, as you say, his teammate, the 50, the championship rivals.
Oh, it didn't sound nice and healthy there, did it, Omi?
Yeah, didn't as well. And we're momentarily getting some news coming in on social media. Javier Segura, who we interviewed, will not be doing the rest of the Formula 3 season, by the looks of things. James Headley will be taking his spot.
Oh. Any news why?
I don't know, we're going to have to wait and find out. But yeah, we've got the final F3 seat also filled down at AIX. So Brad Benavidez will return as well to Formula 3. So that's going on. So AIX having 2 new drivers heading into the next round. So all drama going on over there. All drama going on also at High Tech. We don't know whether they will be able to compete in Formula 2 or Formula 3 next week as well, and also GB3 as well. So there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of drama going on with High Tech, and that's exactly why Ollie Oakes resigned as well.
And fled to Dubai. That was a surprise, I can tell you. Not everybody saw that one coming. Robin Freins earlier on in the race, that side-by-side on the grass moment, I've just seen it again from the off-board angle, because TNT were on a break at the time, and we were covering it via the angles here in the commentary box. I was going absolutely strong. Look at the 007 car. We've got action here on board. This is driver's eye as well, with Gamble at the wheel, and that was fantastic as it comes to the chicane. They're really throwing this one around, actually, at Aston Martin. 1 hour 6 to go then. Ready for Le Mans in a month's time. I'm not actually sure if Le Mans going to... Oh, and that's a Cadillac sliding away at the rear. I'm not actually sure that if Le Mans this year is going to be as dramatic as that we've seen in the last couple of years. I know a lot can happen, but the cars this year, we've got Maximum Hypercar, Maximum GT3. The LMP2's come in from IMSA, and it's basically just good luck and throws it out to the wild.
Yeah, I feel like it has been a bit more unpredictable, but I feel like with Ferrari domination this year, while it's 24 hours, while there's a lot of time for stuff to happen, there will be some drama, but maybe not as dramatic as we've seen it over 2022 2023 and 2024 especially as well. I feel like definitely it can be a bit predictable in terms of who might be our contenders. But outside of Ferrari, I think we could see anyone maybe get up there as well. So I think it's going to be still really fascinating to see how it's going to play, and it's still going to be entertaining. The night stint is going to be brilliant as usual. So yeah, there's still a lot to look forward to, but maybe slightly less compared to other years in terms of on-track stuff.
Raffaele Marcello out of Speaker's Corner at turn 9, which is the Jackie X name as well. We've got 3 names for that. Just putting a wheel on the grass, snapping the rear of that BMW and almost whacking into the inside wall as well. Manages to correct it. Cadillac come in as well, so Alpine with Messi at the wheel as well. Goes up into 5th position, one board with the 51 Ferrari. Of course, Antonio Pierguidi leading the way at the moment, and, well, he's 6.071 seconds behind the 50 of Fulco, and he's just at the fastest first sector, only at 34.118, so he's getting faster out there.
He is. They're extracting it all. They know that we're getting to the end of this. We only have just over an hour to go until we get to the checkered flag here in the 6 hours of Spa. So it's going to be fascinating to see whether they can continue pushing on and whether everyone can extract their best now. When will they decide to extract their absolute best and go for full attack? So it's still quite a lot to happen, as we have car 10 also getting a 10-second time penalty coming in. So that's also happening at this moment, coming in by the stewards.
Yeah, for an incident that took place an hour ago. Incident turn 14 at 17:17. That was an hour ago. 17:47, I should say. Yeah, that was an hour and 10 minutes ago. Over there in Belgium. Out the pit lane now comes the Cadillac, number 12. 95% of usable energy left and away out there at the exit of the circuit. A lot of lovely sounding. Here's the Ferrari, which is now, just as you said earlier on, the issues with that car now becomes a test session for them. Bobby Kubica going out now, but it was a 1-2-3 early on in the race, and what could have been has sadly turned into maybe a statement of regret, which is actually translated to Quantum of Solace, which is the James Bond movie. Its literal translation would be statement of regret. So yeah.
Yeah.
Nice little fact when you go into the thesaurus. On board now, this is the Ferrari. And the leader, I should say, in GT3. The 21 Ferrari. So Ferrari lead both classes. What decade are we in? Is it the 1960s? Be honest with us, be honest. Into the pit lane then.
Well,
go on. Yeah, there we go.
Well, were you watching? Were you watching the 1960s? I know you're old. I don't know how old though.
Oh, you cheeky.
Yes, oh me.
Toyota into the pit lane as well. No, I was not watching the 1960s.
Ah, okay, yeah, hard to tell.
I first watched Le Mans in 2004. I remember. I came down in the middle of the night, and my dad was well, actually, I can't remember. I think my dad was ill, so he slept downstairs, so he didn't let my mum get ill. So, because I think she was pregnant with Megan at the time. Let's see. Yeah, I think she was. Yeah. So I think Mum was pregnant with Megan at the time. Obviously, I didn't know that because they didn't tell us until Christmas. But Dad was ill, so yeah, it must be there. So he slept downstairs, and I came down in the middle of the night because I wasn't well, and he said to me, "I've recorded this for you. It's the Le Mans 24-hour race. This is the night bit. The first thing I ever saw of Le Mans was night racing, and of course, in 2004, there was no night racing. So I was hooked immediately on it. It was fantastic, and then loved Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship ever since.
Lovely.
It definitely went Formula. I think it definitely went Formula One, bikes, WEC, touring cars, and then everything else under the sun. In terms of how much I love it. Into the pit lane, however, comes the 51 Ferrari, Omi, and finally we'll get a chance to pit.
Yes, they will indeed. as we get down to 0% in terms of their energy tank, and that means that the 51 has to come in. Not only the 51, but also the 35 will also need to follow through as well, as all of the changes take place and happen down in the pit lane.
Just gonna say, actually, is this possible for the 50 Ferrari, of course, which is currently it's just coming out of turn 9. Is it gonna get around only 3% of energy on this lap time? Oh, we're quite close if it is. Yeah. Oh, side-by-side drama there. Let's cut the corner. This is for third in the position. This is the final hour of the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Second place, Ferrari 51 is in the pit lane. You can see on your monitor now. And I believe that is going to change over to what looks like Italian Jesus. It looks to be... is that Giovinazzi? I think it is coming through at the moment as TNT go to a break. Yeah, looked like it.
Yeah, looked like it. So it will be interesting to see that as well, and we'll wait for confirmation to come in whether he'll be the driver to head back out onto this racetrack. But it's going to be really interesting. Go on.
The 50's Ferrari camera's gone down, and it's been down for a while. The 50's Ferrari camera, which is leading the race, hasn't been activated all day.
And he's coming into the pit lane.
And that's not allowed, though. They might get a penalty for that to come into it. So that's going to be Antonio Fuoco into the pits. So let's check in with the Alpine 36 car, Mick Schumacher, running in third position. Here we go. You're hearing him now on our monitors. He's down at Malmedy and into Rivage, so he's got some time still to close away. JT with us.
He is deafened currently.
Oh, I can't tell him that Andretti have problems in IndyCar and Santino Ferrucci blew up in the session just before we went on.
I'll tell you when he undeafens.
Thank you for that.
Well, but yes, probably the number 50 didn't want you to be spying on it all day, so purposely did that to the camera as well.
Have you got the link to the cameras?
I do not, no.
Check your DMs.
I will. Time to go back on my phone. Lovely phone. Very lovely one.
That's the 36 car you're hearing in the background. And now seeing on stream as we ride in.
Right. We've had a change now. Nicholas Nielsen is behind the car of the number 50, so Antonio Fuoco back to watching with the rest of us at this stage.
Pierre Guidi still in control of the 51 car. The 36 did not go back out on the track, so did not go back into the pit lane. He's staying out after just coming in a few laps ago, so he now takes second position, 9 seconds back to the number 8 of Sebastian Buemi, who leads this race at the moment for Toyota. Yeah, not a bad one. This race is a lot more impressive than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I think we've picked a nice one to do parts of as well, and it's quite good that we've been able to do this specific race, and perfect as is right before also the Le Mans 24 hour, which is always quite nice. So that's really fun as well. Sebastian Buemi, of course, will be quite happy coming in after his win in Formula E a couple of days ago that he had from Monaco, and that's one challenge to another challenge now here at Spa.
In equally machinery that I would say is the same, because the Envision is down on power after being champions a couple of years ago. Toyota's down on power after being champions a couple of years ago. So it sort of all flies around, and Toyota have had one of the worst starts to the World Endurance Championship season in history. So that's how bad they have. In 2 races, no victories, no podium. They've been struggling like crazy. Whereas the likes of Ferrari, BMW, Porsche come back in with absolute ease. As our awful TV pictures come back now with 55 minutes to go.
Yeah, I feel like every time we head especially to Le Mans, which we've been covering specifically, so we've been properly looking at it as well, ever since I've started covering it over here They've always been in contention. They've always been up there. They've always been in there. Toyota, always a name that you just need to remember and keep an eye on as well, especially for the winner spot here in the overall winner and the hypercar class. So it's very interesting always. But yeah, they've had a poor start to their season, and they are going to be looking for something to change before we head over to next time out, as they cannot afford to be having such a poor result.
A little bit wide there as the 51 goes through Pierre Guidi.
Okay, so both BMW and MDH are in front of us, but we have a tire advantage now. That was planned. They didn't change tire, now we have new tire. So we catch them and we overtake.
Yeah, we just saw it with the 51 Ferrari being able to breeze through on the inside line in the first corner. Let's take a look at it now as well. Just a simple move and moves up into what is effectively going to be 6th position, with now him chasing down Robin Friends on board with Raffaele Marcello. And yeah, not bad for Marcello. He was in the championship 2016 of Formula 2.
Yeah, absolutely, he was in there and fighting for it. And then, of course, we saw him. We also covered him in Macau, of course.
Yeah.
In the GT class as well. Also this year for Macau, we've got another World Cup taking place. Along with the Formula region, we've also got the Formula 4 World Cup. So we've got even more action for us.
Yeah, and just like we've been doing with the British Touring Car Championship, we'll be covering the whole of Macau across the weekend as well when we get there. And that'll be on the main JB Motorsports channel as well. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's usually how it works, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We will be on the main channel, and
yeah,
we saw some brilliant racing. A bit of smoke.
Who did that come from? It was one of the BMWs in the GT field, just running up, and that's Valentino Rossi, just touching the inside grass coming through Blanchimont. Back to you, Emmy.
I remember one of the championships as well had a drag race to the line in Macau as well, and I was like, oh, why are we covering this? We've covered so much, but last year we had a drag race to the line. JT's back, by the way, so you can finally talk to him, but we're going 3 wide.
This is for positions as well. Around the outside, we've got Rossi on the inside in the 46 car, and onto the gravel goes one of the Fords as well. So drama in the middle of the battling racing. And well, we kind of expected that, didn't we, sadly?
Yeah, JT's deafened again. I don't think he wants to hear from you at the moment. Oh, he's back. He's back. Hello, JT.
So we need that 77. I think I just went into the gravel. Hello. So where's the number 77 Proton competition car? Just getting sent wide into the gravel track. Did it get out? Yes, it did. Let's have another quick look at it on replay. Yeah, so I was on about the dust, guys, earlier on. And let's actually watch on board, shall we, in fullness, because you'll see what I mean. So this is coming through now into the chicane. This is the 77 Proton competition car with Ben Barker at the wheel, and he's got Calvin Mandolin in the WRT team, which is Rossi's team. Now watch this. It's completely unfair. It goes to the outside line, and he's just going to get tapped into the gravel at the source. Like literally, it's going to be a full-on whack there. Completely uncalled for.
Oh, it's getting super tight. Live pictures though. The 51 trying to get to the inside.
51 goes through, but that was a bit naughty. It went off wide for the 20 BMW. Should we have a look at it?
Shit. I'm sure have a look at more stuff.
So BMW goes to the inside line, and the 51 comes out of nowhere, knocks him off, and just kicks off the exit. So Robin Friends just getting on the dirty line and losing time, Omi.
Yep, indeed.
Seeing it again.
As it. Yes, now we properly see it as well. The 51 has a look down the inside, and it's just going to be wide off.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it just went wide.
Absolutely. Robin finds momentarily on the radio. With the WEC graphics, it's hard to identify the radio sometimes as well. Coming in.
At least we were able to. That's what I love about the onboards. If it happens, we can flick to the cameras. Oh, more charm in the GT battle as well. That's not for the lead of the race, is it? Ferrari and Aston. I think it might be the battle for second, if I'm not very much mistaken. That is the 27. 81 gets a 5-second time penalty. Add to the next pit stop for pit stop infringement. So is that second 54 Vista AF? Yeah, the Heart of Racing 27 second position. Oh, Ferrari on the. That's a 51 going on the grass coming down the Camel Straight. My goodness.
Yeah, they've definitely been extending the road down there, down the Camel Straight. Some drivers making that the line of choice when trying to navigate some cars, because it just gets too frenetic when it comes down to that. So it looks like the action's finally calmed down. So I think you can tell JT about the Andretti thing you wanted to let him know
Yes,
about.
hello JT. So Andretti, both of them having issues and being wheeled back in for the end of warm-up, but Santino Ferrucci's car blew up in warm-up session, so he might have to go to the backup, which is his 500 car, which he doesn't want to do to wreck his 500.
Like bang or
bang bang it went. It fully exploded, the engine, yeah.
Like flames?
Smoke and flame, yeah. And then he got back into the pit lane.
White smoke?
Blue smoke, oil on the track, red flag came out. Yeah.
So IndyCar doesn't have a new pope, got it.
His name is William Buxton. And that was too close to my liking. The Ferrari could have thrown away the podium there.
Yeah, they're all risking it. They all want to get on with it. No one is being patient in this one, but that's exactly what you get in the last hour of a World Endurance Championship race. So yes, turning into quite a lot of fun. Ferrari right now, well, before they found themselves at the front of both classes, we've got the number 59 currently finding themselves with a drive-through for not respecting blue flags.
More and more and more coming through now with these penalties. Overall leaders, the 8 leads in the... Well, do you remember we used to have 4 classes? I missed that. Now it's only 2. What happened to us?
Why are they making our life easy? We need it to be a bit more harder, guys.
Still 36 cars in contention, and there's going to be over 60 when we get to Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time.
Bramy?
Are you doing a jest and just saying random things? What were you on about?
Radio. There was a radio on for Baby.
Oh.
As well.
No tyre change.
Sorry, I didn't check what you're on about. I thought you knew what Jess usually does. It just says stuff like, oh, you spotted something. I was like, what?
Oh, can we get to the sausage card, people? Where's the sausage card?
Jess is...
Well, David Coulthard even did that.
Coulthard did do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, why has Will Wood just text me?
I don't know. We'll have to figure that out as we take a look at some of the highlights from this.
And we'll hand it down to the world feed.
Ferrari had locked out the front 3 places on the grid, and it was Niklas Nielsen who headed the field into the first corner ahead of Phil Hansen in the yellow privateer Ferrari, with James Collado in 3rd. 3 wide, 2 by 2. In LMGT3, it was just as busy. The Lexus on pole position, being attacked by the V8 engine Mustangs and the Aston Martin. Great aggression being shown early on by the 36 Alpine of Fred McAfee, getting in the hunt. Up to 3rd ahead of the yellow Ferrari, up to 2nd, splitting the Scarlet cars. And then the first safety car as the 99 Proton Porsche rolled to a halt. They would eventually retire. 83, also a long delay for the privateer Ferrari with turbo problems. Second safety car after the 31 BMW made contact with a rival, ended up in the gravel trap. After racing Aston Martin with a strong race going in the mid part, but in Hypercar, Alpine taking the battle to the Ferraris, and so too was Peugeot. Their strategy has let them down later in the race, but Peugeot definitely showing their great race pace. Look at this, like Duval, splitting the 20 BMW and the 51 Ferrari and jumping them both. 50 Ferrari after pits, coming out and losing the lead. Jules Gounon diving by in the 36 Alpine to move in front on pace. Contact with Sean Galale for the second year in a row in a big crash that put him out of the race. Trouble for the double stacking Toyota team, and trouble also for Sebastian Boe in the remaining McLaren as he got nerfed off by Fittipaldi's Aston Martin. Alpine trying to keep themselves in the hunt. Ferrari leading the race through another safety car period. And then Peugeot and BMW coming to blows. Both the 20 car and Malte Jakobsen 94 had been in contention. Jakobsen with broken rear suspension, the car being retired by the team. Ferrari swapping 50 and 51 with the tyre on better tyres going in front. Mustang battling with Ferrari for position in LMGT3. Mustang had been out front early in the race. With the field being bunched up by the safety cars, moving through traffic, always tricky. Drivers having to have their wits about them. Robin Freins being very determined to get by Alessandro Pierguidi. Pierguidi just as determined to hold him off. Freins now struggling with a brake issue. He's the 36 Alpine that leads from the number 5 Porsche.
Into the pit lane then. Coming back out onto the circuit is the number 8 Toyota, so it's lost the lead of the race now. That now belongs to Mick Schumacher and the number 36 Alpine Endurance team as well. Yeah, Will Wood is watching us right now on the YouTube stream. Hello, Will. And a special shout out as well to Emily and the 2 cats, who are also watching along as well, who can't wait for the Le Mans 24-hour race and the Tour de France. That's going to start soon as well. Good afternoon, or should I say good evening to you both, and your lovely cats as well. At 6:36 here, side by side, the Lexus and the Ford Mustang down in towards the Rouge. The billionth overtake we've seen side by side down here today, and they're going to be very close to contact. They just stay side by side, as well as the 77 as well keeps ahead of the 78 Lexus over 5th and 6th positions battling, Omi. This is great stuff so far. Oh, and let's look at the Ferrari diving back through from the pit stop. Absolutely crackers this to have such a quick race on what is the longest F1 track of the year, but seems so tiny. And it's second longest on the WEC calendar.
Yeah, it gets... with the amount that we have going on, it can definitely feel quite short, but it is a big circuit, and we definitely get to see that when it comes to all of the other categories that we commentate on around this venue. You've got challenge around this place, loads of change when it comes to how this circuit is laid out from different parts of the circuit. You've of course got the technical middle part of the lap, so it's all fun, it's all incredible. This venue definitely can be a bit of a roller coaster for the drivers in this field.
I think I might need a new Stanley Cup. I've run out of juice after all these hours of commentating today, because we haven't just done the World Endurance Championship, because we were part feeding it with Radio Le Mans. We've been doing MotoGP as well. We've got IndyCar coming up as well. Moto E, I want to say, by the way. Frightening accidents we've seen today. Eric Granado is going to remain in hospital and has to have surgery. And then apparently in the second race, there was a bigger accident where a rider fell of Oscar Gutierrez in the middle of the chicane and got run over across his chest as well. And they kept him in the middle of the circuit and didn't red flag the race. Now, they were quick to throw red flags throughout the day for bikes that are way off the racing line, but a human being in the middle of the circuit? Nope, of course they're not going to throw a red flag for that. So yeah, not very nice seeing that in Moto E, but let's hope that both Oscar Gutierrez and Eric Granado recover quickly.
Definitely for motorcycle racing as a whole, not been the easiest couple of weeks as well. Plenty of accidents, plenty of crashes, and I think just in motorsport as a whole right now. But yeah, plenty of crashes when it comes to motorcycles at this stage. After the frightening stuff of a week ago, it's now we've seen 2 major accidents come in Moto E, but yeah, hoping, of course, well, Granado we heard that was okay, but yeah, hoping everyone is okay after the second race as well. But lots of drama, and the Moto E season kicking off with plenty of action, definitely for sure, as it usually does in the races.
I'm just double checking actually my emails to see if I've had anything from Moto E on that. Oscar Gutierrez, no fractures, and he's gone to a local hospital for a CT scan to his hips and abdomen. So that's over the motorcycle world. You can catch the Moto 3, Moto 2 and Moto GP Grand Prix of France on JB Motorsports 2 tomorrow and premiered here on JB Motorsports afterwards, just so that nothing affects the Indy 500 coverage, which kicks off on Tuesday. The number 5 Porsche getting overtaken by the number 20 BMW for 12th overall and in class as well. Yes, Indy 500 kicks off on Tuesday at 5 o'clock British Summer Time, and we'll be live throughout all of the testing, as well as qualifying and the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Same day as the Monaco Grand Prix and the British Grand Prix. Basically, and the Coca-Cola 600. Basically, the day that the JBM team just sort of, not dread, but have a lot of fear about.
After what we dealt with a couple of weeks ago, I think we're better prepared, better trained as well. And I think, to be fair, it's a lot more easier than what we had. But just the big events that we have on that week just make it seem like a lot more daunting as well. And it's the one that we fear, even though we only started talking about the week that we had a couple of weeks ago, like about a week before it. So it's weird how it all works out.
It sneaks up on us because, what was it, 2 weeks ago we had like 36 streams on in one weekend, and there's not that many on the weekends.
46, and
46.
then this weekend's 47.
This weekend's 47? Are you serious?
Wait, no, last weekend.
Oh, right, I was going to say. Last weekend was 47. Blimey. We don't even realise it. You just sort of do them. It just goes off quite clicking. Yeah.
I know last week was quite hard. I don't know whether my count was including BSB or not, as well as we decided to scrap that late. But yeah, quite a lot.
50 with BSB.
Yeah, luckily we cancelled that. Full course yellow's come out. So that's the 21 Ferrari from the leader GT3 coming in. Full course yellow has been deployed. I can't see anyone stopped on the circuit via the driver tracker. And no one's flashing up on my race control messages. So why we are suspended, I don't know. Maybe it's just to clean the track up a little bit. Because there was a lot of debris and tyre marbles at the exit of the chicanes. And through Stavelot. And it is debris at pit entry. That's one very brave marshal flying off the circuit there to recover it. So full course yellow should be coming in soon. That's going to be a nice souvenir. Pierre Guidi though, 29.9 seconds to Mick Schumacher, who has stopped 6 times. So has the 51. So yeah, it's closing in. And there's a Rouge up to the hill to rally on. Always bugged me actually. Do you remember WTF? Oh no, it's not spit though.
Big battle, you're leading, driver of the car, number 21 Vista Porsche Ferrari. We said we were going to speak after the pit stop because we never know what can happen. And there's a full course yellow. Do you know where you're going to stand after the full course yellow?
Well, I'm not sure. I have to go ask. But I think we came out ahead of Mattia Drudi, so I think the 27, so I think it's okay.
You had a great lead. Feeling better after Imola, which was very sad. You were leading.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, if we can close the race like we did, like we should have done in Imola, would be a great result for the team.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the last 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's only 36 minutes to go, and we are back to green flag running here at Spa-Francorchamps as we look at Mick Schumacher leading the race here in the Alpine endurance team. Juxtaposition, eh? Alpine staying in the World Endurance Championship, doing really well. Their Formula One team crumbling around them, and now run by Flavio Briatore. Pierre Guidi radio.
We are clearly fighting for the victory. We optimize all the lap times, but we take margin, please. We need to finish this race. We are fighting for victory.
So Pierre Guidi told he's fighting for the victory. That's true because Alpine are down to 14% on usable energy. Pierre Guidi has 56. Now that should be enough to get him to the end of this race, Omi. But the Alpine going to have to pit very, very soon.
It will indeed. So the 36 at the front will have to come in very, very shortly as well. So that's definitely going to be taking place with the battery. Well, it was very close. It was very close coming in for Ferrari in Le Mans when they were trying to get that car to victory 1 year ago. But they should hopefully have a little bit more in reserve. Okay, to make it all the way to the end. But it's going to be fascinating to see how this one is going to end, and it's going to be really fascinating to see how it's all going to play out. Of course, we've got right now the number 54. The Vista A, of course, are also in from the LM GT3 class.
So, we're now watching GT3, that's the BMW out the circuit. That's not Valentino Rossi. No, that's the Ford. Okay, coming towards me. There we go, can see the logo now. So that's the race leader, that's the 88 leading the way. BMW 20, Robin Fries, and the Cadillac 38 in Hyperclass are into the pit lane. Oh, hello! Into the garage. This is the 20 BMW. Gone into said garage and been pushed back in. Robin Fries having work done, Omi. We can see that on our screens now.
Yep, Robin Fries, well, all going a little bit wrong for the number 20 in the Hypercar class as well. Definitely not what they wanted, and especially when you are so close to the checkered flag. A bit of work, a bit of drama at the end, not what you want when you were so close to securing a result as well right at the end. So really disappointing stuff for them. But they will definitely try bounce back later on in Le Mans, and that will be the main attention for anyone who hasn't had the day that they wanted today. For the ones who have had a good day, as we mentioned, that will be a good confidence boost heading into Le Mans as well. So it's going to be really fascinating. But all eyes in the World Endurance Championship, of course, look to that fabled event. So it's always where everyone's eyes go to.
On board now, you're listening to the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa, which is 15 seconds back to Mick Schumacher's Alpine 36, but his second sector time is a 58.038, so time massively improving. Reminder this evening, you can join us at NASCAR for qualifying from Kansas, and then at 12:30 a.m. it will be the NASCAR Truck Series race, 12:30 till 3, and then of course we've also got at 9:30 the IndyCar, so also Grand Prix. Basically the Indianapolis Grand Prix coming up as well. So we're back to back to back, and then I think we get to sleep from 3 o'clock until about 8:40, and then we'll go for warm-up, then Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP, and then NASCAR alongside as well a full day of British touring car action from Brands Hatch Brands Hatch Indy, I should say, coming in for tomorrow. JT, it's going to be an interesting race, actually. Jake Hill on pole position for the first one tomorrow. And Rainford looking really strong. It's probably deafened. Can't hear me.
Well, what I can tell you is...
Hello.
Now... there is JT.
Yeah. It should be a good day tomorrow at Brands Hatch. With, well, BMW, row 1 for race 1. Of course, the result of race 1 does race 2, and then the result of race 2 with the up to the top 12, between the top 6 and top 12 first. As well, going in towards that, but good day of racing, scheduled full day of racing with the Sport Series as well on JBM.
I have serious FOMO of not being in Brands Hatch right now. When we were doing that qualifying session with Tom there, I was like, I should be there. So yeah, it's a weird feeling, but Thruxton, that's where I'm next there. But yeah, you can't do them all. The amount we're doing this year, my goodness me, we need a break.
Yeah. Considering a lot of big events are done remotely anyway nowadays,
yeah.
If we're being able to balance it out, I think that's still a good amount that we're currently getting to do. BMW number 20, we just talked about them being in the pit lane. It is due to brakes. I can inform you about that one as well. So that's what's going on for them, as we're about to get our TNT pictures back as well.
Go for that, because there's only so much I can look on board with the 51 Ferrari. So they come through. Oh, and have a look at the number 7 Toyota. Oh well. Upgrade. Oh, and we ride on board with the number. Thanks for that, TNT.
Go on. JB.
Yeah.
Do you know that there's an ad-free feed on Discovery Plus which you can have on another screen?
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah.
Omi, do you have it?
No.
Naughty.
I'm also fighting between the onboard cameras that we've got access to that we're toying around with ahead of Le Mans.
Since when did we have onboard cameras for stream?
Since today.
Okay, nice.
Simple as. There you go, look, riding on board with the 51 Ferrari. And we'll have these for Le Mans as well. I'm just testing it out, seeing what we can add. I've lost the race control messages, by the way, JT, so if you can find them again, that'd be nice, because the link you sent me wasn't working for this one.
That sounds like a you issue.
Thanks for that. But yeah. But yes, we are looking forward to it. It's a wonderful view on board with the Ferrari here down towards. I hope the 51 wins because the 50 doesn't have his camera on, and the 51 does, so that we can see the checkered flag moment actually on stream.
Yeah. 2% is left for the 36 Alpine. They'll have to trickle their way into the pit lane very shortly.
Box's lap then would be 100%. Can't wait. Our early Le Mans coverage, by the way, details for you all watching. Obviously every practice session, but for the actual 24 hours, we will be live for all of it. Some I will have to vacate my commentary box because Megan will need access to it for practice 3 and qualifying of Formula 1. So we'll be venturing out into either another commentary box or the garden for that segment. We're going to have, if it doesn't rain, we've got a fire pit, some marshmallows, and we've got a little bit, as the sun goes down, we'll start a fire, and we'll have a little bit of relaxed as the evening draws in, and then we'll go back into the commentary box and do the night shift. And as Martin Haven says, the best way to get through it is not with cake, it's something else, which I'm sure we'll get into at 2 a.m. in the morning. Into the pit lane though comes your race leader, the 36 Alpine, 1% left in his tank, and he comes to a stop and will do the full charge. So this will be, is Mick staying in the car? I think he is, but there already is Antonio Pierguidi taking the lead of the race. Doesn't waste any time, does he? Go on, Emmy.
Absolutely. Going to the front of the field, the number 51 Ferrari, but it is number 1 when it comes to on the road in terms of the hypercar. And overall right now with just under 30 minutes to go, 29 minutes to be precise at this stage. And it's now going to start to boil over. This is when we're going to start to see everyone push and give it their all the way to the checkered flag in the final stages of this race.
Really want this to be a good one. Like 110% give. Oh, well, you can't have 110%, can you? So I want this to be a good ending. The sun is dipping here. It's 7:30 in Spa. It finishes at 8 o'clock in the evening. That's just before sunset. And the entire atmosphere here has been wonderful. I'm glad that we don't run it late on in the year anymore, like we did a couple of years ago when we used to have the split calendars, because snowing at Spa was not a great look. But this is the Ardennes Forest, and anything can happen here. Along with... Yeah. Everyone's
not
saying,
rain.
keep going, Mick, you've got this. Yeah, rain, snow, sunshine. It is very much like Albert Park. And Silverstone. Silverstone's got its own climate as well. Through Rouge Montour in the GT3 field. That's the Porsche number 92 into the pits, running 6th in class, 69% of energy in the virtual tank left as well. Of fuel level, that it tells you in as well.
Car 15, warning, track limits.
Oh. So that, off top of my head, I can't do, so I'm trying to find the actual angle up here in the commentary box. Not
that's the BMW.
It is one of the BMWs. There's only 30 cars left in the race, and we still can't locate the one we're after. Ah, there it goes, the BMW Raffaele Marciello at the wheel, running 11th in class. There we go. It was momentarily off my monitor. To which we've got the driver tracker and the timings just alongside here. Amy, you're not using timing 71, are you?
I'm not.
Look up for that. That's not working at the moment. Trying to use timing 71 for WEC is the equivalent of trying to use a calendar to try and count the days of how long it's going to be until Mohammed Ben Sulayem is resigning as FIA president. You don't need a calendar. You need a stopwatch.
Oh, God. Well, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to see how that's all going to play out. Lots of drama going on in the world of Formula 1, so that's quite interesting.
Really tempted to pop on the Eurostar and hop over to France when that gets announced, the new president.
It'd be worth it, to be fair.
I hope all motorsport fans listening in agree with me. We've just had a new pope being voted in and inducted. The FIA president being elected is the equivalent of our new Pope. Isn't it, really? It's the man or woman who will speak for us. Because, fingers crossed, Susie Wolf goes in for the job. And we might have her alongside a certain other. I can't remember. Will, if you're still listening, I can't remember if I told you what I told you at Donington about a certain man who's head of a certain championship and his initials DR. But that seems to be becoming more and more fruitful. So far, Romy, I know of 3 other people that are standing against Mohammed Ben Sulayem. One I can't name. One is obviously Carlos Sainz was thinking about it, and the other is Susie Wolf.
Yeah, all fun, all interesting. Okay, well, we are continuing here in the World Endurance Championship at Spa. We've momentarily had a technical issue, but you join us back as we continue going with 23 minutes and, wait for it, 54 seconds to go on the clock. And we've got some brilliant action going on the circuit at the same time. It's been a dramatic race so far, and we're just concluding it. Battle for 6th place goes on as we head to Rouge and Radium. That's the number 6 Porsche and the number 35 Alpine that's just been able to make its move and get by as well. So that's definitely a great overtake coming in on our way up the hill. And I'm just going to make sure that I can add a audio source for Discord so you guys are actually able to hear the rest of the crew with a couple of technical issues going on late. But yes, luckily we do have a backup for this round and everything is working. So yeah, JB, you can now be heard on the stream.
Excellent. I've never had that before in all my life. OBS crashed on me and kicked me out of the commentary. I've never had that happen to me before. It came up with a massive error. The entire computer froze, and I was mid-sentence. It's Mohammed Ben Sulayem. Oh, he's got me back. Sorry about that. I'll try and get that fixed. It seems to have loaded now, so I'm going to give it a go. But Omi, be on standby. That was some quick work, my friend. Well done.
Yeah, I basically closed OBS, so I had to quickly reopen it as well, as I wasn't expecting to do anything for the rest of today in terms of that. But yeah, luckily we were able to get it going, and everything worked, and we are all okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. I'll be back in just a second on our actual computer. It came up with an OBS can't read this browser source, and suddenly it froze, and it literally just shut the whole thing down. I was like, oh my god, has it shut the whole computer down? But no, it just froze OBS for a split second. Okay, Omi, I'm going to restart it in a second.
Okay, are you ready for me to start streaming then?
Yes, now you can.
Okay.
No, wait. Yes, now you can.
Okay,
go on.
Perfect.
Yes, now you can. No, wait.
Okay.
Yes, now you can. Go on.
Perfect. Right, start.
Well, hello everyone. Sorry about that. A bit of a freak stoppage. Didn't expect that to happen. You're back, and so are everyone on Twitch who is joining us for the last 21 minutes of this World Endurance race at Spa, as in case we lose it again and there's a backup. I've never had that happen to me before, ever. I've never, ever had the timing screen freeze and OBS throw me out. So here we go, back again now. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Mohammed Ben Sulayem. He must have just sent the current to stop me talking. Full course yellow again. Well, that's. I wonder if this is a timing issue. I really do, because it's gonna be tight now. That's a position as well going on the inside. So that is 36 Alpine getting ahead of the number 7 Toyota just before that full course yellow came out, Omi. As now we go underneath it.
Yep. Well, a bit of drama coming in. Full course yellow's out, and we all take a bit of a deep breath after the World Endurance Championship continues to deliver with plenty of chaos. We're taking a look at a replay.
Engine smoking. The Alpine's engine smoking. We just cut to that as we saw it. There's a yellow flag at turn 4. That's at Radion. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
How are you doing that? How are you doing that?
Someone's jealous.
JT, what link have you got for that? Have you got Race Director's audio? How have you done that? Oh, and look at that! De Vries got the great restart! Oh, watch it for the onboard! My goodness me! They're side by side, and the 36 didn't get the great restart, but De Vries did. So watch this when we go back to green flag running. Watch the Toyota dive bomb the inside line of the restart. That was so perfect, but there was contact between them, Omi. The Alpine 36 hitting De Vries, hitting Schumacher. I've heard that before. So Schumacher defends, and then it just all goes wrong.
We have indeed. Oh my god, that was so tight. Yeah, it was so dramatic. It was so close between the two of them, and that's what happens on restarts. It can all change around very, very quickly.
JT, can you hear me? How did you do it? I want to know. Oh, Omi's gone. Okay, there's some lag here. Let's go down to the world feed quickly.
In the Mustang, and he has been right in the thick of it all the way through, battling silver, and he'll be very proud of that, I'm absolutely certain. Out comes the number 7.
Right,
TotalEnergies racing car.
Out in 9th place, just ahead of the Aston.
The biggest of the splash and dashes. So he's had to take the most fuel on board, and then other cars around. We just did briefly see the energy graphics. They're back on. Look, so 13% remaining for the Cadillac, 22% for our race leader.
The gap is the gap between 51 and 36. Assuming that 46% gets you there, and that gap is 45 seconds.
Bear in mind, the 7 cars just come back out with 45% of energy. Either everybody in that bracket has got it wrong, or everybody else is going to have to stop, or is going to be heavily compromised. It's still not done. It's 18 minutes to go. It's a race to the line. It's a race to a fuel number. It's a race to who can do what on some very tired tyres at the moment, but it's not over here.
That number that stands out there.
Okay, so I believe OBS is trying to take Omi's camera. So Omi, can you hear me still? No. JT, hello, as we're back into the action. What are you making of this race then so far?
Well, hello. I've watched it. Well, I've watched it all with it on the big screen, but at the moment I've got Indy NXT on the big screen. So WEC has been knocked down to the small screen, picture-in-picture, but it's been a good race. Ferraris have been in control for, well,
all of
I
it.
want to say all of this race in both classes.
Yeah, it's the 21 Ferrari leading in GT3, and we've got the 51 Ferrari leading overall as JT pops his camera on, so I can see him at least.
Not the right camera.
Well, we're on battle screen anyway, but it comes in handy when we do come up and say hello to the people watching, which will be soon. As the racing goes on. 17 minutes then left here. What has been a surprisingly interesting 6 hours of Spa.
Cars 36 Schumacher and 7 De Vries under investigation. Incident at turn 17 at 19:40:56.
Right, how are you getting these messages? I can only see full course yellow.
I have my ways.
Send me the link, I can get them on the stream. Have you sent me the link? I can put them on the stream.
I can't find the full race control messages timing screen, which we normally have.
Yeah, what have you got?
It's on the side of the FIA WEC TV onboards.
Oh yeah, I see the same. I see the same one. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it now. Where is that full page? I don't know. Oh, well, we'll see what we can do ahead of
But
next
the reason for the full course yellow, the latest one, was to remove debris at turn 4.
I've got it now. Schumacher under investigation for incident 1017. Okay, cool. That's going to be interesting. Just to confirm, there is Mick Schumacher now out there on the circuit. Running in quite well, I'd say. It's 4th place off the podium. Cadillac with Alex Lynn. Cadillac going to get a podium here with a 2nd place. Hands up in the chat if you saw that one coming. So there is the gap now. Actually, JT is 0. It's 39.442. The world feed interrupt. It was a big thing there, but he's got to pit this lap. He's only got 5% of energy left.
Yeah, also with 5% of energy left, it's down in 14th, the 009. But we're getting to the final parts where possible pits are needed with, well, not a lot of time left.
That's Aston Martin, isn't it? Running in 14th position, the 009. Still, it's a splash and dash at this late stage of the race to see who's hot and who's not. One of these perfect days where everything's just going insanely right. Riding now, there is the 36, that's the Alpine Schumacher. He's closed up to the back of the 51 AF Corsa. What's that gap now? Is that the overall gap? Yeah, it is. What's the interval gap? 2.1. So yeah, he's on the back. De Vries, however, closing even more. De Vries is on the attack in 7th. Let's try and get his camera. So where's the number 7 Toyota? Here we go. Haven't used much of the number 7 Toyota today. Here he is. Nick De Vries running in. Closing on the 38 Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais. Nice to have the onboards. Ideally, this is what I'd like the watch-longs to be. World feed, driver tracker, stats at the bottom. I'm glad that WEC can do that for us as well. I don't think, as well, looking at it, that can Pierre Guidi. Look at that. Pierre Guidi's only got 11% left, JT. So the 51 Ferrari could lose out the win here, but Ferrari have got 25. Alpine on 35. Alpine might be able to win this race. I know we've been thinking about it, but now we're actually seeing how bad Ferrari are losing fuel here. This could go Alpine's way for a 1-2. And Mick Schumacher might be able to win it.
How things can change in the World Endurance Championship, but Mick Schumacher is under investigation. We'll have to see what happens with that one.
Yeah, that's going to... Oh, not another FIA race at Spa, where the winner gets changed after the fact. If Mick Schumacher could win here at Spa and emulate his father from 1992, and at a circuit which holds such special memories for the Schumachers. Michael won his 7th World Championship here as well. That would be quite special for Mick to win here. He's done it before though, in Formula 2 if I'm not very much mistaken. Omi would correct me. Omi, is Omi here?
No.
Ah, he's got problems. I can just imagine Omi's... Oh yeah, hang on. There you go. I can just imagine Omi's hitting the deck somewhere. I've turned off the driver cam now. Sorry about that. That was the onboard camera from De Vries. Yeah. I really hope that Mick can win it. That'd be nice. Energy now. Ferrari 28. They've saved a lot now. There's some splash and dashes. So Ferrari boxing, splashed and dashed. And is that going to be enough, JT? 28%, 22 should be. But Alpine got 32. Alpine can push to the end here. Ferrari might struggle. The gap now, 14 seconds. The 51, yeah.
Car 50 and car 15, a reprimand for pit lane behaviour at 17:17 local. So at 17 minutes past 4 that was for us. So, well, 2.5 hours later, they've got a reprimand for their actions.
Yeah, Stewart's doing fine work, as per usual, of being late to the party. Insanely late to the party, as well as it seems. We've just opened up the 36's onboard camera. You're seeing it now, actually, if you're watching on the world feed. And there's one of at the same time. So can Mick Schumacher, who you're watching here, take victory in the 6 hours of Spa along with his team at Alpine. That'd be something. Go Mick. Ken Mitwin, go Mick. Everyone's saying the same. I think everybody, JT, wants Mick Schumacher to win this one.
Quite possibly.
I'd just also like to say thank you to for this stream for 10,000 viewers across the 6 hours. Most kind of you all. Thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed it with the world feed and the JBM commentary. When we get to Le Mans, though, the whole JBM team taking you on for the whole 24 hours. Same coverage with updates from Radio Le Mans. And JT's hourly update, of course, will come back like it did at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. That's going to be fun. You ready for that? Weather report and hourly updates. He's nodding. He's nodding. Porsche number 6 at 6% energy. He's going to have to dive into the pits for some splash and dash. 10 minutes to go. That's around about 4 laps, possibly 5, JT, as things stand. It's a 2-minute lap time here. So they're going to have to really struggle.
As here we are just having a look at Mick Schumacher on board the 36. Look how much he has to battle that car. I believe that was up Eau Rouge and up to the top of the hill at Rallion. Yes, it was.
We're riding with him now. I think they'll cut to the onboard camera so that we can see him driving through Eau Rouge. Here we go. There he is, Mick Schumacher, leading this race effectively. He's pushing hard. 27% of energy battery power. He's pushing for the win, I should say. And if he does get the win, it'll be his first ever here in the World Endurance Championship. Gap is... It's about a second, JT. He's catching that Ferrari in front. Annoyingly, it's gap to the leader you're watching on your screen, not interval gap, which means you have to work the interval gap out, which is really annoying. It's exactly a second. Yeah, 12.9. The gap between the 51 and the 50. Gap between the 51 and the 36 is 13.9. So the gap is now at a second. Tom's here saying tune in to see how you guys are getting on. Sounds like we're in for a brilliant finale. Hello, Tom. Hope you're doing all right. Tom is trackside for us at Brands Hatch for the British Touring Car Championship. You can join us for that coverage tomorrow at 9 AM on air earlier, as they're doing a track walk and a pit walk. So JT's going to broadcast that, and then we'll hear some interviews from today before the first racing action of the day gets underway. And then I'll take over the stream for the first race, hand it back to JT, and then I'll take over from 2 o'clock onwards. Omi's back.
Hello.
Hello, Omi. Is your computer kicking you out now?
It was. I am getting back in there.
Lovely. Fastest lap so far for a long, long time. 2:06.047 from Mick Schumacher. He is a full 0.3 of a second faster than both Ferraris on that last lap time. He is starting to push. Nitrogen. I don't get what the nitrogen is. Please switch off that nitrogen feed in the commentary box. What nitrogen? Oh, car 93 is under investigation for track limits.
Correction, car 93 is not under investigation for track limits.
Well, that came through quite quickly, didn't it? Yeah, they give it and they take it away. Somebody must have let on the button. What's Eduardo Freitas up to these days? There's your leader in GT3. The 21 Ferrari. 26% of fuel left for him as well at the moment. So he'll be gaining it up. 5 minutes to go. I'd be interested to see when race control dictate that this will be the last lap of the race. Do you know, we might just make it exactly 150 racing laps. That'd be nice. That's a nice number here at Spa. Oh, I really want to do the old circuit now at Spa. If we haven't got, we've got about 2 hours until the IndyCar coverage later on. And Omi's back. Hello, Omi. How are you, my friend?
Hello. Yes, unfortunately, for all of you. I'm back. And we continue on. But yes, we're ticking down to the final stages of this race.
Let's take a look in at Mick Schumacher on the onboard camera. Closing in like crazy now, isn't he?
Yeah, also Discord kicked me out as well. I had to re-log in and everything. And it completely kicked me out.
Technology's been annoying today, hasn't it? Heart of Racing is leading GT3.
Oh.
Is it? I'm double checking that. No, it's still the 21 AF Corsa.
Cars 7 and 36, warning flag, incident at turn 17, so no penalty.
Where is the Heart of Racing squad? It's down in 5th position overall. It's the AF Corsa at the moment in the asking. Oh, sorry, my fault. no worries, Dirk. There you go. The green number is the leading, so it's the 21 in 15th position of the Vista AF Corsa. That Heart of Racing team is in 19th position. Easy mistake to make because it's on two different slides, but we've had so many cars going out of the race that the GT3s have leaked on to the other page. 4 minutes to go then on lap 147, and Ferrari at the moment lead 9 seconds to the second Ferrari, but again, I think we're running out of time, Omi, for Alpine to get a victory here, unless fuel issues hit the Ferraris, which we have seen before.
We have seen it before. We've seen some late drama in this category before as well. Anything is possible, but yes, time seems to be ticking and running out for the Alpine to go on the charge. Everyone would like to see a Mick Schumacher going to the top step around Spa, where it all really got going for Michael Schumacher. So it would definitely be one incredible moment for him if he's able to pull it off. But yeah, time's ticking. It doesn't look like we're going to be getting the fairy tale story.
Well, that's a shame. That's a real shame, actually. It's disappointing, but Spa is a cruel track, and to have it and take it away quite simply is what this place does. Even the modified circuit that we've had since the 1980s here is tricky. I think it's one of the only circuits that's been modified that hasn't lost anything. It's sort of gained.
Yeah, even with some of the changes, with the barriers moving around, still the philosophy is the same through a route and radio, and still the attack, still everything is the same. And as we mentioned, we're seeing drivers actually be a bit more braver, so it's actually increased the overtaking chances and made it even more exciting for us to watch. So actually, it's been anything that has happened to the circuit, it's just been made even better and a bit more positive.
Oh, they're going to spoil the circuit. Rest in peace, Spa. Do you want close racing that like this? Yeah, you do. You got it. Action all over. Brilliant runnings right now. So looking at the board here, with 2 minutes to go, this would mean we'd have one more lap. This would be lap 149, lap 150. Yeah, it'd be 150 laps racing. Get in.
Here we go. It's all getting World Endurance style right now. All the way to the checkered flag, all the way to the finish to see who's going to be able to take it.
Oh wait, that's getting out of the way. Don't tease me like that, World Feed. That's the 83 Ferrari that's been out of it for ages right now with Robin Kubica. Back to you, Amy.
No matter what's happening to it, they've at least got most of their data, but they've had a horrid data figure. They'll try and recover when it comes to the 24 hours of Le Mans and join the other Ferraris, the actual works Ferrari of 51 and 50, trying to make it a 1-2-3, and what a special moment that would be if they're able to do it at Le Mans after their recent strides with 50 and 51 both taking a win each over the last 2 years.
Ferrari are on course to do the double here, winning in GT3 and winning in the main category as well of Hypercar. We've opened up both their camera angles as we will start.
Debris on track, turn 4.
Oh no. This is the final lap of the race. Lap 150 here at Spa-Francorchamps. And if you don't mind, we will come up to the Combox camera with myself and Omi, and when the moment happens, we'll open up the TV pictures for you at home to see the Ferrari cross the line as well. But Omi, what a cracking race, and Ferrari, 3 races running now. They seem unstoppable going in to try and win a third Le Mans 24 hour in a row.
Well, we had the talk about Alpine, and we also, of course, had the talk to see whether BMW could do anything about it. We had so many different contenders earlier on in this race to the mid part of it, but it's been Ferrari who's going to get the 1-2 when it comes to the Hyperclass. A super performance by the 51, and they're going to be heading once again to victory lane. It's going to be a phenomenal victory and another round executed, and they're going to have to enjoy these moments while they last. As you know, in when it comes to WEC domination, it doesn't last forever. It all changes very, very quickly. Ferrari have got to enjoy it, and it's going to be the best confidence boost that they need heading into the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Just keep an eye on that 50 Ferrari because it is running low on fuel. It's only got 2% left of in the tank, so the 36 Alpine might just get there, but they are going to get a podium, and the double luck for Ferrari might just hold on. There was Antonio Giovinazzi watching on as well in the garage, and there now we ride with the 36 coming through the Fagnes chicane. It is closing down massively on Ferrari number 50 as well, with Nielsen at the wheel. Pierre Guidi is going to take this one home at the moment, but can they hold on through Stabilo into Curve de Port Frere, and down we come. It is going to be checkered flag and another victory for Ferrari in 2025 as they will come through now into the bus stop for the last time. Ferrari take 3 out of 3 in 2025. The best team going into Le Mans. It's the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa in Hypercar that wins the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Here's that moment over the line, out of the last corner, and takes the checkered flag. Ferrari win, and it's a 1-2 here in Spa. What a race, Omi.
Well, it was close between 50 and 36 Alpine, but it was 9/10 across the line, and those are the close gaps. Even though we've got Ferrari domination in the World Endurance Championship, still we get gaps that are super tight, just over 4 seconds between first and second. Then when we get down to second and third, under 1 second. Phenomenal stuff. The victory heading once again to Ferrari.
Let's check in then as well with the GT leaders. Here they are, coming through as well to the Fagnes chicane. They will take home their victory for the 21 AF Corsa. They are into the last corner. Here is the leader.
I can't believe we did it, mate. We did it. We won the race. It's a Ferrari 1-2. Ferrari 1-2. Amazing.
Not just a Ferrari 1-2, because here comes the GT3, the 21 Vista AF Corsa. Ferrari win in GT3 as well. They have swept the weekend with absolute precision. And here's that moment coming over the line now, through the bus stop for the last time. And the checkered flag for the 51 and the 21 here at the 6 hours of Spa.
How we start the weekend, I cannot believe. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, there you go. TNT go to an ad break straight away.
Turn 4.
What's happened at turn 4, JT?
Probably the debris clearance from the last lap.
Yeah, debris.
Well, there is also the race winner coming through. I'll swap between the two. Oh yeah, I didn't think we could do that, could you? There's your race winner then. The 51 Ferrari, of course, cheering as he goes in with the fans. And the race winner in GT3 as well. The 21 Vista AF Corsa. Not bad, Omi. That was a great day. Great day of action.
Great day of action, great day of views. So once again, thank you for the support, everyone. It's been absolutely phenomenal, I think, across the board as well, including the touring cars today. So loads of amazing action, lots of stuff has happened today, and we're going to have more tomorrow as well with IMSA, and then the main day of action for the touring cars, along with all of the motos taking place, NASCAR as usual, and we've of course got more coming up today.
6,000 on MotoGP, sorry, 6,000 on the British Touring Cars, 10,300 on the World Endurance Championship, and then over on the second channel as well for MotoGP, 17,000 for the T-Series Sprint, 6.7 thousand for qualifying, 2.6 thousand for practice 2. It's been an insane amount of numbers that have racked up. So thank you to each and every one of you who've tuned in to JB Motorsports this weekend. We truly, truly appreciate it, because we do this out of passion, and you to watch us and choose us means the world. As we take a look now once again at Pier Guidi leading in the 51 Ferrari.
Yeah, deserved. After 6 hours. After 6 hours, finally they can relax, finally they can chill. And all eyes now go to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, where it is going to be harder than ever for all of them.
Let's head down then to the world feed. We'll be back for the podium and get some thoughts from our TNT colleagues. One of them, of course, you might know. Oh yeah, it's Alex Brundle. Let's check in with what they have to say, alongside Anthony Davidson and Martin Haven.
Antonio Fuoco on the right, Miguel Molina on the left-hand side. Second place. They've really limited the damage that anybody could do. Don't forget, 1.5 points for the first win of the season has really put them very strongly into the championship mix.
But I can't help but think they're disappointed with today. Even though they managed to hang on and eke out that fuel towards the end and finish second place, for a long time today, they had this race covered. They were pole position, they had the speed. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong for them. Maybe it was an early strategic call to think we can get through to the end of the race here if we're kind on the fuel. Maybe in hindsight, they would have been better off chasing the sister car flat out and utilising those fresher tyres that they had at the time and just take the fight to their teammates. But it looks like they're a bit dejected, the two of them at least, walk into the podium.
Yeah, it's a Ferrari 1-2. It's not been achieved in remotely the way that I think anybody expected today. And for me, the best marker here is the field is getting closer. The strategy high bar is getting higher, and it's just getting better without a shadow of a doubt. Brilliant race from Alpine Endurance Team today.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, Graham. And I think one thing that we can learn from this entire race week, not weekend, because we're racing on the Saturday, is let's not focus on qualifying too much, and let's not call out BOP being wrong too early, because BOP is based on race pace.
Yep.
And today, as far as I saw it, the racing was pretty close.
It was. I mean, what we've seen is we've called it with a couple of these teams. Stand Up and be recognised Peugeot. What a massive step forward for them in terms of the pace they've had during the race.
Absolutely.
But strategically, I'm afraid they need to look at how others have performed here.
Well, they took a punt, and I was surprised at the time. It could have really worked for them if the safety car or whatever, full course yellow, had fallen their way at the right time. I think they were, 2 laps out with that completely going their way. It didn't. And it was a short-lived full course yellow when they needed it the most. But I still feel like it was an unnecessary risk to take based on the speed of their car.
Ferrari had to produce, I think, pretty close to their best to take this win today. And that's a great sign of things to come as we get deeper and deeper into this World Championship.
And for the 51 crew, who were the championship leaders after Imola, they have extended their advantage. Now, the good news for the 50 crew is they were third after Imola behind 83. They're now second place, but they are 19 points behind. Of course, with double points for Le Mans, the whole thing could change in a month's time in France.
It's also, by the way, extraordinarily the first car to win consecutive races of the WEC since Toyota number 7 at Monza and Fuji in 2023.
Wow. I think the biggest luck that the car 51 today is that the race director got involved and demanded the position to be given back and not just give them a penalty.
Yep.
That would have ruined their day in that one moment. And it was that interjection and that decision from Eduardo Freitas today, that was a present to them.
And that's a lesson they need to learn on the pit wall, because they were going, stay where you are.
Sticking with it.
Don't give him back.
Yeah. So, and usually, 9 times out of 10, the race director will sit back and go, OK, that's your decision, is it? I'll just sit and watch, and I'll dish out a penalty
Well,
when you don't.
If there were any errors in the way that the 21 Ferrari performed, was driven, or was managed, I didn't see them. And this time there's Simon Mann, the man who was in the driving seat. Valentino Rossi lunged him in Imola. This time they've got the pace and the luck. So the 51 crew extend their advantage, and 21 also looking very strong indeed.
Remember, they had the bad luck of being punted out of a strong position at Imola, but you're right, they are looking a very strong package indeed. It's the second win in the WEC for both Simon Mann and Francois Heriot, and both those wins have come in the last 4 races. It's a 4th win here in the WEC for Alessio Rivera in 3 different classes. 2 wins in GTM, 1 in LMP2, and now his first win here at Spa in LMGT3.
Yeah.
He's a very talented boy.
Rivera drove a sublime race today. Can't praise him highly enough. Absolute world class.
3 races, 3 different cars have won in LMGT3. The Corvette winning under real pressure in Qatar, the Porsche winning under real pressure in Imola, but the Ferrari 21, Rivera there taking a well-earned drink, absolutely stretched his legs, selected top gear and drove away from his rivals.
Well, let's look at, we said a little bit about the depth of the competition in Hypercar. Let's look just for a moment in LMGT3. Look at where the Lexus are now. Look at where the Mustangs are now. If you look, for that matter, a great step up for the Mercedes-AMG. And again, Le Mans is a great track for that form of car, without a shadow of a doubt. Big barking V8 up front in a big GT car.
Alessandro, you just finished the race, 2nd win in a row for the 51. How do you feel?
To be honest, I still can't believe it. I think how we started the weekend was very difficult. And at the end, when I have to push like a quali lap every single laps, I have to push every quali. I give everything. Actually, I'm finished even myself. I just gave everything and trying to be as quick as I could. And after the splash, when I was P1, I could believe it. But the team, my teammates, did an amazing job. The guys worked so hard. We had a few crashes in the weekend, and they have to repair the car quick. And they did an amazing job. So to 2nd victory in a row, 1-2 for Ferrari. We can be better prepared for Le Mans.
Okay, congratulations again. James, I remember talking to you during the race, and you said to me, we're going to take points today, and that'll be fine, because we had a hard beginning of the weekend. Just points, we're happy.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect that. It was a mental race. I mean, it was so up and down. There were so many incidents. You just never knew what was going to happen. And, yeah, I mean, clearly the car was super strong. Like Ale said, both of those guys did an amazing job. Team were just really spot on with strategy. They've improved so much on the strategy game. This is making a big difference. And, yeah, it's a win, but we've got to focus on what's next day, which is the big one, Le Mans.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations. Enjoy today before Le Mans. Last word for you, Antonio. You're increasing the gap and the lead of the championship.
Yeah, I think like Ale said, the weekend started not in the best way with the crash in LP2. But after that, we didn't give up. Yesterday, we put in a good position quali, and today was a perfect race. The car was fantastic. My teammates, the team. Yeah, just a fantastic weekend before Le Mans, and 2 in a row now, Imola, Spa. Last year, we lost these 2 for figs, and now finally we are here on the top of the podium.
Right, time to enjoy. Thank you so much.
Well, what a result for the 51 Ferrari crew and the 21 crew. Francois Heriot, Simon Mann and Alessio Rivera. Ferrari win both classes here in Spa.
Let's check in with the race highlights then of what happened.
Ferrari was the dominant force in qualifying. They led away at the start of the TotalEnergies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, with the pole sitter heading down into turn 1. Niklas Nielsen keeping his nose in front of Phil Hansen's yellow car, and James Collado in the second red machine as everybody else jostle for position. In LMGT3 it was the same story. The pole sitting Lexus holding off the Mustangs and the Aston Martin behind. Aggression early on rewarded Alpine Alpine's Fred McAveeky going by Phil Hansen for third, and then passing James Collado for second place in the number 51 Ferrari. Cheered to the echo by the huge crowd. Safety car as the number 9 Proton competition car came to a grinding halt. It would go no further. 83 with a turbo problem, dropped out of the top 3, and eventually it would finish the race a long way back. 31, broken suspension after contact in the bus stop, pitched off Yasser Shaheen and brought out our second safety car. And after a stop for fuel and tyres, 50 Ferrari coming out of the pit lane to be caught and passed immediately by Jules Goulnon in the 36 Alpine, who had stopped just 1 lap earlier. Alpine in the hunt. Not so though for Sean Gillel for the 2nd year in a row in a high-speed crash here at Spa. Confusion for the double-stacking Toyotas in the pit lane, frustrating Nick de Vries. And in LMGT3, contact between Fittipaldi in the Aston Martin and Bode in the McLaren, saw Bode in the barriers. Ferrari returning to 1-2 as another safety car interrupted proceedings. Contact with the number 20 BMW put Malte Jakobsen's 94 Peugeot out of the hunt. Both Peugeots had been strong for the first 3 hours here in Spa. In LMGT3, the Mustangs battled the Ferraris for supremacy, but in the closing stages, Alessia Rivera took the lead and drove away from the field. 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, leaping up the order in the battle with the Alpine and the 20 BMW. And then losing ground as Robin Freins insisted that he was, in fact, coming through. But that car, the 20 BMW, would end the race with brake issues into the final stages, and fuel strategy became the edge. The 51 Ferrari clinging on to the last possible moment. It was AF Corsa with the 21 Ferrari that won in LMGT3, but 51 managing their pace and their fuel, getting their splash in at the end and returning to the track as the leaders, taking their 2nd straight win in this season as they claimed victory in Spa, leading a Ferrari 1-2. Jules Goulnon there, looking a little bit pensive. Fred Mako waiting for Mick Schumacher. Schumacher's in the background. All 3 drivers of that 36 Alpine, Graham Goodwin, absolutely put in stellar stints today.
On another day, they'd be a winning crew here, without a doubt. All 3 put in, I thought, really mega stints. That is the final result, 51 from the 50 Ferrari. Yes, a Ferrari 1-2, but won in a way that nobody really expected. Alpine Endurance Team's 36 crew, less than a second off second place. Winners in LMGT3 with a stellar performance, particularly from Alessia Rivera at the end. The 21 Ferrari looking very good as a package. Then from the 88 Mustang and the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari completing the podium, but under massive pressure from the 2nd Mustang at the end. The Lexuses were there without a doubt. The Porsches were there for a time. The BMWs were there for a time. That's setting up something pretty special for June as well.
Well, without that brake failure, the 20 BMW should have been on the podium, but it's all ifs and buts, isn't it? Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO there in the blue blazer, greeting the team from the 51 Ferrari, too many ones in the Ferraris.
Ferdinando Canizzo, the technical head of the Ferrari programme.
Worth pointing out that the cars that qualified 15th and 16th finished in 4th and 7th place. So it's not all about qualifying pace.
It absolutely isn't, and it's what makes this all so engrossing and fascinating, and we get to do it all over again over a much longer distance in just a few weeks' time.
And again, as I was having a conversation with Toyota's Alex Wirtz about exactly this yesterday, it's how well you operate your car. And 51 Ferrari and 21 Ferrari, boy, did they do the job. Well, you can see the smiles on the face of Jules Goulnon there in the Alpine.
I think he's got good reason to be delighted with his own personal performance. And here's the point. outside of where they finish in the overall order, that's what they'll be looking at as well. Did I execute the best I possibly could? I think Jules Gounon came pretty close to it.
And I think their pit wall calls, absolutely spot on. I think they did pretty much everything they could do. And they finish on the podium. Fred Macko, so much speed at the start, so much speed in the middle stint from Jules Gounon, and so much speed at the end from Mick Schumacher. They did a great job, and for the second consecutive race, Alpine have a car on the podium.
We get to the second of the Ferrari crews home, the 50 crew.
Miguel Molina, Nick Nielsen, and the man who qualified the car, Antonio Fuoco. They started on pole. They desperately wanted to finish at the top of the pile.
The winning crew, it's going to be a third win for Antonio Giovinazzi, a 15th WEC win for James Collado, 14 for Alessandro Pierguidi. As said earlier in the show, first car to win consecutive WEC races since the 7 Toyota, Monza and Fuji in 2023. Not perfection, but pretty darn close in the 51 Ferrari.
Yep.
They are, by the way, the first Ferrari factory, well, first of the 499P crews to win 3 times the WEC.
Yeah, it was quite a drought between Le Mans 23 and last time.
Well, this is it after 6 hours of intense racing action on one of the greatest race tracks in the world and most beautiful weather today.
They cut it off early there, Amy. That's what I noticed. So Ferrari, keep on singing.
Oh my god, absolutely. Well, that is absolutely wild. Completely ruining Ferrari's moment of celebration.
They've had
The
3.
Italian national anthem, which they can't hear. They can't hear much in Formula 1, can they?
They have had 3. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Ferrari are more dominant in World Endurance Championship, and so are Alpine. It's like a juxtaposition of who's where and when across it all, to be fair.
A clown joining WEC properly might not be the best idea for them if they continue with what they're doing in F1.
Both of their cars in the United Autosport category in the GT3 crashed today. The second, however, did manage to get out of the gravel trap and continue on, so there's a slight beneficial there. Do you know what's just loaded onto my timing screen? Not on the world feed, but on mine up here in the commentary box.
What?
live-timing.fiawec.tv/en/4932 test day. Le Mans, June the 8th. Just over a month's time.
We'll be there.
Here we go. I've had to take my glasses off actually as well because I've been wearing my headphones all day and they've actually started to hurt my ears. So you get a very rare sight of me with a headset on, not wearing glasses. I look weird not wearing glasses with a headset on. Doesn't fit my face. Does it? Look, doesn't fit my face.
Yeah. I think anyone not wearing glasses
go.
when they usually wear glasses doesn't usually look the best.
I only wear my glasses when I'm in the commentary box. It's to stop my eye from squinting. If I'm outside the commentary box, I don't wear my glasses. But if I'm commentating, I do. Because we've got 6 screens in front of me. So, there's the Hypercar podium. Next up, we're going to get the GTs out there as well on the running order. That's the Vista AF Corsa 21, the 88 Proto Competition, the 54 Vista AF Corsa. It's champagne time! What a special podium. What a special atmosphere going into the next race.
Yeah. what an incredible atmosphere in general, as you mentioned, heading into Le Mans, where it will be even better, where it will be even bigger when we get to the end of the 24 hours. But this is also, every single round of the World Endurance Championship, the circuits we go to, it just means that the atmosphere is incredible after even just 6 hours. One of the shorter editions of the races that we hold is just absolutely brilliant.
Look at that. It's now the 51 team leading on 75 points. The 50 is on 57. Going into the next race, of course, at Le Mans. The Alpine 36 now, 7 behind Sebastian Buemi's Toyota, Rikai Harakara as well, and Brendan Hartley in the number 8. Ferrari lead, 136 points in the manufacturers. Toyota on 71. That's a huge gap for them in the championship. Ferrari starting to walk away with this endurance championship. Okay, time for final thoughts. I don't know if we're going to get the GT3 podium as TNT are now in the pit lane with Alex Brundle as well. JT down there as well behind the scenes. What have you made of what you've been watching throughout the day?
He is deafened.
Oh, well, go on, Amy, take his spot. Go on.
Absolutely, I'll take his spot. Right, brilliant stuff, brilliant race. I think it's been a great event overall. It's been a great race when it comes to action on the circuit. It's been great to see the bravery we've seen, especially into Rouge and Radion. Some phenomenal racing around the other part of the circuit. Lots of drama when it came to trying to overtake lapped cars. Well, not lapped cars, the GT3s rather, as well, which they are technically lapped, coming into play to some degree. But yeah, a really interesting race when it came down to that. And of course, a huge thanks to everyone for the support on the stream. It was great to reach, I think it was just over 200 we reached earlier on, right before Radio Le Mans went. So that was quite nice. That was quite nice. So it's been a great day of racing overall there, I think we can say.
It's been fantastic, and long may it continue with Le Mans in a month's time. Omi, thanks to you. My thanks to Radio Le Mans as well, and my thanks as well to JT. Well, that's it then from Spa-Francorchamps for round 3 of the 2025 World Endurance Championship here. It has been really strange. Ferrari dominating. Is that going to continue? Join us in a month's time when we go racing at Le Mans. But from Spa, what a day. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you again soon. Take care. Bye-bye.